go ahead and give it a couple minutes and wait for some folks to come in before we get started. And let me just double check and make sure we're live in all the places. We'll be live on Twitter, YouTube, and Kick. I'm going to not stream these on Twitch anymore. I'm just going to save that for gaming streams. And I got a really fun gaming stream. I bought this game called Kingdom Come, which is pretty cool. It's like medieval times and it's really immersive. So I'll probably do some more of that tomorrow. That's what I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, if you're just joining, if you're watching this after the fact, I would skip forward like 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes or so. And I'm just going to give it some time for some of the usual suspects to come in. So hopefully we get some folks in here and then we can get the show started. We're going to be going over It's Complicated channel. What is a man? It's been a while since I reacted to some It's Complicated channel videos. So I thought we'd spend a stream and just, check out some of the new stuff he's done. All right, that's live. Very good. Just going to give it a few more minutes. This is what we're checking out today. What is a man? By It's Complicated. There's another video he's got on here. He's got a couple new videos, but, time permitting, we might do a second one. Maybe we'll do Gender Wars. I think, that one was pretty good. I did watch it. And there's a couple other ones, so we'll see. Man, it is windy outside today. It's been crazy. I haven't even want to go outside. Of course, I ended up going outside to run a bunch of errands. Yo, Klaus, welcome in, bro. Glad to see you, man. You're getting the show started over here. I don't know if Ahmed is in here. I saw this comment before the stream. Looking forward to this, so appreciate Ahmed being in here early. I don't know if he's here now, but he left that in there, so hopefully we'll get this going. Just give it a couple more minutes, let the folks pile in. Hope you're doing well out there, Klaus. Yeah, it's been another week, so should be a chill stream today. Nothing too crazy. Just a couple of It's Complicated episodes, which might complicate things, but I like watching these videos, and it's usually a fun time. I was up pretty late last night, went to my buddy's house, and me and my other buddy went there and saw him, and he made some good food for us. And then I smoked a little bit of tobacco, some hookah, which I haven't done in a long time. It's probably been a couple of years. I didn't even have any of this when I went to Egypt and Turkey, but I was afraid that my voice would be kind of messed up from that. Klaus says busy, but fine, thank you. Well, hey, it's good to be busy sometimes. As long as you're not busy all the time and you have some time for living and enjoying yourself, which I'm sure you do. So I hope you do anyways. I respect the hustle, you know what I mean? So just going to give it a few more minutes and see if any of the folks come in. And if not, we're at about 3 minutes, 40 seconds. We'll give it another 2 minutes. We'll just get this started. It's going to be a Klaus Shah experience here, and possibly Ahmed if he's here already. I figured out my audio issue from last time. I actually had a button pressed that was muting my headphones, so it really wasn't even a problem. It was just user error. So I got that figured out pretty soon. But I got a brand new audio interface, and it has more room for sound pads. So I actually got some more sound pads on here, which is pretty cool too. Um, so maybe I'll find some time to make use of those. Oh, man, just drinking this coffee. I really need it. There are some big stories this week. I wanted to make some videos, and I thought about doing the stream on that. There's that Lily Phillips OnlyFans creator, and everywhere, every time I go on Twitter, I see something about her in my feed. Sometimes a little bit more than I needed to see. But she recently is an OnlyFans creator who basically did a stunt where she slept with 100 men in 24 hours or something. It was something crazy. I don't know if it was 12 hours or 24 hours or whatever. She slept with 100 guys. 100 guys.
How dare you?
And she kind of made a documentary a little bit, or there was kind of a vlog about it, I guess. Documentary might be a little bit too much. And that is on YouTube. It's like an hour or so. So I thought about streaming that. But the reason it's important is because every single like conservative and liberal and feminist has had to weigh in on this. And essentially people are saying she's a victim, and it's like all the men took advantage of her. But it's really weird because she advertised literally this thing. She made an ad. Twitter knew about the ad, and it was all about like, hey, sign up to be part of this 100 guys. And her mom is her literal like OnlyFans manager, so it's like her mom helped her with this. But every like conservative tradcon has come out and it's just like, yeah, she doesn't know, you know what I mean? You can see the damage on her face and this and that, and all the guys took advantage of her. It's just like this interesting discussion about it. I saw Pearl did a stream about it today, but it's just so crazy and ridiculous. You know what I mean? Michael Knowles said something about it. Matt Walsh, most of the Daily Wire people. I saved a bunch of stuff, but I was hoping to save that for a video, just because it's so like, there's just so many different elements for that one. I want to organize it all and hopefully get a video about that. And it's just interesting, and the religious aspect of it is interesting too, because a lot of people come out and they're kind of looking at her the same way they're looking at Nala. We did a stream last week on Nala. And it's almost like the worse they are, the more the religious crowd really wants to see if they can get them into the fold, so to speak. But the first thing I noticed was that this was successful for her. Like, from a business decision, this worked out for her very well, because I could not stop seeing it on my feed. And so many people that I follow were everybody had to weigh in on it. And it's like she got the biggest boost of notoriety out of this thing. So it's just funny because it's like all these people are outraged by it, but it creates this feedback loop of her wanting to do it again, and then now she says she wants to do it with 1,000 men. It's just crazy. Whole thing is crazy. But that's where we're at, so yeah, it's just really weird. Really weird. And it's just funny because it's like it's all the guy's fault, and I get it. And I don't think most guys would want to be caught dead associating or participating in something like that. But then at the same time, it's like there's a male loneliness epidemic, and there's a lot of guys who haven't even been with anybody by the time they're 30. Heck, for all we know, most of those guys in that video that was probably the first person there. I mean, who knows? Maybe she slept with 100 virgins, and we don't even know that. So you got these guys in this loneliness epidemic, and then this OnlyFans creator is like, yeah, I need 100 of you, and they all just come out of nowhere like, I guess that's my chance, and then they do that. And then the tradcons are angry at are of course angry about at the guys, of course, all these men, and they're predators and all these kinds of crazy things, even though it's 100% consensual. So there's a whole secular argument to this too, which is strange. Anyways, I think this is as long as I'll wait. Klaus, I think it's just gonna be you and me here today. That's okay. And maybe some of the folks who are usually here can catch this on the rewind. So I'm just gonna react to this, and maybe some more folks will come in. And if we get through this pretty fast, I'm gonna do a second video. Maybe we'll do gender wars or something like that. So we'll see. Let me just catch up with these chats before we actually hit play here. I see Klaus put some stuff in here. Yeah, I heard about that, but wasn't really that interested. I could see that. The truth is it's like I was kind of surprised by the outrage. It almost seems manufactured. Like people definitely do this for views, but it's like this kind of stuff has happened for a long time. Like even before OnlyFans, there used to be things like that. Nudie vids that were that thing, but I guess this one just got so much attention. Maybe it's because this time it's not like a studio made it. It's like her, the creator, decided to do this. So everybody had to come in and somehow say, wait a minute, it's still not her fault. Like everybody had to do these backflips to say, well, okay, we got a woman who chose to do this. So we have to find a way to rationalize this of her getting taken advantage of. It was just really weird to see. Yeah, victim and bad. Why not? Kind of hard to understand for me. I wouldn't want to something like that. Yeah, I think you'd have to be in a pretty low place to want to do that. And even then, I mean, it really doesn't make sense. I mean, if you're going to do this from a mathematical point of view, it still doesn't really make sense. I mean, you might as well just save up some money and pay for it, I guess, instead of just be there around 99 other people for like 2.5 minutes. I don't know. Anyways, we'll just move on. So it's complicated. Speaking of 100 guys and one OnlyFans creator, It's Complicated put out a video 5 days ago called "What is a Man?" And maybe we're gonna get some answers to what a man is, what's a real man. And we got tradcons here, so we got a bunch of cowboy people. So we're gonna hear from the conservatives today. So let's go ahead and get this moving. If there's any audio issues, please let me know. But we should be okay.
Do you think a man is less of a man if he can't change a flat tire?
I do think so. Me and my roommates talk about it all the time, and that's one of the qualities we look for in a man, just to know that we can be safe and protected with them.
That's funny that she says like her and her roommates talk about that all the time. And let's just...
Is a woman less of a woman if she can't cook a meal from scratch?
No.
See, that's funny, and I knew that's where he was going with it, right? Like, if it's incumbent on the guy to have to be able to change a tire, and that's how she's gonna feel safe and protected, then all right, well then what makes a real woman? I mean, like, can you bake a cake? It's always desserts too. Whenever tradcons are just like, oh, look at me when they're cosplaying traditional, it's always like a dessert. Like, can you make beef stew? You know what I mean? Can you make real food? Does it taste good? But of course, she's not going to be about that. The other thing that I find really interesting also, and this is the thing that I noticed, was look at what she's wearing. I think there's a clue in how tradcon culture kind of went gynocentric. And it's like when you look at like country girls, they're dressed like cowboys. But I bet if we went back to cowboy times, if we went back to the real cowboy times where they were out there, having duels in front of a saloon, I bet the women did not look like this. Like, this is a modern hijacking of cowboy culture that the women have done. And this is a feminist right here, because first of all, she's wearing cowboy clothes. You know what I mean? If you go back to those times, I bet you the women back then were something completely different, and they were not out there lassoing, animals and, dueling each other and doing all the kind of stuff that the cowboys were doing. Real quick. Oh, thank you, Klaus, for checking the sound. Yo, Mr. Pitt, man, welcome in. Glad to see you guys in here. Big shout out to you guys. We also got Peter Wright here. Real quick, Peter Wright, sexual feudalism. Yes, that's a concept that Peter Wright's discussed before, which is, it's almost like when you think of like peasants and a lord, from like kind of like medieval times and things like that. Women are kind of like our sexual market is kind of that now. It's like one woman with 100 guys, and you know the guys are all peasants now, man. It's rough out here. So Klaus says yes, I cook meals from scratch all the time. Honestly, me too. You know, and the funny part about it is it's really not that hard. Like I can cook and I can change a tire. You know what I mean? Which is not that big of a deal. Um, but yeah, it's kind of funny. She's wearing the cowboy getup, but can she change a tire? If a woman can't do that, that's sad. It honestly is. I mean, that's almost just normal adult stuff right now. And it's like if you don't cook, do you just eat out all the time? Which is like kind of weird. Like there's so many things wrong with that. It's like first of all, you're just getting ripped off because you're buying food. You're buying food outside all the time, and then you don't know exactly what ingredients they put in there, so you're not even getting the best food. All these places are out here cutting corners to save money, and then they're always screwing you on the meat, which annoys me. Um, because it's like they just throw a bunch of carbs in it wherever they can, and the meat's the expensive part. It's cowboy cosplay. That's exactly what it is, and it's like if you watch like a Western movie like from like Clint Eastwood's time from like back in the day, just like that when like the true Western movies were coming out, when you saw the women, they were not out here dressing like this. You know what I mean? Riding horses and stuff. Like maybe a little bit, but not really. Not really. So it's funny because it's almost like the infiltration of the feminism happened just as much on the conservative side with them wearing this whole getup, and it's like nobody notices. Like I wish someone could I almost want to go down this rabbit hole and make a video and try to find a timeline of when women started like appropriating men's cowboy wear, and I think it lines one in one with feminism. So anyways, yo, Will, shout out to you, man. Great to see you in here, man. Oh, we got the whole crowd, and now another great show unfolding. I'm feeling it. I really am feeling it. We got some good content today with the new It's Complicated episode, so I think it's going to be a good video. Yenu Ojiak, Yenu, forgive me for my horrible pronunciation here, but let me give you a shout out. I cook, but I'm a terrible cook. I hope that classifies. Hey, listen, if you're cooking things and they're edible and it's keeping you sustained and on a good budget, and it's got real ingredients in it, then hey, man, I mean you're top 20% of out here at this point. The women don't want to cook. That's like half the population out already, and then other people aren't cooking. So I think that sets you apart there.
Why is there a difference?
Because I don't know how to cook a meal from scratch. So
that is so crazy. Not even just because she's a woman. Not even just. It's not even that. It's just like, how are you an adult? I'm sure she's got to be able to cook some things.
What if a man doesn't know how to change a tire?
well, I guess it's okay, but if a man wants a woman who can cook, then they shouldn't date me.
I guess it's okay. That's classic. It's complicated right there. The get up is cultural appropriation. It's appropriation of some kind, for sure. It's them yet again trying to be like the sort of high status. Like, look, we're doctors and we're lawyers and we're this and we're that. And it kind of reminds me of like the Barbie movie where it's like all the sort of like high power jobs are the ones that they're like we can do, but none of the other jobs that guys mostly do. Mr. Pitt says, changing a tire is all you need to do to be considered a real man. I don't know, which is hilarious. It's just that in its own is hilarious. There's no way the bar is that low. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a really good point. I mean, because I'm sure all the guys out there that can change a tire, and even if you demonstrate that and you save the day, next week it's gonna be something else, and like forget, let the devil take the tire at that point. Like, why can't you do this and that and all that? It's just so interesting when I think about car problems. I have this like internal counter in my mind. And, I've dated women and I always silently take note of their cars, but I never say anything because I'm not going to sit here and offer myself up to start messing with their car problems for no reason, And it's like I have dated women and then stopped dating them. And then like I've waited and just kind of like in my mind think, okay, I wonder how long it's going to be till her car breaks down or until she's in a huge problem like that. And I've seen it happen. I mean, I've seen it get destroyed. I've seen them having to buy like a brand new car, and it's all because of not maintaining it or changing the oil. One girlfriend I had, I remember, I didn't want to ask this because I'm like, I don't even care to put myself in this position. Why complicate it for me? But it had been so long, and I was like, when's the last time you changed your oil? And she was like, I don't know. I was like, have you checked your oil? It was just like funny, you know what I mean? So, and I'm not even the car expert. I'm really not. But some of the basic stuff, you got to at least remember to think about doing them. Good to see you as well, Mr. Adam Jensen. Yeah, see, now I remember who that is.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? I think it's someone that is born female.
Someone who was born with female parts. To me,
Okay, they all saw the Matt Walsh documentary.
a woman is somebody that is beautiful inside and out, empowered, and inspires positive change in the world around her.
Beautiful inside and out and empowered, and inspires positive change in the world around her. Okay, so that's her definition.
If a woman is an adult human female, why wouldn't an adult human male be the definition of a man?
I think that question brings up a good point, because it's like, and the red pillar alpha male gurus will do this too, like they'll kind of hit you with the, you're not being a man, you know what I mean? You're being a soy boy. But at the end of the day, we're all men, and the fact that they will look at guys who aren't, the alpha male archetype and be like, your problems don't matter because we don't consider you to be a man. I'm not even talking about the women. I'm talking about the guys look at the men like this. Like those 100 males that were with that OnlyFans chick, they're men too. You know what I mean? And the laws affect them all the same if you're a guy that's here or whatever it is, But instead it's like a real man this and, masculinity that. Klaus says, oh, the dreaded question, what is a woman?
Who says it's not a definition of a man?
That is the definition of a man, right? Like,
What is the difference between a male and a man?
a male is someone who was born with male parts. Male is male is male is male. But to me, a man is somebody that is a protector, a provider, and makes you want to be that feminine woman for them.
See, I mean, that was the straight up traditional expectation that she gave. But when he asked her before, like what a woman is, not a female, but what a woman is, she's like someone who is beautiful inside and out and, inspires positive change. Like nothing about like the nurturing or, having babies or whatever the heck, creating the home inside and serving and, submitting or any of the traditional stuff they're supposed to do.
A man is really someone who's like a developed masculine man who is like born and like developed and grown in society like as a man.
Sometimes I don't really buy the whole like, well, I'd be feminine if there was a masculine guy that allowed me to be feminine. It's like you're either naturally feminine or you're not. And to say, well, I'd be feminine if there was this guy is kind of BS, because then it almost kind of says like women can be masculine and be fine at it. But it's like, no, if you're truly actually feminine, then when you're trying to be masculine because there's nobody there to help you, it should just be a disaster. Now, arguably, you can't say there's a lot of disaster. I mean, we're kind of in a cluster F right now, but
Why are there more burdens placed on a man to begin with?
Because that's how God designed us.
I come from a religious standpoint on it, so I think that girls are more emotional, right? So our role is to nurture and be there, while men are supposed to be the providers and work.
I think that depends on who you talk to, because you could say that there's burdens placed on women also.
yeah, like the burden of having the dowry when it's time to get married. And honestly, even if you go in American culture, and if you go even back to that time, that thing, was still, kind of around. So yeah, we got to put that burden back
What does
on 'em,
masculinity look like?
or at least half of the burden. I'll go back on that so we don't miss the question. Yeah, anyway, it says, "Yep, those 100 men are just as broken as the chick." Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true, because most guys with some amount of self-esteem or confidence would, they'd be like, "No, thank you." You know what I mean? Like that. And if you've actually been with someone and spent some real time, intimate time with someone, like those couple of minutes or whatever are just gonna be a joke. It doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, those people are it. That's the male loneliness epidemic talking right there. So I will say this. Their hearts are in the right place. At least they are willing to entertain conversation to be challenged. Yeah, yeah, we gotta give them credit for that. No temper tantrums so far. I don't know if you remember, It's Complicated did he did another episode. I actually did a reaction to it, and except that I don't know if there were some women in it, but there was this cowboy, like it was one of the guys, and the guy, like when he was questioning him, started getting like real mad. He started getting angry. Elena's Bar Fitness. Hi, Shah and everyone. Hey, welcome in. I was watching your stream today on your channel with the guys from the Resurgence, and I was enjoying that. So I saw it on Twitter, and then I saw it on YouTube as well. I went to the Resurgence, and I was like, "Why aren't they live?" Then I went to your channel, and I found it. He mentioned the dowry again. Yeah, take a sip of your drink as soon as that happens. So that's a dangerous game right there, man. You might end up drinking way more than you intended.
Say that there's burdens placed on women also.
What does masculinity look like if you're not religious, traditional, or conservative?
I feel that
What does masculinity look like if you're not religious, traditional, or conservative? That's interesting.
like if you're chivalrous, if you
Chivalrous. So straight to romantic love, just straight out of there.
are a problem solver,
Okay, so both of those things are kind of like utilitarian, you know what I mean? Are you going to simp for me? I mean, in a way, like, what are you going to do
for me
here?
as a woman, sometimes if I get overwhelmed, I just want my man to take over and be like, oh, thank God you helped me. Or if I feel like a man is someone that can help me figure out problems or help me through my day if, I'm ever feeling that I get stuck. So just someone that can help me a little bit.
It's so funny because it's like the other side of it. And, I don't even really say what she's saying is like wrong or anything. She's speaking about what a man is from a woman's point of view. But it's funny because like sometimes women will sell themselves on being that sort of emotional support for the man. And behind every great man is a great woman. And a man can reach so much more success with the woman behind him. And oh, just tell her all your problems and open up emotionally and be vulnerable to her, and she's going to help you and all that kind of stuff. And they really don't seem to be good for that anymore. I don't even know if they ever were, to be honest. It's kind of like it's just kind of like a trap. You know what I mean? No worries. I enjoy you guys' content. It's nice to listen to. Sometimes I'm not super active in the chat, but I do not mind having it on in the background and just listening in. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm struggling sometimes with the truth too, as you can see. I think I know which part of the conversation you're talking about. Not my kind of convention, wherever that is. Yeah, it's looks like a country, kind of like a cowboy country sort of meetup of like big companies and clothing brands and probably products and things. Yep, she says she wants a simp. That's exactly what that is. But she will disrespect him and most likely leave him. Yep. I mean, statistics will definitely bear that out. In theory, this is okay as long as she's equally supporting to his problems and meltdowns. Yeah, that's the thing. But it's like the minute he has a meltdown, then it's just like, oh, I can't trust him. I don't feel safe. I can't be in my feminine. Like you really can't be emotionally vulnerable. I was reading another paper. I've been looking up scholarly papers on romantic love and the history of it. And I found one, and it talked about how the kind of this whole emotional thing and putting, like being completely emotionally vulnerable with her and that. And it really comes literally just you doing that is giving her power over you because now she sees these things. You know what I mean? And anybody who's kind of read red pill stuff or been around the manosphere knows that doing that at this point, which used to be like conventional sort of advice, is like the first step to losing the relationship, damn near. Figure out problems and then not listening what the resolution is. Oh, how I know that one. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. You'll have a woman straight ask you a question. You'll give her the answer and she will like do the opposite. That's how you know it's done. She will feel empowered and then she will leave him. Yo, Peter, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much. Might even give me a chance to use one of my new sound effects here. I don't even know if that's relevant. I just wanted to do it. Hopefully I don't get a copyright. Dowry now. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if she wants all that stuff, you want all these tires changed and you want someone to make you feel this way, it ain't, you need to come with some kind of wealth to this arrangement here. Because if you got nothing, then no. In theory. All right, here goes. Now, I give her some credit. She doesn't have the cowboy hat on. She's, she's womanly.
Why are men defined by their role while women are defined by their existence?
I think women are also defined by their role. It depends on who you ask. There's a lot of societal pressure, especially now in the day and age of social media. I myself often find comparing myself to others on social.
Comparing to social media is one thing, but it's like, I don't know if she's pressured to be in a traditional role. They literally just had this movie called Barbie that came out like a year and a half or whatever it was ago. And the entire movie was about celebrating the deconstruction of the feminine role. That's literally society pandering to them and advertising and selling and celebrating this idea of not being pressured to be in a role. So, I'm not buying that from her.
Social media. So I think it goes both ways. It just depends on who you ask.
Women introduce themselves to me. They'll say hi and we'll talk about it. And then it's like, oh, are you a mom? Or what do you do for your job? And so it's like, what is your role? Not just merely existing. So I think we get a lot of that too.
I guess maybe she's talking about like shame of having kids or not. And sounds like to her, it's kind of coming from other women. So, that I think that's kind of normal for a lot of people at least. So I wonder if, who's saying that to her, if it's her peers or older women in her family or something like that. Comparing to body positivity, fat chicks. Yeah, that's another thing. No pressure at all. But if you're a guy, it's like, you better get in the gym quick. You know what I'm saying? Lest you end up as one of those 100 guys that were in the, in that OnlyFans shoot. And she's a complete victim, by the way. So, nobody forces her to be seen on social media. Yeah, that's another thing, too. So I don't know what she's talking about with the social media thing right there. It's probably just, her comparing and kind of wishing she had kind of the really nice things that she sees on there.
Do you think that men get joy and gratitude out of serving women, even if women don't reciprocate?
Oh, I think it depends on the reason that they're doing it.
A lot of men that I meet in my life, and maybe it's like a demographic thing, but I think men get satisfaction by like serving a woman and like leading a woman. And
see, his question was if they don't get anything back in return, like not even respect or something, then I don't think they would take joy in that. I think it would make them feel kind of bad.
It just really depends on how they're raised, though.
Isn't that the definition of a simp?
You're right. I mean, the definition of a simp is like really like serving, like bowing down to your wife. But I think like masculinity, it goes both ways. However, like it still goes both ways. Like women can still serve men as well. But I think like a masculine man is comfortable in his own skin to lead a woman.
He asked more about serving. I think there is a instinctual feeling good of like serving the people in your tribe, whether that's your family, immediately, or your parents or your siblings, or even nieces and nephews, and then of course your own children. That's gonna make you very happy. I don't know if it's necessarily about serving her. I kind of don't view like, when I think about marriage, I kind of view it as this joint enterprise, especially for like children. You know what I mean? And it's like no, you're not getting a house for your wife. It's like you're getting a house for your family, or whatever. And it's like, is she cooking for you or is she cooking for the kids? And it's like, let me throw an extra chicken breast on that thing. I'm already making some for my kids, and I take pleasure in raising my children. And it just happens to be you guys are just working together because you're serving what's now really your blood family here, which are these kids and parents and this kind of stuff. I don't think it's about like, oh, you got to serve your wife and this, and you got to, sit there and cater to everything.
Isn't that the definition of a simp?
Maybe, but we like simps.
Well, I don't know the simp
Sure you do. I'm sure you like getting free things without giving things in return.
is.
Would men still serve women if they knew they would never get that reciprocation?
Would they steal or should they steal?
What do you think?
Well, they should steal.
Why should they though? They really shouldn't. I mean, the sooner they stop, the faster that women will have to adapt to that and be like, all right, well, we got to start doing something.
I hope so. I think so.
Do you believe it's a man's duty to respect a woman regardless of how she treats him in return?
Yes, I think that's the right thing to do.
Well, I mean, unless you're beating his ass, then probably not. But
She's kind of funny.
if you just drink a little too much and get a little crazy, there's no reason he should be mad at you because you're just
Sounds like she's talking about literal like physical abuse of someone that she's dating or married to.
having fun. And he needs to get a better personality.
So if you're drunk, can you imagine a guy saying that? Like if you're not sober and you lay hands on this person, you're just having some fun and they need to get a better personality. Maybe I misunderstood what she said there.
Would men still serve women if they knew they would never get that reciprocation?
Hell
No.
no. No, yeah, and she's right. They wouldn't, because it's like when a guy's stuck in that gray area and he just, especially when you're a younger guy and you get friend zoned or you're kind of, orbiting and you just don't understand, like this ain't going nowhere. If she says it literally to you, like, yeah, no, I'm not interested, we're not going to date, then usually that's going to be the end of that, which is why it's better to say something. The sooner the better, because then, you can get that figured out. And if the answer is no, then you can just stop serving for no reason or doing anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can just move on.
Do you believe it's a man's duty?
Some women are so good, though, at like selling that fantasy and making you think that. And, a lot of guys who just don't understand it get trapped in that.
To respect a woman regardless of how she treats him in return?
No.
No.
Duty to respect that reciprocation?
No.
Do you believe it's a man's duty to respect a woman regardless of how she treats him in return?
No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that based on gender. I think that respect is earned regardless of your gender.
How can a man respect women without losing self-respect in the process?
I don't think you lose respect by respecting women. I think a man that respects a woman is more respectable.
What is
Oh, hold on a second. We got ourselves a very special individual in the chat here. Welcome in. It's a blessing to have It's Complicated channel here. I know you come in before, and the man asking the questions. Maybe one day we can get It's Complicated on a video chat or something. I think that would be so freaking cool. It's Complicated channel. Shout out, man. The man giving us all the content to react to out here. Hey, Shah, just dropping by to say, why are women seen as the more selfless and nurturing gender when men are more likely to serve women without reciprocation? Man, that's a fantastic question. And it's like at this point, really, I'd love to hear the audience's answer to that question. Hopefully some of the folks in the chat answer that too. It is really weird too. And it's like, I don't know, I was talking about it earlier, like women kind of selling themselves as like, they're supposed to be the ones with more emotional intelligence and, they're better in the world of emotions and guys are better in the world of the physical. But then it's like, as a guy, you're going to get slammed the minute you open up emotionally to a woman. It's going to kill attraction. They really don't nurture they definitely don't nurture you. Maybe the children at best, but I think it's sad that we would say one gender or the other is selfless and nurturing more than the other, because frankly, if they're going to come together and have kids, then both of them are being selfless and nurturing, to some extent. It says, good point. Thanks for being in here, though. It's complicated. It's a big honor. Hopefully we'll get you in here on a video call someday. I got this new audio interface, and people can just call me, and then I can patch them into the show. So I don't know. Maybe I could think of something, and someday. Let's keep moving.
What's the difference between a show horse and a plow horse?
Well, a show horse is like me.
Show horse can be a performance horse. Plow horse is like a working ranch farm horse.
It's funny because she says like a show horse is a performance horse, but the truth is like the plow horse is performing. I mean, you can say they're both performing in a way, a performance like in a show, but also performing like getting work done and making it happen out here. Klaus says, to answer the question, there's a reason I've been living single for 3 decades. So I wouldn't know, as I won't do that. That's the answer. It's complicated question there. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, a lot of guys, and this is especially why I like the whole soft guy era stuff. The soft guy era stuff is all about saying, hey, we want reciprocation. Like there has to be something here that makes sense, that makes it worth our time to do this. And, the reason I talk about the dowry so much is because women will say, I just want to be a stay-at-home mom, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. And it's like, listen, for you to get that position, traditionally, you've had to buy your way into that position. There had to be an investment into the guy for you to be able to have that very, special position of being the home caretaker and not having to be out there toiling like everybody else. So that was, a kind of reciprocation. Like the guy's gonna commit, be monogamous, not get divorced, go all in. And her family was investing in that guy to be that. The dowries, God, every single day I've been thinking about the dowry. Pearl did a show. There's been a story on Twitter, and it's an Indian guy. It's out of India. And this guy basically took his own life because he was going through it in the family courts over there. And Pearl had on this Indian lady that kind of explained some of what's going on. And she brought up the dowry a couple times. And it was kind of interesting because I saw Pearl kind of like, it's like she brought up the dowry, and I'm like, ooh, I wonder what she's going to talk about the dowry. She didn't go that deep into it, just that there are like some specific laws. The dowry is technically outlawed in India now. It's outlawed in most places, but people still practice the dowry like the majority of them do. You know what I mean? But they do have these anti-dowry laws that the women could take advantage of. And the women could take advantage of it so much that not only can she get the guy in jail, she can get the guy's parents in jail, the guy's siblings in jail. So this Indian lady was explaining all this stuff about how women are exploiting these laws over there. And this guy got screwed over so hard that like he took his own life. So it's going viral over there. I might do a video on it. But it was just interesting, how that works. So show horse equals Tyrone. Yeah, exactly. That's really what it is. And, a lot of these guys that like have that look, I mean, they're not really out there producing, at least not like when you think of like the sort of Chad Tyrone stereotype, and that's why they then look for a provider later on, because that guy doesn't want to, ain't tripping off her. Atul Subhash. Yeah, that was the gentleman's name. By the way, they just arrested his wife. Wow. That's frankly good news because, maybe they will get some laws over there. The thing that I couldn't help but notice, I found a bunch of Reddit posts. So after this happened, I was looking up dowry in India. And there's a huge change in the culture over there amongst the young people to where even the guys are so bought into feminism that they're trying to convince their parents to not ask for a dowry. And you'll read these things where like the guy's like, I don't want a dowry, but literally the bride's parents, the bride's mom will be like, no, we're going to give you a dowry. You know what I mean? And and then there's all this shame, all these young people, the young feminists coming up are just like, why would you ask for a dowry? What kind of man are you? But they don't even understand why it's part of their culture. And the fact that they've gotten rid of the dowry over there, it's like, it's no wonder why like marriage is having a tough time amongst the young people over there. So they're kind of headed towards our level of problems now, and some would say it's even worse there right now. But yeah, it's an interesting story. But yeah, just to get back to this.
Why does being physically stronger assign men the role of a plow horse while women are show horses on display?
Women are supposed to be praised and beautiful, and men are supposed to bring home the money.
A show horse is designed to be beautiful and pretty. A plow horse is a stockier build. That's where you're going to run into your drafts. They're comfortable, they're fun, they're cool little gentle giants, but at the end of the day, their job is to pull and push heavy objects, so they're going to have a bigger frame.
You know, it's so funny that they're using the word plow. I'm sorry. I got to talk about the dowry one more time. Damn, we didn't even make it 40 seconds. But literally it was the invention of plow agriculture, and that, you know, the tool that is the plow that led to the formation of dowry societies from bride price societies prior to that. And a lot of societies, once they adopted the plow, changed over from bride price to dowry. And the reason is because the plow, prior to the plow, women participated in agriculture using lighter tools. I discussed this in my video about the dowry. And I cited all the scholarly papers that I used to discuss this. And basically, you paid a bride price because this woman generated what's essentially income from the household by working on the fields, in doing agriculture. And so she would then come to your household, and she's still working, and now she's producing for your household. So you'd give a bride price over to her household, and then they would use that bride price and either get another marriage going if they had another son in the family or whatever. When the plow was invented, it was so efficient, and you can do so much with it, it creates a calorie surplus. So there's not really a need for the women to be out on the fields also. And then it also leads to urbanization. You get cities, and you get a class stratification of men. So some men are rich, some men are middle, some men are on the bottom. And that necessitates a dowry because, you know, now people are kind of sticking around the same area and stuff. The men are making these different incomes, and there's different class. So the woman's side needs to, if they want to get her up a class, if they want to keep her in the same class, especially if they want to lock down this guy monogamously with no divorce, they need to pay a dowry. So the whole plow horse thing is funny. So she's like, well, men are supposed to provide and do this. Well, like, yes. And if that's the case, then you're supposed to come in with some kind of wealth instead of with your paw out looking for some money. You know what I mean? You need to bring something to it. Guys, hit the like button. Thanks, Klaus. Yeah, please hit the like button. If you're in here watching, let's get the likes up. Thank you so much. I always forget to ask people to do that.
Why does being physically stronger assign men the role of a plow horse while women are show horses on display?
I don't think that women are show horses on display. I do like the idea of a man being a plow horse. I think that
it was funny earlier when he asked what is a woman, she said a person that is beautiful on the inside and out and inspires positive change. So I don't know, being beautiful on the outside and inside kind of goes into the show horse.
That's quite funny. But women can be strong too. As a matter of fact, I lift 3 days a week at least, and it comes in handy working on a ranch. You have to be able to do things yourself as well, and I don't think it makes a man a workhorse, but I've seen some pretty guys too, so men can be show horses too.
It's gonna be Chad and Tyrone. You knew we brought that up.
I suppose.
Does society shame men more for being strong and masculine, or does it shame men more for being weak?
It shames men more for being weak.
Definitely weak.
Yeah. Weak.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even considered a man, and then nobody cares, right? And it's like you're just disposable. And even if there's injustices brought against you, it's just going to be your fault, and people, they don't care to help you, you know?
Why do you feel that way?
I think we prefer stronger men. I don't know.
Why do people think that if you're not this macho alpha male, that means you want to put on a dress and wear makeup?
I personally don't think that. I think other people might think that because there's this air of like toughness that represents toughness, and that you somehow have to be more resilient that way.
I think that's kind of like the biggest criticism, or one of the criticisms lobbed at like MGTOW. If you're looking at this as a guy and you're like, you know what, this deal ain't really worth it anymore, and you decide to be MGTOW, essentially walk away from the traditional roles, and because there's no reciprocation, not a fair reciprocation, then people who try to sort of whip you back onto the old plantation are going to then challenge your masculinity, right? And this is where it's really important to be comfortable with who you are and not sort of fall into this sort of slavish need to conform with whatever they're selling you as masculinity, which always happens to be some type of utility value for everybody else. You know what I mean? But what they'll do is say, "Oh, so you know, you don't even want to be a man. You know, you just want to be like a woman and wear dresses and all that stuff." But that's just them trying to get you back on there.
Society really, really pushes men to be extremely macho. And that's not necessarily, it can also be like in a toxic way.
Some of the ones I know are very scrawny, short guys that don't look very hyper masculine. Some of them are very pretty too.
You know, it's just funny because so many women outright have no shame in saying, well, a guy should like wanting a guy that's like 6 feet at least and all these kinds of things. And it's like, well, yeah, you could say society pressures men to be that way, but it's also women because that's really what they want. You know what I mean? Or they're vocal about that.
Of them aren't, but to me they're hyper masculine in the sense that they are the provider. They care about their woman and they're masculine.
I wonder if she's saying hyper masculine the way I use hyper masculine here. It's actually like it's not a good thing. It's not a sustainable thing. You're overpaying essentially. Kind of a hyper masculine alpha male guru type. I think she's saying it like it's a good thing.
Very pretty too. Some of them aren't, but to me they're hyper masculine in the sense that they are the provider. They care about their woman and their wives are absolutely gorgeous. So
I mean, she's kind of describing what would appear to be like the sort of beta male provider archetype there, right? So, I want to see some more details on that.
You can still get a beautiful woman as long as you're that man.
Basically, yeah, if you have money to pay and to provide, then yeah, you can get that woman. Essentially, you can overpay to get that for a bit until they change their mind and things go south.
Like a man should still pursue and lead and like provide for a woman emotionally, not just financially.
Pursue, provide, lead, not even just financially, emotionally. Some of these women out here can't even cook. Like basically just do everything. Just do everything.
Emotionally, and that's when a man is safe and secure in his own skin. However, I don't necessarily think like society is...
Once you do all these things, you'll finally be safe and secure in your own skin.
Thinks that if they're not...
It's funny because like some of the sort of alpha male gurus that are in the space that apparently have these things, they somehow seem to be the least safe and secure in their own skin, always having emotional outbursts and things like that.
Necessarily there yet. They need to put on a dress and they're like a little B word. They necessarily think like society is... Thinks that if they're not necessarily there yet, they need to put on a dress and they're like a little B word.
Can someone be masculine but not a man, or be a man but not masculine?
Depending on your definition of masculinity, yes.
So why is masculinity even applied to men in the first place?
I think gender constructs and what makes us comfortable as a society, not that it makes it right.
I think there's different levels of how masculine a man can be, but that doesn't not make him a man.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Why is there so much confusion about what a woman is, but everyone seems to know what a real man is?
Because you're asking the women about who a real man is?
Again, I think like cultural constructs of men needing to provide or needing to be in the position of provision.
When you ask a woman what she wants in a man, she's going to define that traditional role, I believe, most of the time. Do we want the show horse or do we want the plow horse? I mean,
the thing is they want both of them. And, you can even say the same is true of guys, the Madonna whore complex. Women have their own version of that. And the problem is it's like, you could choose one or the other, but nowadays it's too easy to either have both or even 100, you know what I mean? And at a certain point, then they want the show horse, the marriage goes to hell. And it's just kind of this back and forth and,
There's, of course, at least a little bit of truth in the fact that we do kind of want to show horse too.
The high value man, I've always it's supposed to be this synthesis of the prison bad boy and the sort of provider guy that creates this sort of gentleman figure, you know what I mean? And women, she seems to be talking about that also when you think of like those stories like what the heck is that story, the 50 Shades of Grey, I think, where it's like this billionaire guy who also has this kind of like dark side, you know what I mean, with all the BDSM and stuff.
There's nothing that breaks my heart more than seeing a beautiful woman, and I've seen it here at the NFR. Beautiful woman walking around, dressed to the nines, makeup, hair done, on point. And then her man's walking around in gym clothes.
But I thought she does all that stuff for herself. You know what I mean? Like, she does all that stuff for herself. You know what I mean? So, like, just let her do it for herself.
So when you ask a woman what she defines as a man, you're going to get a little bit more of an accurate representation versus if you ask anybody else about what defines a woman, you're going to get a million and one questions and answers all in the same statement.
Why can a woman be whatever she wants, but a man is clearly defined?
I would argue that it also is that way for women because
I think the answer is questions because the sort of role for women has been deconstructed. At least our media and culture has done its best to do that. Even there's just so many safety nets for when a woman ventures out far away from whatever her traditionally defined role is, which is supposed to guarantee some type of security in the society by fulfilling that role. But now there's so much freedom. You know what I mean? You can sit here and be on camera with 100 guys and just come out there and look sad about it. Basically post-nut clarity for a woman, and Michael Knowles is going to come as fast as possible to give you the knowledge treatment. You know what I'm saying? Men, not so much.
Is a lot of times it's you have to either be a mother or in the workforce, that you're not allowed to have crossover.
What constitutes a weak man versus a strong man?
I think a strong man is someone who can show up confidently as himself and answers to himself. And a weak man is someone who feels like they have to put other.
I kind of like the answer about just being confident about yourself. And it's not really about serving anybody else. Like, she didn't mention that. So I'll give her credit for that. And, I think that is the difference. It's like not letting someone push you into a role. Like, ironically, not being pushed into a role, not being pushed into making a decision because you're under pressure, not caving into pressure. I would say is more masculine, and that, and because, people have asked, like, what is masculinity? Like, someone will ask you that question, like, what is masculinity? And it's tough for me to answer that question. But if you can stand up and not be pressured into something, and whether it's into a traditional masculine role or whatever, at this point, you can be your own person. That's masculine at this point, A weak man is a man answering to his woman. Yep, just completely caving in. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's been on point with some of her answers. Yeah, we got to give her some credit. Proto Angel from Kick. So this is someone from the Kick stream. I don't really see that, but yeah, it looks like the chat's working. Hey, man, I don't know what the heck that means. Could just be a bot, but thanks for somebody being over there.
People down or treat people poorly to compensate for their own issues.
Why don't we have those same stipulations for women? Does a woman have to be a feminist or masculine to be considered strong?
No, I don't think that they do.
It could be mentally strong or physically strong. Even myself, I like to get pretty and dress up, but I also like to go rope and go weld and do masculine things. That doesn't make me more masculine than other girls.
So she's doing all this stuff like welding and things, then she's making enough money. I mean, like, why does the guy need to be the full provider? Like, you got some cash. Pronto Angel, man, appreciate you being there, man. Great to have somebody in there. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm not streaming on Twitch because I figure I'll just save that for gaming. I got this new game, and it's called Kingdom Come Deliverance, but it's all about medieval times, and it's really immersive. It's like Far Cry, but medieval times. So tomorrow I'll probably stream that. No pressure. I just don't want to do it on YouTube because I feel like it mixes the content around. But I've been having fun with that game, so I stream that on Kick and Twitch. So yeah, I don't know if anybody cares for gaming, then so be it. Elena says, I'm still watching. I'm just doing some work. Great show, Shah. Agree with you 100%. No worries. Take your time. I'm glad to be there on in the background while you get some stuff done. So no pressure on the commenting.
Even when I get dressed up more feminine than other girls, that's just who I am. And I think people need to be true to who they are.
And again, what she's describing is a 1 foot in, 1 foot out thing here. So it's like she can do the manly things. She can do the womanly things. So it's like men on the other side need to be given that same level of freedom to be able to do that instead of just like, well, being happy providing even without reciprocation and all these kinds of things. I think it's great that she wants to weld and do all these things, but she has to bring probably some other stuff, especially when it comes to the provider thing, because it all goes down to them working, you know what I mean, and taking jobs away from men essentially.
And stick to it, and just like I said, treat people the way you'd want to be treated.
Why don't women shame each other for being weak the same way that men shame each other for being weak?
I think women shame each other for being weak. They just do it in a more backhanded.
They do it in a feminine way, like they won't be direct. Like I think you could probably break down masculinity and femininity into these base parts, which is direct and indirect. And direct is masculine, indirect is feminine. If we're gonna go with like these traditional things, and I think masculinity comes out of like warrior culture. Maybe if we went all the way back, and eventually a direct confrontation needs to happen. You know what I mean? When diplomacy fails, and that's why it's the men that are getting drafted, and we kind of have to be, if we're talking traditional, the person that directly does that. Now there's supposed to be some kind of reciprocation or something coming from society instead of just getting shamed into this role, because nobody's going to want to do it if that's the case. I don't know why. I keep thinking of a memory I had with it was someone I used to date that was like 2 girlfriends ago, and it was like early on, and I don't know why. I felt like this one sort of instance between us kind of got me a lot of leeway. I don't even know how to explain it. It just went far in the relationship. But we were together at a store, and she was shopping for some shoes. And basically, she was like, she worked at a gym, and so she would do these gym classes, and then whatever her job was. She needed some gym shoes. And we got to the register, and I was standing by her, and then like the person at the register kept trying to like upsell and like sign up for this and that. And after like the second or third one, I was just like, can we just pay for these without signing up for anything? Like my patience was gone, And they were just like, yeah, no problem, okay, and then we just paid and we left. And as soon as we walked out of the door, I remember her looking at me and saying, she looked at me and she was like, thank you. You know what I mean? It was like the biggest deal for her. I didn't even really register it as anything significant that I did. But I feel like that kind of illustrated the sort of direct versus indirect thing. Like they will just do whatever it takes to be indirect. And it's just, it's nice, or I guess it's appreciated when somebody just is direct about it. You know what I mean?
Mean way.
I mean, I think if you just go on social media, how girls compare themselves to each other and tear each other down, I think it's pretty equal, yeah.
Yeah, they'll do that, but then they'll also, like, in front of each other's faces, be like, oh my God, that looks amazing on you, or something. And then, like, as soon as they leave, just start kind of talking mess behind their back or something like that, and spreading rumors and gossiping and all these kinds of things, and tearing down reputation destruction, as Coach Craig Adams likes to say.
Why is it when we talk about women's issues, it's considered the war on women, but when we talk about men's issues, it's considered the war on masculinity?
Because I would argue maybe the men that are struggling with that war the most are having a hard time defining their own masculinity for themselves.
Maybe it's just...
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, at this point, it's going down to that, defining it for yourself. MGTOW, I guess, would almost kind of put you on that journey. The disproportionate standards, men, no wonder it's all falling apart. Yeah, exactly, because as the feminine ideal has been deconstructed, it's put double the burden on the guy. And the reason, I mean, get your next draught of beer or your shot ready. The reason I've been looking so much at the dowry is because I'm just trying to argue that I just want to be able to demonstrably prove through historical sources that the amount of pressure on young men today has never been normally, as a young guy expecting to have this and provide this and get the house and all that kind of stuff. Like, no, young men at that young age, to incentivize them to marry early, first of all, received a significant dowry from the woman's side of the family in order to get the household started. Then after they invested in him, and put some stability there in the beginning, then he grows into himself and creates wealth and provides along the way and gets it ready for their children, especially, to pay that forward. Klaus says, haha, that upselling thing wouldn't fly over here. Even the women would shut that down immediately. Yeah, I can't stand that stuff. Man, I wish I had this article saved. Maybe I can find it, but it's an article I saw out of China, and I was like, oh my God, I know exactly what they're doing. Chinese malls create game rooms for husbands. Oh my God, here it is. Here it is, right here. Let me just break this down for you real quick, the way I see it. China Mall introduces husband storage pods for shopping wives. We don't got to look through this too much, but I mean, this picture tells it, right? Here's the husband storage pod. He could sit in there and play video games. The Global Harbor Mall in Shanghai has erected a number of glass pods for wives to leave disgruntled husbands that don't want to be dragged around the shops. Let me tell you, this is a very smart decision from the malls and from the mall business owners. Because if you have the husband and wife together, anytime the upselling comes and, you know, a bad purchase is about to be made, the husband's going to come in and be like, you're charging way too much for that. Like, either you can bring it down to this or no, we're not doing it. You know what I mean? And push back on that salesman, that high pressure salesman. But with these freaking husband pods, this separates the husband from the wife. And that means that they can sell more unnecessary things to the wife while the husband's not there. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh man, those sneaky, ingenious, you know, mall union business people over there. It's just not common here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, you know, much about German culture. When I think of like what I've heard about like Russian culture or people from, I guess, the Eastern sort of block of things, you know, like people are a lot more direct. So maybe the whole upselling, pretending to be your friend thing wouldn't work so much. People be like, just stop. You know, I came here for this. That's hilarious. Yeah. What's up, Shah? His videos are the best. Oh yeah, man. I know every now and then I try to catch up with some reactions to some It's Complicated videos, but shout out to you, Ahmed, man. Thanks for being in here. Straight out of Las Vegas. Very windy in Vegas too. Yeah, it's been so windy over here. It was raining like crazy yesterday and this morning too. But yeah, the husband storage pods, that's what they did over here. Those geniuses. Oh man. Just play some video games, man, you know, just have a drink, just relax, you know, just let your wife do her thing. Just end up in debt, you know? No holds barred shopping. Exactly.
Just a social media thing, but guys are getting away from their traditional roles. Back even with my father and seeing him as growing up, he always made sure that my mom knew that if she wanted to work, she could work. If she wanted to stay at home and be a stay-at-home mom, which she was, she had that opportunity presented to her as well. Now, with the economy doing what it's doing, it's very hard to see a man that can step into that role completely and provide for not just himself and the household, but also a partner and children.
Yeah, so, you know, time for y'all ladies to save some money. When does the Paul Elam video come out? So we haven't recorded. We did speak and messaged me, and he's definitely down. He wants to do it like late January is what we got planned right now. So that gives me a little bit of lead time, and we should be having our discussion late January. So hopefully everything goes well there, God willing. We make it happen, and I don't mind. You know, like I mean, I'm excited about it for sure, but I don't want to like rush him or anything like that. And I'm sure the more time Paul has, the more he can, maybe he's going to brush up on some stuff. And I'm sure it's going to be an interesting conversation. Should be like probably towards the end of January, probably right after like Trump's inauguration. So that's the time we got, you know, hopefully. So coming soon. I'm very excited for that chat with Paul. So. A male space. Yes, men used to improve after they found a woman in the past. Well, yeah, and it's like, it's the only thing that makes sense, because it's like if you want him to get married early, it's like this is a relatively young guy. How improved was he supposed to be? And then when you get in conversations of like the birth rate, Coach Greg Adams was talking about this, and he says there's an uncomfortable conversation of the younger they get married, the more that's better for the birth rate, because people, when they're together younger, then they have more children, you know, instead of towards the tail. You know, people are getting married at age 30 now. And, that translates to 1 kid, maybe 2 kids, depending. Um, but yeah, I mean, you'd get married and then you'd improve while you were in that whole thing, and it would work in that fashion. Instead, it's really this like backwards, weird, strange, contradictory logic. It's like we want you to be the best, and then you're good enough to be with us. But the problem is, as soon as the guy becomes that, then there's so many to choose from, and it's like, why am I just gonna stick with you at this point? You know what I mean? Because, and then they're probably carrying resentment from all the years like that they were getting treated like crap, and then as soon as they sign the marriage certificate, they're gonna get treated like crap probably after that. After a few years. Give more credit to Coach for as far as Coach's marriage wheel goes. So yeah, that whole improvement thing is just that's completely like, I don't even know what you would call that. It's just like a complete propaganda lie. It doesn't even make sense, you know what I mean? It's just like another thing to shame men.
Why don't we consider it a war on men any more than we consider it a war on femininity?
I don't know. That's a good question.
What does masculinity look like if you're not religious, conservative, or traditional?
I think it's showing up as yourself confidently and not waiting for society to tell you who to be or how to treat women,
There you go,
or how to love yourself exactly as you were made.
What's the difference between a feminist defining a real man versus the masculinity movement defining a real man?
A feminist defining a man, I don't think either are okay.
Well,
it's both of them trying to get men to be useful for whatever, they want you to be useful for.
Gives either one the right to define manhood?
I don't think either have the right to define manhood.
Why don't we allow men to be defined in their own right?
I think men should be defining themselves. And I think even like subconsciously adhering to gender constructs or what society thinks or tells them what masculinity is, that's undoing to themselves.
I think that's a good message. And honestly, I was thinking about this before the stream. I think a lot, of if the red pill, quote unquote, or the manosphere ever kind of comes back, it's kind of at a low point right now. Got a couple of kicks in the nuts recently. I think a lot of the conversation is going to be about men walking away from this sort of hyper masculine standard. And it's going to be, Coach, I think, has something called the after pill. It's going to be about like, what next? What do you do? I don't even want to say as a man, but like what, kind of defining it for yourself and like kind of what happens next, what to do after, but more so a sort of walking away from that whole thing that kind of led to even the destruction of the prior red pill. And, at least it getting a couple of kick in the nuts there when it just sort of got off the rails with the hyper masculine alpha male yelling at everybody sort of thing. But maybe we'll see like a bunch of talk about that kind of stuff coming forward, like how to define that for yourself and being confident in who you are as a person and not having to look at these other kind of people to tell you how to be.
When it comes to relationships, men are expected to protect and provide. If men should protect because they're physically stronger, why shouldn't the woman pay the bills? Why should the man be assigned both duties when women are capable of at least being a provider?
Yeah, and taking half the jobs from the men at the same time.
Because we have to take care of those damn kids.
Everybody's taking care of the kids, frankly.
And then we have to wash those clothes, and then we have to cook those dinners, and then we have to wash all those dirty everything, and we're tired of it.
And we're tired of it. Okay, and see that right, whatever she's saying, whatever she's selling on her end, and then saying that like we're tired of it, it's just like, okay, you don't even want to do it. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to do it. And that's why like any price you give them, anything you do, whether it's changing a tire, whether it's this, it's that, providing this, it's never going to be enough because they don't want to do any of that stuff. It doesn't matter what you give them. They don't want to do it. You know what I mean? So it's like this imaginary goal line of paying this and then you got to pay that. So then you're always just overpaying and it's just not worth it in the end.
Okay, so I think that if you're both working, because I work and my boyfriend works, and I think that could be 50-50 and I'm okay with that. But let's say we have babies.
All right, cool.
And I want to be a stay-at-home wife, then he'll take on that role and I'll nurture, I'll take care of the house, I'll make sure there's meals when he comes home from work. So
No, that's cool. Okay, listen, so it's 50-50. And for this time in the beginning, you've been saving your money and then you paid half the down payment on the house, and you're paying all these things, and you're like, hey, maybe I got some money saved. I'm just gonna go ahead and give that to you while I stay home and have these kids, kind of like a dowry or something.
I think it's a 50-50 equal effort.
If men are expected to risk their lives, why can't women risk their paychecks?
Because we don't make as much as them sometimes.
Oh, no. See, we can't let them get away with that anymore.
And even if we do, our money is our money, and their money is our money.
See, she's being funny. I mean, she seems like she's a funny lady. You know, she's cool, but she has to understand like what's wrong with what she just said there. You know what I mean? That saying is so old and tired at this point. I can do all the washing and cleaning myself easily. Thanks to modern appliances, it's not like it's hard work. Yeah, that's a great point in itself, too. I mean, listen, it's not like these ladies got to go out and pick vegetables out of the vegetable garden and get them all cleaned up and do all these things and slaughter a chicken in the backyard and defeather it and do all this stuff just to get dinner ready. I mean, you go to the grocery store, you buy stuff, you put it in the fridge. You know what I mean? There's the oven, there's this, yeah, there's the washing machine. There's all these tools at this point. You go in there, you buy butter from the grocery store. You're not sitting there churning butter. And if you are churning butter, you can probably use like a stand mixer to do that, you know? So there's all this technology that's made their lives even easier at this point. So I don't know. Yeah, that kind of tired argument is really not that good anymore.
I think women are capable of doing both. And I think like in a relationship, it should be what's harmonious for your family or works best for your family.
Most of these people don't even, I mean, if they make you a coffee, they didn't even have to work that hard. They didn't even grind their own beans probably. They just put the little powder in there or something. If she makes you a coffee, you better ask, like, did you grind these beans on your own too?
Not because of what culture's dictating.
Do you believe that men are natural protectors, or is that learned behavior?
I think it's natural instinct.
It's something that you're taught growing up. I feel like if, like old school values, for example, like men were always taught that you should walk on the outside of the sidewalk, you should open the door. And I feel like the men that were taught that when they're younger are now better protectors than men that weren't.
I think it's learned behavior, and it's also like, what do you feel you need to be protected from or what you need to be protecting?
And you know, the thing is too about the whole men being providers or protectors things, it's like the complete negative aspect of that is always brought up. It's like, oh, men are predators, you know what I mean? And it's like the wife was in her own house, and after 20 years of protection, she didn't feel safe, and you know, I feel unsafe, and the abuse and the stretching of the definition of abuse and all this kinds of things, and the abusing and all that.
How can men be natural protectors if men are the very thing that women need protection from?
There you go. That's a nice transition in that question.
You don't need protection from all men, just some.
I don't know that I would personally like look to a man to be protecting me. I'd want to learn to protect myself first.
I mean, yeah, that sounds like someone who's ready to also provide.
But wouldn't that mean that like men are more likely to be protectors than be predators?
Well, there's a lot of this world is a dark place and has become a very dark place. There's a lot of good men out there and there's a lot of good women out there, but you need protection from both.
I think it's learned behavior.
That's true. You definitely need protection from both because, you know, a woman could screw you up pretty badly out here. And, you know, there was that case, was it that Daniel Penny guy? He just recently got let off. Looks like the charges were dismissed, but, you know, he had some trouble for a while. I don't even know the specifics of it, but stepping in on someone's behalf. And, you know, sometimes you hear people say, like, where are all the men? You know, how come they didn't help or do anything like that? Because a lot of people are just like, we're not getting anything out of this, and we're not putting ourselves in a situation to get screwed over.
A lot of the men that I've dated or run into, the ones that grow up in households without a positive male influence, whether it be the uncle, the dad, older brother, or even a neighbor or friend, when they don't have that positive male influence in their household growing up, I've seen them, I call it female behavior, which is awful, but guys tend to act more
female behavior
like women when they're surrounded by women.
So they're beautiful on the inside and out, and they inspire positivity, because that's what she said a woman was earlier.
And I think it's a learned behavior with those traditional roles. The guys that are often the ones that go, oh no, we're going 50-50. or I
Now, she said that with so much contempt, like, oh, we're going 50-50. How dare you?
expect you to provide for the household while also cooking and cleaning and being my partner. Those are the ones that oftentimes grow up with a single mom. And it breaks my heart that they don't have that positive.
It's kind of interesting because I see her as like a feminist a little bit too. I mean, she's out there on the ranch and she does all these manly things. So it's just like I don't know. It's just like she's criticizing the guy if the guy's a little bit feminine, but at the same time, she has no problem talking about her being masculine. It's just this really weird thing.
Male influence to look up to.
And lastly, if
a guy should be ashamed of being quote unquote feminine, then the women should be equally ashamed of being masculine. Why is it that a woman isn't ashamed of being masculine, but a man is ashamed of, as they would say, being feminine? I don't even think that's being feminine. I think it's just good judgment, and it's literally negotiating for yourself and not getting screwed over. 50-50 means, listen, I don't trust a lot of you guys, and we're just meeting each other at this point, and if you want to do something serious, then I need you to show me that you want to do something serious. Kind of like they did with dowries at the time of marriage. It's like, are you actually serious about this commitment? Put down on it right now. You know what I mean? Like, these people don't even want to put down on on half of a meal out here.
Conservatives hold freedom in the highest regard. Why do men have a
themselves.
duty attached to them in the first place?
Because they don't realize.
Let's go listen to that question.
Have that positive male influence to look up to.
And lastly, if conservatives hold freedom in the highest regard, why do men have a duty attached to them in the first place?
Because they don't realize. I don't think they realize that it's even attached to them. I don't think it's a conscious awareness.
Do you think that things would change if they were aware of that?
Yeah, and I think if they started to look inward and were empowered culturally to look inward and to define themselves and define their own masculinity, that the world would be a better place for it.
She was pretty cool. This discussion of freedom is an interesting thing, and we talked about it before. I'm going to bring up a Michael Knowles tweet, and this goes back to the lady that was with 100 men and now wants to be with 1,000 men. Let me just see if I can go through my bookmarks without anybody seeing some of my stuff. Let's see. Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles had a tweet thread, and it was about the 100 lady. I mean, the one woman with the 100 guys, and he brought up freedom, and he talked about the classical definition of freedom versus the definition of freedom we have now. And I thought it was just kind of an interesting discussion. So It's Complicated's last question about freedom kind of made me remember this. So let's go ahead and see this. All right, beautiful. Yeah. So here it is. Let me just make that bigger for the folks. Notice how almost everyone's, just click on that. Notice how almost everyone's reaction to the Lily Phillips, that's the OnlyFans person. Yep, now she's got marketing even from my channel. That's Lily Phillips. That's her OnlyFans. That's where you're going to find that video. Anyways, notice how almost everyone's reaction to the Lily Phillips story comes down to 3 words. It's her choice, but is it? Okay. Most of the people, especially like kind of red pills, are like, no, this is what she wanted to do. She advertised herself as wanting to do this. Her mom helped her do this. She created an ad asking people to do this. And she literally wants to do it again. And she's probably done it before. Okay, so here's this thread. According to the liberal misconception of freedom, it is the liberal misconception of freedom. So it's like, see, there's this discussion here about freedom. And I've brought this up before, too, about how Americans view freedom. Like we used to talk about freedom from versus like freedom to twerk on a table somewhere and all these kinds of things, freedom to do all these things. And it's kind of deleterious to traditional roles in society because it's like constantly throwing corrosive acid on these things. According to the liberal misconception of freedom, it is. According to the classical view, freedom is not neutrality in choosing, but rather willing predicated on knowledge. So it's not about having the freedom to choose. It's about willing predicated on knowledge. The ignorant, children, for example, and the vicious, crack addicts, are not free. So I guess he's arguing they're like a slave to their kind of base desires and instincts, and they don't have the necessary knowledge or, I don't know, maybe spiritual aspect there to actually allow them to be free. You know what I mean? It sounds almost kind of couched in a religious understanding, you know. We account for that fact in the law. Kids can't vote. Hunter Biden isn't supposed to buy guns. Such legal restrictions don't make those people less free. They simply acknowledge that those people are not sufficiently free to undertake certain responsibilities. And this is all going to come back to the adult that is Lily Phillips, who just slept with 100 guys. The proper response to the Lily Phillips affair is not to shrug our shoulders and say, well, her choice, nor is it to single out the men and yell their choice. All involved have abused their liberty to licentiousness. None of them are free, including the viewers. The proper response, it seems to me, is to restrict. God, I cannot scroll down because there were some raunchy videos with no censoring on them that I cannot allow to be possibly on the channel. The proper response, it seems to me, is to restrict the choices of everyone involved, Lily Phillips, the men, and the audience, not to restrict their freedom, but to acknowledge that they presently are not free, and as an aid in their actually becoming free. So I don't know. It's interesting because it seems like his view of freedom is just fundamentally kind of different from where the culture's understanding of freedom has gone, you know. And I've kind of talked about this sort of change in the way we understand freedom. He's put it in here with the difference between classical and I guess the modern day. But I don't know why he says the proper response, it seems to me, is to restrict the choices of everyone involved. Not to restrict their freedom, but to acknowledge that they presently are not free. I don't understand how he's going to restrict their choices. He's saying it's to restrict their choices, but then he says not to restrict their freedom. So it's like, how do you sell that? How do you sell that to the women, who can all vote, by the way, that I'm not actually, I want to restrict your choices because you don't have enough agency. You're not smart enough to make good choices for yourself, but I'm actually doing it so that you can become more free in this classical sense. Like, I don't think anybody is really going to buy that, but it seems like him trying to sell this sort of old school, basically he's like, he says he's not trying to take away freedoms, but it really sounds like he's trying to take away freedoms. Like, let me read it again in case I'm really not understanding it. The proper response, it seems to me, is to restrict the choices of everyone involved. Lily Phillips, this is an adult, by the way. The men, he didn't say boys. These are all adults, all 100 of them. Hopefully they were adults. And the audience, who ostensibly are over 18 or whatever the age is, and I don't know if she's in the UK or what, that are all consenting to this situation. She consented, the 100 guys consented, the audience is consenting. He wants to restrict their ability to do that. So that sounds like taking away freedom. You know what I mean? Which is kind of almost un-American at this point. You always hear the conservative side talking about freedom and liberty and all these kinds of things, but he's trying to couch it back or whatever, or put it in this box of classical freedom and say, we're going to give you a higher spiritual freedom that way. You know what I mean? But he's basically saying, like, you guys can't make good choices for yourself. They're all making her out to be the victim, even though she's come out and said, like, I enjoy what I do. So it's just kind of weird, actually becoming free. You know what I mean? Let me just scroll down. Nope. See, I don't even want to show that. Okay, yeah. Rolo had put up a tweet and he said she literally just put this up a couple hours ago. And what she put up was that I enjoy my job. And this is after the 100 gentleman affair, if you would call it that, basically. So it's kind of crazy. I look at that whole thing and I'm like, she comes out of the, I'll try to find the clip. I just got to be careful because there's so many strange things. But she comes out and she's just like, she literally just got out of being with the 100 guys. And it looks like she's trying to catch her breath and she's hungry. And she's just like, oh, I don't know. You know, it was like robotic, I guess. Like, I forgot most of their faces. I can only remember like 10 of them. And all the tradcons are like, oh my God, see, that's her being abused. She's a victim. But really, I'm just like, nah, she's got like post-nut clarity. You know what I mean? And she's just like, whatever. Like, I just need to go home and sleep or something. And so all this kind of stuff happened. I don't know. Maybe we'll react to the documentary on here like next week or something. Real quick, let me just go in. Oh, shoot. Hey, Caesar, welcome in, man. Big shout out to you. I got to go back in the chat. There's some folks in here. I just want to read your super chat. I resent Michael Knowles. He's tries so hard to act like the smartest kid in the class. Yeah, I mean, I definitely get a little bit of that here. I mean, when you watch a show, the Daily Wire kind of does this where they play that sort of like highbrow Victorian sort of, I don't even know if it's Elizabethan or what, but that kind of like classical music, you know what I mean? At the intros of all their shows, it's just like, we are, we're not the vulgar mob over here. We're the high cutting edge of intellectualism, and they kind of present themselves to be that way, I guess. So, I mean, I can see a little bit what you're saying here. It does come off as a little bit of like, look at all these things I read. And I'm probably guilty of that myself too, but I see what you mean. Yeah, this freedom argument just wasn't making sense. That's the only reason I brought it up, because it's just like, how are you going to say we want to restrict their choices, but that's not taking away their freedom? Like, how are you going to, unless there's a religious revival, it's going to be a tough sell. You know what I mean? Real quick, Klaus says, so he's arguing Lily is too stupid to make the decision. Exactly. That's what he's saying, basically. He's literally saying that she's like a child. She's like a child or an addict who doesn't have any reasoning. She's taking away all agency. And that's what the thing. Now, at least he's doing it for the guys, because a lot of the feminists came out and like, these guys are all predators and all this kind of thing. But I just don't agree with it that much. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. It still sounds like he's taking away freedom, So he's arguing Lily is too stupid to make the decision to sleep with 100 men, and she had her mom involved. I mean, gosh, why I don't see any argument for that. Yeah, I don't either. Tradcons, Robert, hey, yo, welcome in, Robert. The best, man. Robert says Tradcons are just as unaware of reality as wokesters. Yeah, and this is one of those kinds of tweets that prove that. You know what I mean? He's kind of bought in with the whole Nala affair at this point. So, I mean, maybe for him to walk it back on this, it might make it a little, I don't know. At this point, I think the kind of religious crowd, no matter, like, they want to find the most degenerate people and they want to celebrate them, because if they can get them to turn over or kind of become part of the team, into the flock, so to speak, that to them is like, it's proof to them of like their religion. So they're, I don't know if you call it an ego aspect, but they're incentivized to do that. And I don't know if they can not do that. I don't really know, but it seems like if this was like 500 years ago, things might have been a little different. He's assuming that culture will create those restrictions. I don't think he's suggesting a law. Maybe you're right. I just don't know how else they restrict those things. I mean, culture can create those restrictions. I can see there being shame for it. But Robert, our entire culture has become about outrage culture. Shaming has become slaved to do the opposite of what it was supposed to do. Shaming used to stop stuff because there was the real weight of the law behind it. You know what I mean? You don't do these things and we're going to shame you. And behind that is a threat of force from the law, you can say. But that law isn't there. And she made this video because she wanted to be shamed. They played right into her hand. And the culture of shaming it has only enabled her further. So I do believe that when he says restrict their choices, I think he means like outlawing it, actually. I could see where you're coming from, but I think he actually means it. She's clearly doing it for clout and money. Yeah, exactly. And the shaming translates into clout. It's how Trump won the first time. So he would like to forbid actions like that. I think so. Yenui Ojiak says she ain't no victim. She knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah, I mean, and her mom was there. Robert, sir, thank you so much for the support. You are now Sir Robert on this channel. Here's 20. There is a difference between cultural enforcement and legal enforcement. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, there definitely is. I just don't know if I'm convinced that Michael Knowles here meant cultural. And it's like, I feel like these guys have been talking about cultural for a while, and it just seems to have not gotten better. You know what I mean? Like all the shaming from the alpha male gurus and who was the Ben Shapiros and the Matt Walshes and the Michael Knowles and the Andrew Clavins and all this. I don't know if it's working or not. I do believe that there is such a thing as cultural enforcement and all that stuff. It's a tough thing, and it's a tough argument, because some would say, well, you can make these laws, but if culturally that's not what people want, the laws are going to be meaningless. It'll either be interpreted into some BS, or they'll make amendments to the law that pretty much neuter that law. So yes, I get that if the culture doesn't back it up, then the law might not help either. So I mean, yeah, there's an argument to be made that for sure the culture has to change first as well. So I get that, but man, they have not been doing a good job of that. I heard that because it's always like, I've heard Rolo ask this. He'll say like, "What's your plan?" I think he asked that on the Tim Pool. What was it called? Timcast. It was that other show that was catering to the Russians that I think they're not doing, the Culture Wars or something. It was when Rolo, we might have reacted to it on this channel. Rolo had a discussion with that TradCon guy, and he's like, "So what's your plan?" You know what I mean? Which is like, what actionable thing are you going to do other than preaching that's going to get these people to stop doing that? Like, how are you going to stop Lily Phillips from doing this? You can't legally even do that. You can shame her, and all it's done is made her the talk of the digital square, and her OnlyFans has probably had the best month it's ever had at this point, you know? Whew, how do you get a sip of coffee? I feel like I ain't even breathing with all this Lily Phillips talk. This must have been how she felt when she was on like number 75. Then she came out of there and everybody was like, man, they're abusing her. That'd be like me consciously doing a stream, and because I did the stream for this long and I'm having fun doing it and I want to do it, I blame my audience for like abusing me because I streamed for 4 hours because I wanted to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I'm just addicted to streaming at this point. I'm not free. I need to be restricted from streaming. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to put it to a metaphor here. Mr. Pitt says, I heard that she is still committed to doing the 1,000 man event. Not sure if that's true. It is true. It is true. That's what I heard also. And she put up a tweet today that says she loves her job. So I think it's to combat all this kind of stuff. So that's going down. I don't even know how that's physically possible at this point. 1,000 people in 24 hours. It's like to prove a point. And there's such an imagery here. There's such a metaphor. If you look at the symbology of this, I'm not telling you to go to her OnlyFans and look at it. I just mean if you imagine it kind of for a bit. If we play with these symbols here, it's like, it really is kind of what the situation of most men is in society. Peter Wright, who wrote this book, and he commented in here earlier, called Peter Wright and Paul Elam wrote this. He calls it sexual feudalism, and that's really what it is. It's like 100 peasants, and then there's one like noble person, and these people out here, like, it's crazy. They would be on camera for that, but it's like, it's that dry out there. It's that bad. Like, I mean, the loneliness epidemic, it's just at such a like fever pitch that like that's a thing. You know, maybe they paid them for it. I don't know if they paid them for it. I don't think, I can believe that they weren't paid for it and they all just went on there. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you're right, Mr. Pitt. I think that is still going down. So we'll probably hear about that. Without real consequences, shaming is useless. I definitely agree to that. That's just what it's. I mean, I feel like this story really just proves that point. It really does, right? I mean, she's going from 100 to 1,000 at this point, you know. Yenui says, I want to just call you Ojiak. She's only going to double down. Let her do it. We should be having a conversation on the 1,000 men who are broken enough to do this and risk STDs. Yeah. I mean, I know they use condoms and stuff, but the truth is like condoms don't stop everything. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, that is just, it's highly risky. It's highly risky. Yeah, I mean, either they're not thinking about that or it's just so bad. I don't even know. Like, Caesar says, not only that, Michael is a Catholic, and saints, theologian like Thomas Aquinas and Augustine condemned prostitution as a sin, but thought it should be tolerated as a necessary evil. You know, that's kind of interesting that you say that, because I was just thinking, I was like, if anything, I was just thinking, like, if anything, this would be an argument almost to legalize it. I guess you can say it almost is, but not formally. I wonder if it was legal, if those 100 guys would show up to be on camera for this. And if the answer is still yes, then man, that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad right there. That's interesting. I think you mentioned that to me though before about him as a tolerating it. It's like and I think you're kind of right. I wouldn't be surprised if they really said that, because when you think of like even the most harshest societies that would condemn that, that stuff still exists and they can't get rid of it. Like no matter what they do, it's almost like homelessness. Like homelessness exists to some degree, almost in like, I think in like every civilization. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, it's just kind of there, I guess. Where do I sign up for the 2,000 man event? Well, I'm sure after the 1,000 man, the 2,000 man's not going to be too far away. Hey, at this point, it'd be a great networking event. I mean, if you could think of it, you should go there and sell like cold water or something. Like people are going to need it. Like you should go there and sell like boudoir masks. You know what I mean? Like those, what are they? Those like those little eye things to try to hide yourself. I can't even imagine the smell of the room. Oh God. Yeah. You know, that brings up an important point. The real question, the real person who needs to be interviewed is the cameraman. How much did they pay the camera guy to do this? Because man, it must have been like pretty bad in there. It must have been like the BO. I mean, it must have been like being with a bunch of farm animals. I mean, farm animals might not even be that bad. A bunch of guys in the room. It's all musty and all the fluids going around. And this camera guy's got to be all up in the action. I mean, he's got to be like right there to get the shot. I hope that guy made a good chunk of cash. He definitely needed it. I mean, if anybody should be asked about trauma, it's that guy. Marcus Gray, hey, welcome in, Marcus. Appreciate you being in here, man. Shout out to you. Marcus says women do what they want and can get away with. Tradcons and the left waste time trying to convince them that they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of have to do that. I don't know. They have to do that. And it's like, you know, the religious institution is no longer has the power it once did. It's getting pushed out by the secular state. So it's like, I don't know. It's like they're almost kind of in this thing, and it's like they have to say that she's abused. Like they have to provide this pathway for her. They have to sell it in this manner. I don't think they have any other power to do it any other way at this point without losing these kinds of people probably from going to their congregation or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I'll be right back. I just realized I don't have a bottle of water and I'm talking a lot. I'm back. I forgot I'm going to need this thing. I feel like I might be going on another 4-hour stint here. We still got to look at the comments, by the way. I can call you Yenu. Perfect. Thank you for that. But yeah, it's just funny because it's like, you know, they'll get mad at a red pillar for saying women are like treat them like children or whatever. Not that, you know, some of these people that say that, and then you almost have their side kind of doing the same thing. They're treating them like toddlers that don't have the agency to do this and treating them with kid gloves. It's really weird. You can call me Yenu. Perfect. Thank you, Yenu. Mr. Pitt says, if you pay close attention to the rationale for her disappointment with the 100-man trial run, much of it centered around her thinking she wasn't living up to each guy's expectation. You know what? I remember that from the video. Damn, it almost makes me want to find it. It's just so raunchy. I mean, not that part. It's her. It's fully clothed. It's nothing like that. It's her afterwards. It's like part of like an interview, like right after. Let me just see if I have it saved. There's just so many wild things in my bookmark. Okay, here it is. I just got to be careful because I don't trust Twitter. Oh, crap. What is that? Alt? Oh, son of a bitch. Here it is. Let me just scroll down. Okay, I can scroll down a bit. I just got to make sure because I saw some not so... is this it?
I'm not leaving with that. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's before. Damn it. My bad, guys. I'm just trying to find the bookmark of like right when she got out of there. I mean, this woman knows how to take over the internet. She's one hell of a marketer. Damn, maybe I didn't save it. Oh, OnlyFans. There's some video game news.
You know, like that's what I think.
No, that's Russell Brand. Russell Brand had to weigh in. He's totally giving her the the hell with it. If any of you guys could find the clip where it's like she just got out of there and then they're asking her like her opinion. Oh crap, here it is. Okay, I found it. Give me a second. Alt. Let me open that up. Let's make sure there's nothing dangerous. All right, hell yeah. All right, let's just watch it real quick because I know what you're talking about,
like,
Mr. Pitt.
30th, you know, like I think sometimes like feeling so
There's here. Okay, sounds like she's got a little bit of a cold coming in.
like robotic. Like by I think like the 30th, you know, like when we're getting on a bit, I've got like a routine of like how we're gonna do this, and like it just sometimes you'd like disassociate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal. So
see, I mean, they're hearing that and they're just like, oh my God, she's so sad. You know what I mean? And like, she's the victim. I'm not really getting that from her.
In my head right now, I can think of like 5, 6 guys, 10 guys that I remember. And that's it.
She seems excited about it. Like she's proud to discuss this. You know what I mean? I think a lot of it is people who have whatever their conceptions about, you know, sex and these kinds of things are, whatever their ideas are, they're projecting it onto her and they're like, look how sad she is. She must be a victim. I think they're not actually listening to her.
But it's just, I don't know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like if I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100, you know?
I mean, okay, so if you wouldn't have known, so it's like, how is she going to be traumatized from doing 100? She's like, if I didn't have the video, it's like, she doesn't even remember doing this. Damn, I mean, I'm thinking of a Nietzsche quote where he says a truly strong person, actually, it's not just about forgiving. It's about, if you can actually forget the thing, that's what makes you strong. I mean, she's already forgotten 95 of them already. 90 of them.
But yeah, I think that was kind of the hard part, is like conversing with them and like.
Okay, this is what Mr. Pitt's talking about. Real quick, Mr. Pitt says, if you pay close attention to the rationale for her disappointment with the 100-man trial run, much of it centered around her thinking she wasn't living up to each guy's expectation. So let's see here.
Like when they'd kind of be like, oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so the expectation was set by her. So she's like, all right, everybody's going to have 5 minutes, get in here. And then like, it was like 2 or 3 minutes. So, you know, I guess it just wasn't enough for them. And that's the part, maybe she feels bad about leading him on or whatever.
And obviously it just makes it feel so bad.
Do you think?
See, and it's like, you know, whether that's what she really feels like or she's just pandering, you know, maybe there's a lot of pissed subscribers that didn't get to do what they wanted to do. And she's like, just keep paying. You're going to get another chance with the 1,000 man thing.
You should feel bad about that.
Does she really feel bad? I mean, she wants to do 1,000 guys next. So that's going to go from like, I don't know how many minutes to.
I guess when you've promised something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to.
Yeah.
See, I mean, this sounds like a bunch of BS. This is all like, oh, this is me trying to act like I'm all about the fans and I want you guys to keep paying me. It just sounds like a bunch of like BS.
Let them down.
But it's up to you, right? Like when you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is very different from like what tradcons are saying and like, oh, all these predators and she's just coming out of her abused and all this. I'm not getting that from this.
Have you even processed, do you think, what's happened?
Not yet. God, I won't forget this day, Jesus.
Oh man, that probably got the tradcons going right there. Just kind of her mentioning that, you know, they're like, oh, see, she's sad and this.
God, I won't forget this day, Jesus.
When I decided,
it doesn't. I'm not getting that she's.
I decided to start making this documentary, I wasn't too sure of what to expect.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And then here, just right under this. Oh, God. Oh, I was on a different one. But she posted up a tweet saying that, you know, she likes her job and all that stuff. Let me just get out of Twitter. I don't trust Twitter. They need to do a better job of censoring things on Twitter. Hey, Steve. Welcome in, man. Appreciate you being here. 1,000 men, is 5,500 inches of Wiener Schnitzel. That is the length of 1.5 football fields, not including the back and forth yardage. Yeah, that is a lot of that's a lot. Yeah, I appreciate you doing the math for us there. I'm impressed that she didn't hurt too much. Downstairs afterwards, I've had women walking bow-legged after just a half hour. Shout out. Shout out to you, Robert. I'll even give you one of these. Oh man. This is Robert here after a half hour with the ladies. Another 4-hour stream. I'd say we watch another It's Complicated live stream, or not live stream, excuse me. Hey, that was a happy accident. Maybe we'll be getting live streams from It's Complicated one of these days. But there's some other videos that he did that are pretty new. You know what? We'll go in there and choose. We'll go in there and choose one. How about that? And then there is some other stuff I can kind of go in on after that. Elena says, "Hey Steve, long time no see." Yenu says, "We're gonna have Lily Phillips copycats, unfortunately, and it's gonna be even more messed up. Society does not condemn this behavior. Feminists celebrate it. Twitter is a bubble. Yeah, it's really weird, and every which way, whether they celebrate it or even if they condemn it, it all goes down into it just being the men's fault, right? And it's like it's almost like if you're a woman and you want to be seen as having agency and being able to make your own decisions and all this kind of stuff, there's probably a part of them that it makes them hate, the conservatives or men in general more because they're like, see, they don't even think we can think for ourselves, I feel like there's a red pillar out there just saying, well, that's female nature. That's just female nature. You know what I mean? She doesn't have agency, anything. She's just trapped and a slave to her evolutionary biology. Yeah, Twitter is a bubble. That's true. That's very true. Let's check out the comments for this video. Going back, man, that was a big aside. So this one's pinned here. These religious conservatives are just as bad, sometimes worse, than the progressive left. That's true. I mean, there's a lot of enabling coming in. I saw a really good comment. It was a tweet, and it was under one of these, the Indian guy who took leave here and called it quits. Someone said that, oh God, I saved it too. He said that the right is gynocentric and that the left is misandrist. Or like, which I believe is true. You know what I mean? It's like the progressive left just hates men. And the conservatives are like gynocentric to a fault. You know what I mean? You might even be able to say some of them hate men also. But, you get the outright misandry coming out of the progressive left. You might even be able to argue there's misandry coming from the alpha male hypermasculine gurus. But they're both gynocentric. You know what I mean? And conservatives can be like so gynocentric that they could see this woman advertised for 100 guys. Her mom's involved and all this stuff and be so gynocentric that they can't assign her any blame, Let's see there's 30 replies here. Let me just see some of this. That book, Ad Religious Book here, is their sword and their shield. And this is, I feel like there's an issue of interpretation. You know what I mean? And depending on how you live your life, and I won't even lie, I'm one of those guys, I'll read religious books and I'll understand it how I want to understand it. I do acknowledge that presents a problem if you want to have a unified community that believes in the same thing, right? Then there should probably be an official interpretation, or there should be a right and a wrong way, or to whose ideas get kind of bubble up to the top about how you're going to interpret a specific verse. But it seems like when it comes to sword and shield, there's a lot of people taking verses and saying, well, it means this, it means that. And, not a lot of people even probably look at this stuff to know like what it really means. There's so much just crap out there. And this is why I get annoyed when some make this topic political. Of all the ways this type of behavior skews, politically is not one of them. Just ask them if they were virgins until marriage and you'll see the hypocrisy. Yeah, I could see that. When did they talk about or claim to be religious? Guess I missed that part. Half of these women sounded like liberals to me. Some of them did talk about kind of growing up in that home. I don't know if they said religious or not, but that's bad, but they're definitely not just as bad. Okay. Always the same thing with modern women. Rules for thee, but not for me. That lady did say it. My money is my money. Your money's our money. Real quick, let me just catch up on the chat real quick. I see some action here. Robert says it's the gangbang champion is that star chick. Back in the early 2000s, this isn't anything new. I agree with you. I don't know who that is. I guess what you're saying is that there was more, somebody did this before and it was more than 100, I guess. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, way back in those early days, they had stuff like this. So it's not new, but what I think the difference is back then they can say that like the studio is exploiting them. The men own the company. It's the men that forced her to do this. You know what I mean? They take advantage of them. But there's a problem with this one, Robert, and it's that this woman owns her own OnlyFans, and her mom is her manager, which is another woman. So it's literally woman owned, and they still made the decision to do this. So they have to find a way to still make it men's fault, because it's not obviously like, it was so clearly women that organized this and that did this. The only other, guy that was part of the production team was probably that camera guy and the documentary dude. But they don't own it. So I feel like they're having to work overtime on this to say, how do we pin this on men when women are given the choice, they're given the agency, they're given the ownership, and they decided to do the same thing. You know what I mean? Robert, sure, but it was an underground thing and generally shunned. Now it's kind of mainstream, unfortunately, by virtue of the internet growth. That's true too. This is probably the kind of thing that you would see, past the beads of the video store, and you'd go past there, and then there was that section, and kids couldn't see it. You know what I mean? And you could choose to go back there if you wanted, but it wasn't all up in your face like that. Now, every single person that you follow, even for issues that have nothing to do with this, is talking about it and retweeting things and putting things, and it's all up in everybody's faces. Robert says, honestly, I honestly don't think it's any more mainstream. The network for spreading the news is just larger. Perhaps what mainstream is nowadays is just a completely new beast altogether. It's hyperstream. In the 2000s, I read a stat that said only about 50% of people use the internet. Now it's close to 94%. Yeah, that's true. You can like not use social media, but it is kind of tough to not use the internet at all. Man, I use the internet so much throughout the day. True, my point exactly. So yeah, that's an interesting discussion there. Let's just read a couple more comments, and then we'll decide on which episode to watch next. Asking a woman what a real man is like asking a goldfish to explain calculus. Modern women, I want all of the privilege of traditional women with none of the responsibility, and I want a man with traditional values to provide and protect who expects nothing in return. That's pretty much it. Being a man equals doing stuff for women. Okay, then I'm no man, and okay with that. I didn't notice any wedding rings on their fingers. I wonder why. I didn't notice that either. I assumed some of them were married, but dang, I didn't even remember to look. Yo, Arthur, hey man, welcome in, bro. Appreciate seeing you, man. Glad to see you in here again. Hey, real quick, while I got 16 viewers, not a big deal. And if Twitch isn't your thing, don't worry about it. But I got this new game, and it's called it's called Kingdom Come Deliverance, and it's all about medieval. Like, it's super immersive. It's kind of like Far Cry, and I streamed it on Twitch, so I'm going to be streaming myself playing that game probably tomorrow around the same time. It's a really cool game, and like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of a medieval nerd when it comes to that. Yeah, so if anybody's interested, the gaming stuff will be there. I don't want to put it on YouTube because I feel like it'll just mix things up. What always makes me laugh about women who complain about paying half, cooking and cleaning is you're doing it anyway. Yeah, this is the truth also. Now you get a man and can have some help, but instead you want him to do everything while you stay at home. LOL, okay, exactly. This is where they need to buy their way into that, by the way. That woman with the pink hat was saying utter garbage every time she spoke. She was like the funny one. I don't know if she was trolling. You can tell she has a God complex. The double standards. I don't understand why they think it's weird for a woman to contribute to the household. Most men cannot support an entire family just on their own nowadays. It's complicated. It says, because tradcons will label those women masculine, hypocrites. Yeah, so I think we've seen a good amount of the comments. Let's just check out some of the other videos. We'll decide on the second one. We're just hitting the 2-hour mark here, so we got business. Okay, so we just watched What Is a Real Man. Damn, we got some. Speaking of medieval, we got simping and chivalry. We did red pill is blue pill. Gender war looks pretty good. I kind of want to do this one. You know what? I'm going to put a poll in, and then I'm going to bring up a Reddit thread about the Indian people talking about dowry. I was going to make a separate video on that, but the heck with it. Let's make a poll. Start a poll. Should we watch Gender Wars or Simping and Chivalry? Yeah. Add option. Gender Wars. Dun, dun, dun. Chevalier. Shrimping and chivalry. I don't even know if I can say the S word on here. You know how they do. I give it like 5 minutes. Okay. Not even 5 minutes. It's probably going to be gender war. I'll tell you, I'm leaning towards gender war. It just sounds kind of fun to me. Let's see. Sound effects. 4B Reddit thread. The Indian video. Oh, India dowry thread. This is kind of off topic. I just want to talk about it just for the heck of it. Because I found it, you know. Because, of course, I spend a lot of my time during the week just Googling stuff about dowry and all this kind of thing. So this is on r/India. LOL shrimping. I don't know if I can type that in. You know what I mean? And I don't want to, like, cause YouTube trouble. Just in time for Kingdom Come 2. For your information, their devs were taking shots at woke garbage like Dragon Age Veilguard. You know what's crazy about that, Yenu? So the only reason I discovered the game was because I saw a trailer for the second one. And I watched the trailer and I was like, there's no BS about this game. Like, this game is like truly a period piece. Like, it's historically accurate. It really seemed that way. And then so I realized it was the second one and it's not out yet. So what I did was I looked up the first one and it was 80% off. This is a big deal to me. And I got it for like $8.99 on Steam. And I played it for like a good 3 hours. And it was there's just no BS. Like, you're just like a blacksmith's son. And, you know, like the story's really good. Like, I really actually want to play the game again, which really does not happen often to me. Especially nowadays. A lot of newer games are not cracking. And this game's only 2 years old. So, like, the story's really good. I haven't seen any, like, woke stuff in it. It's pretty realistic game. Shrimping. Yeah. That's good that the devs are kind of realistic about it. It's like, you got a game that's taking in, like, I don't even know what year it is. It's in, like, what's now the Czech Republic, I think. And it's just, you know, like, you don't need to like make this thing modern. Like, I want to play a game that makes me feel like I'm in medieval times. You know what I mean? So, anyways, while we're waiting, 80% says shrimping and chivalry so far. I'll wait. I hope I didn't. Did I watch? I hope I didn't react to that one already. I don't know why. It's kind of tripping me out. I hope I didn't. If I did, then, well, if you guys don't remember it, then I probably didn't. Why is dowry still largely prevalent in many parts of India? This is from r/India. It's a pretty big subreddit, 2.5 million people. Probably going to be mostly the, the literati over there that speak English and that, are going to find this. I just thought it was interesting. It says, even after it being labeled as a social evil, it still exists. Technically, dowry is outlawed over there. In many parts of India, the amount of dowry a woman's family gives is directly proportional to the wealth and education of the family she marries into. That's exactly how it should be. If you're not doing that, then guess what? You're lying to yourself about what class you're in, and you should marry into your class. It should be proportional. And if you're not doing that, you're coming from a place of bottom. In many cases, if dowry is not provided, the marriage pool becomes dreadfully smaller, as it should. And this would actually solve kind of the issue right now, because these guys that are, The real issue with the dating market is there's these guys at the top that are enabling all this, and we haven't been able to pin them down. The dowry pins them down because what it does is it makes it a rational choice for them to engage in a monogamous, you know, I was going to say affair, it just sounds so bad. In a monogamous contract, I guess you could say, with one woman. And it becomes rational because they're offering a marriage transaction, a dowry with that. That's like, you're stupid if you don't take this. And what that does is it takes those guys off the market. And then it leaves everybody else that are playing this game of musical chairs to figure it out amongst themselves instead of this guy being here and with this person, with that person, with this person, with that person. So yes, it does make the dating pool smaller. But this is in the sense of class, which is like, yeah, it makes sense. You should be marrying who's in your class. Why should it be everybody if you're not offering the same amount of value? And the other problem is like, what women will get married to a football player, or they'll get married to a normal guy, and they will do like the same amount of work, you know, quote unquote, right? Let's say, you know, cook, clean, or whatever. And they will say that them doing that is equal to half of whatever a multi-million-dollar athlete is making, or half of whatever the guy making $80,000 a year is making. So there's this weird, there isn't this actual like classification of what that value is worth, truly speaking. It's like, well, it's worth this sometimes, it's worth that sometimes, all based off just whatever the guy's making. This kind of corrects for that. But isn't it better to consider people with similar frameworks of mind for something as important as marriage anyway? So this is all kind of the BS right here. How can any self-respecting Indian man be okay with being bought? And how can any self-respecting Indian woman be okay with receiving large sums of money in order to marry? Why do people still find this a need today? Her edit is, yes, as many of you have been so kind to point out, the man is the one who is being bought, technically speaking, because the woman herself isn't enough to be given away. She apparently needs to be given away with money, or else she won't be accepted. If you're marrying up, if you want to stay in that class, then yes, you should be coming with something, and it only makes sense. Now in here, there's a bunch of feminist responses. Do you have a Steam Deck? Nah, I don't got a Steam Deck, man. I just play it on the computer. Greed and knowing that neither the families will be punished for practicing dowry. Some people, even educated people I know, defend dowry by claiming it's just part of the culture and society. It's disgusting, really. It's interesting seeing this because I know that since they're removing this from their society, they're about to get hit with all the same host of problems we have over here. Like marriage over there is about to go down. The birth rate's probably going to go down, and all the other stuff's going to go down. I had same kind of discussion about this. My friend told It's Culture and Stuffs. My point was, isn't it like mocking the family of the groom? Like, you won't be able to lead a good life with what you're earning. So here is some money and stuff because you can't probably be able to get it anyway. They're saying this in a mocking tone, but it's just like realistic. It's like, why should that guy have to pay everything? He shouldn't have to do that. And for most of history, you know, they didn't do that. And it's only fair. It's like, it really is only fair. But to them, they're kind of living in this sort of like media thing of like the man providing everything and paying. It makes you a man. They've been caught hostage by this sort of more recent Western understanding of protect and provide, and how that's been packaged by feminism and resold to men in order to kind of enslave them. So it's kind of over now. You know, these guys are done by it. We're going to see the effects of this. When this topic came, I told my mom and dad that I won't ask for dowry. So this guy is Sir Simpius Maximus over here. They gave me this funny answer. His parents were like, what? Dad and mom, boy, they will think you have some disability. That's why you're refusing dowry. That's actually very funny right there. They're like, the other people's parents are the ones who are going to think you're crazy for not doing it. I'm like, what the F? Happened with my brother. We didn't take any money. Instead gave some for his wife's parents so that they could do a wedding a bit grand. Girl refuses to consummate after marriage. It's been 7 months. People now saying that's something wrong with guy's family. That's why they didn't take the dowry and the girl ran away. That's hecka funny. So basically, this guy decided to simp. He didn't want to take the dowry. And then the girl was like, this guy's not even a real man. Didn't even want to sleep with him. And now everybody's like, that's what you get. No one even talks about how the girl is verbally abusive. Damn this society. I'm going to read a couple more of these. Believe me, most of the cases, it's the guy getting married, not taking any stand against it. He leaves this matter to parents, and they ask for it thinking it's normal. I can't say about the mentality of others, but at least an educated working guy should show some spine and openly stand against dowry. So this is the shaming. If Indian men don't take the dowry, my opinion, they're really shooting themselves in the foot. F this, so there's some more feminist stuff. F this logic and anyone who says they aren't able to stop it from happening. I took a firm ass stance and did not receive anything in dowry. This is Sir Simpius Maximus right here. We divided the wedding expenses as well. Oh man, yes, people were unhappy, especially my wife's mother. Isn't it funny? This guy refused the dowry and it was his wife's mother who would be paying the dowry, her and the husband, that were upset about it. But I don't have to answer her. I have to answer myself for the rest of my life. So anyways, yeah, that's just kind of a funny thing right there. I might make a video on that whole affair. Caesar Quintana says, but what about all the unpaid mental and emotional labor women take on? Yeah, exactly. And then they don't even do any of that. That sort of mental and emotional labor stuff is the biggest scam. The guy is really the one also doing the mental and emotional labor. You know, especially if it's like a romantic love thing, and all that stuff is just is draining. Looks like we got 71% for simping and chivalry. So that's what we're going to be moving in with. We're going to be doing simping and chivalry. That's totally okay. Democracy has spoken here.
Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest.
Man run everything.
All right. So, okay, yeah, I don't think I did this one. I didn't do this one. That's good. Yeah. I think this is actually pretty relevant. It fits the medieval style, and we're also talking about, you know, the simping or the shrimping. Shrimping kind of works too. Maybe I'll just say that. But anyways, let's move in. This is so funny.
How did chivalry go from being about medieval battle etiquette to serving women through courtship?
Men trying to get laid.
You know, it's funny too. Men trying to get laid. And we also have, this is from Peter Wright and Paul Elam. We got the book on chivalry right here. I still got to do something for my second copy of Red Pill Psychology, which was so generously gifted to me from Peter Wright. I got to do something, some kind of raffle or something to send it to one of you guys.
Do you think we have a simping problem in this country, and if so, why?
There's definitely a simping problem in this country. Some people might call it a problem. Some people might be capitalizing off of it. It depends on your views.
There definitely is a simp epidemic going on, you know. Now, you know, the point of Red Pill and MGTOW and stuff like that was to be able to sort of stop the simp safety net, so that women wouldn't be able to take advantage of that, you know. But there is still a lot of simping going on out there. I would like to think that a lot of guys are wise to it and are kind of losing patience with that. But, you know, it's just kind of seeming that way.
Do you believe that chivalry is dead and feminism killed it?
I don't think that I think feminism is just the equality of both the sexes. No, but yes, I do think it is dead.
Feminism,
it's like
I think, is misunderstood in that it's women being treated equally. And I guess in a way that would destroy the traditional idea of chivalry, in that instead of the man doing everything for the woman, they should do things for each other.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because it's like you know, women want to kind of walk into a quote unquote man's role. The question in itself almost shows that chivalry and traditional manly things are actually not the same thing. And it's because women want to take on what men have done, like working and all this stuff, but they don't want to do any of the sort of chivalric stuff that men have done, like come in here and do stuff for the other side. They just, you know, they want the power, they want the money.
It just seems fair.
You know, before
a woman wouldn't ask for it. A man would just do that, and that shows that he's a gentleman. Now, women are demanding these things. Like, you got to take me out, you got to pay for the whole bill.
That means that I have all the power, and anything that I want, the dude has to do before he can get what I got going on here.
The funny thing is, this doesn't even work because it's like, you know, what you end up seeing is that only some of the guys have to do that, and they get completely taken advantage of. But then other people don't got to do anything, and they get that. And that sort of mishmash and that sort of confusion that comes out from that, especially when women get exposed for not being consistent on who they give what to, is what makes this whole thing fall apart.
If you don't, you're not getting no ass. Like, and it's like, it shouldn't be an agreement like that.
Men are typically expected to approach women, ask them out, pick them up, pay for dates, make the first move. What part of the current dating process isn't chivalry?
I'm not sure who expects those things, because everyone I know, the women I know, they expect to pay 50-50 when they go out with someone new.
I mean, if he's here in the U.S. and, you know, if he dates in the U.S., I don't know. In most of my dating experiences, most of them expected me to pay, and like only a very few of them made it a point or wanted to do 50-50.
And yeah, chivalry isn't really a one-sided thing.
I just think that's just what you have to do as a man. Me as a woman, I'm not going to go up to no man and try to take a man out on a date.
How can chivalry be dead when simping is alive and well?
I don't believe that simping is alive and well.
Robert says, our species is doomed. Hey, have you seen all those drones over there in New Jersey? The alien invasion is upon us, possibly. Or some really secret dark tech. That guy never gets laid. Oh, man. Well, I hope things turn around for that guy if that's true.
I think it's a part of the etiquette standards that we were raised with, that we don't really know the origins.
What's the difference between simping and chivalry?
I feel like the difference between chivalry is that a man is being a man and he's catering to like his woman and like trying to like get a girl, and I feel like simping is kind of just like they're super desperate.
The difference between simping and chivalry.
I guess, well, I mean, like the worst of simping is no reciprocation. That was some of the questions in the other one. But, you know, a lot of guys that are chivalrous or do chivalrous actions, it's definitely sold in the case of like not supposed to be expecting anything in return or this kind of stuff.
Chivalry is manners. Chivalry is how well you were raised to be mannerable towards people and people of the opposite sex. I think simping is where you get taken advantage of because of that very reason.
And then chivalry is also like the pedestalization of the woman. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that might be reducing it too much, but putting the man in a subservient role to the woman through romantic chivalry and serving her and doing these grand gestures for the woman and making her out to be kind of like a goddess or this pure angel thing. That's kind of how you get like Michael Knowles looking at this sort of 100-guy affair here and taking away agency or just saying she's not really free. You know, she's trapped by the bonds of ignorance, that, you know, all this kind of stuff, whatever. You know what I mean? And that same pedestalization does carry over into more recent style of simping. So you can kind of say it's born out of the same thing.
If men are taught to give women preferential treatment and women are taught to expect preferential treatment, how is that not simping?
Because there's a difference, there's a role between a woman and there's a role between a man, and I still believe in the traditional like 1960s, like the woman stays home and with the kids.
1960s, come on, man. You are out here in the middle of Vegas right now, but whatever, okay.
And the man provides.
What does feminine chivalry look like?
Feminine chivalry looks like she'll take you out on a date sometimes. Or
feminine chivalry. I mean, I guess if there was going to be a counterpart, like in the sense of like, okay, I kind of look at like, okay, if like the female version of chivalry, if the man is going to be like, you know, put his jacket over the puddle for her and he's going to walk on the side of the road. So, you know, when the wagons come by or the cars come by, the splashes of water hit him instead of her. And he's going to make sure she's okay and, you know, make sure she's warm and not cold out there. But for me, it's like outside of the house, you know, like, and then inside of the house. Like I got, you know, a cup of coffee right here. And if I finished my cup of coffee, like we're inside of the house. Now it's like her job to be like, oh, would you like another cup of coffee, or would you like some tea instead? You know, do you want a shoulder rub or something like that? Let me get that out of here for you. And then go wash the dishes or something. I think that's some kind of like feminine chivalry. You know, are you hungry? Do you need anything? Just like that kind of stuff. Like now we're inside the house and the house is safe. Now it's your turn to start doing something in return instead of nothing. But you know, people are so deep down the romantic chivalry thing that they don't even expect that. Yenu says, if equality is part of the equation, women should be chivalrous towards men, but they won't be because it doesn't benefit them. Yeah, and this goes into them not being willing to get with the man that makes less money than them. You know what I mean? So it's like, at least like, you know, for like marriage and stuff. And some of them you can say we'll do that, but a lot of them will, you know, not want to do that and find someone that's making more, because once they're making more, then they don't want to use it in the same way that it's expected of men to use it. My money is my money. Your money's our money. This guy is a joker. Wonder if you mean the guy in the actual like jester costume. Robert says, my smoking chicks have to get out of the way so I can open the door for them. They know I'm disappointed when I can't get the door for them. Smoking chicks. Yeah, no, she has a nose ring. No way she believes in the 1960 aesthetic. Yeah, exactly. I'm not really buying that. 1960 aesthetic. I just don't know if you'd be out that late by yourself. Robert says feminine chivalry would be cooking and having, having the old coitus, even if not wanted. Yeah, because they're catering to you. They're catering to your needs, basically, in a way that makes it like very comfortable for you. It benefits them, and Elena says it benefits them in the long term, but they don't see it. They bought into the feminist BS. Very much true. We go outside and smoke together. That sounds pretty chill, man. Glad you got some buddies for that.
She's bringing things to the table.
Shout out to the old smoking friends.
She might not take out the trash. You out on a date sometimes. Or she's bringing things to the table. She might not take out the trash, but she might cook you a meal.
There you go.
And I think
pick up your empty cup of coffee.
That goes hand in hand. Like, we need more than that. Should be 50-50.
How do modern women typically respond if you ask them to make you a sandwich?
Modern women,
Make you a sandwich. That's the perfect one right there.
some women will tell you to go do it yourself,
Exactly.
or I'm not your mom.
It's so crazy. I like it when women will shame men and be like, why are you looking for mom? Or he's a man child that wants his mom. But then on the other hand, they'll be like, oh, they want you to be daddy. They like the whole daddy thing. You know what I mean? It's like, so you're looking for dad. And then if the guy wants any kind of nurturing, and this is supposed to be part of the deal, like the emotional labor, the nurturing, the women are supposed to sell themselves on that. But then the minute you say you want that, oh, well, you're just looking for a mom, this and that. It's like, it's really weird.
They would go on about how you're misogynist.
Man, I kind of want a sandwich now. Elena says they usually prefer to be harlots rather than married. Well, yeah, well, they definitely want their cake and eat it too. So they want to do that first, and then they want to turn around and get married. Caesar, thank you so much for the donation. Big shout out to you, man. Thank you so much. I like what you said a few streams back. Something like that what TradCons believe to be traditional is cosplay traditionalism. Yeah, exactly. And I do remember mentioning that. It really is true. It's just like this fantasized version of it, and it's not even the real deal. You know what I mean? It's just this sort of keeping up appearances look. And then when you get to the brass tacks and you look at it, it's not the case at all. And the guy just kind of gets his mane cut off and dead bedroom and all that kind of stuff. Elena says, well, they say they want an emotionally available man. Oh God. Yeah, that's red flag number one. But they don't want to serve a man a sandwich. Exactly. It's like the craziest thing, like there's just no effort at all coming from that side of it. It's the mask they wear. Yeah. And it's like, if they do that for you, then they make it seem like the biggest deal, and then they're going to get pouty. And then they want like the one sandwich that they finally make you probably doesn't even taste that good. I'd rather just make my own sandwich. But it's just like, then they want, it's like the biggest deal. Look, everybody, I made him a sandwich. Oh my God, acknowledge me. You know what I mean? Let's just talk about how great I am because I made this sandwich.
And how you're abusive and all that stuff.
Even if women did cook and clean, which they already do for themselves anyway.
That's a great point. I think someone in here in the chat said that earlier. I think it might have been Klaus.
Why would that be a fair trade for the sacrifices men are expected to make?
Traditionalism.
Traditionalism.
I think it's unfair to
which could mean anything nowadays. I'll just make sure I got that.
Just use the example of cooking and cleaning because women do a lot more. If you're a wife or, a mother, there's a lot to do within that. So
I don't think it's a fair trade.
A lot to do within that. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I'm a superhero.
There's always going to be more pressure on the man to provide, to keep his job, to basically hold the world on his shoulders. It's not a fair trade at all. It never will be.
You know what? Shout out to her for saying that. Thank you. I appreciate that. It has not been a fair trade for a while.
Why would women appreciate the sacrifices men make if men are going to continue making those sacrifices regardless?
Exactly. That is
an expectation. That's a great point.
A great one right there.
I think that women are never going to appreciate it the same way that it has ever been appreciated, simply because now they're being conditioned to believe that they're entitled to it simply because they're a woman.
You know what? God bless her. I mean, she probably has like brothers in her family or something where she's seen some of this happen. Robert says women do a lot more. That's a red flag. Yeah, anybody who says that, it's like, it's weird. None of it should even really be, I think, even be discussed in that kind of manner. That's already bad.
You see, and that goes back into the simping. Some guys like they're not even man enough to be like to have their own I don't want to say confidence, but at least respect for yourself. For if a woman turns you down, you go to the next one. The thing about these simps is that they would let a woman disrespect them and still give her money and still try to, play the game with her. And I'm like, yeah, you're not even a man to me at that point.
Why is a man expected to proudly give away his assets in the hopes that a woman will reciprocate?
Because it's common throughout nature for the males to give trinkets to the females in order to get what they want.
That's an interesting thing. I mean, I don't know if that's really true, maybe for like some species, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess it really depends what species you look at. Like maybe some bird species probably, but I think there's a lot of other species that's not really the case.
So how can men complain about simping at the same time we're telling men they have a masculine duty to protect and provide for women?
There's a thin line. There's a thin line between being a man and simping. And when we blur that line, we're now confused about what a man is.
Why do men have a masculine duty to serve women, but women don't have a feminine duty to serve men?
I think it has a lot
It's a good question.
to do with our upbringing and the media and television. You're supposed to do everything for a woman.
You know what's crazy? It's just like, even if you do all that stuff and then she does whatever they're selling themselves on, they will come out later and say like they're oppressed, they're abused and all that kind of stuff. It was unfair. I wasn't able to do this and I wasn't able to do that. A lot of times too, it'll be the women that pressured you into doing that. Like, where's this going? Don't you want to settle down? What are you looking for? And it's all about trying to get in that position. And then when they do it for a bit, then they're mad at you for some reason when they asked you to do that to begin with.
In order to gain her love or trust.
How is that not simping if it doesn't go both ways?
It is simping. It definitely is simping. It doesn't go both ways. That's right. Yeah.
I think it is simping. I think people need to wake up, and I think chivalry needs to die if it's not reciprocated.
How can relationships...
That's true. He's the living embodiment of the clown emoji. Yeah. I mean, I love this kind of stuff. I think this is really cool. Like, Renaissance fairs seem cool. I don't care. I'd totally go there and watch the guys in their armor and the knights and do the thing, I like the realism of it. And that game I'm playing is totally about this.
Ever be 50-50 if the man is always the one who's expected to sacrifice himself for the woman and serve her with chivalry?
That is a misleading question because the man isn't always expected to give up everything for the woman. My relationships have always been 50-50 and have been happy.
I hope that's the case. That'd be good if that's the case. I know some folks, I think Coach, someone who says like 50-50 doesn't exist. There's different ideas on that. 50-50 is an interesting conversation. More seriously, it's because they can have the taxpayers take care of them. Yeah, there's that huge safety net. It's funny that you say that. It's not even like the individual simps. It's the sort of collective governmental simping at this point. So there's a whole governmental apparatus that's kind of like the king simp, government daddy, if you will. So they have that leverage on the other side to be able to rely on some of that stuff, and maybe that makes the guys more prone to the simpage. You know what I mean? Why stick around with someone you argue with when you can get on welfare? Yeah, that's a great point. And then welfare is one thing, but then likely take the kids because, the guy's at work. So she's been spending most of the time with the kids, and then go to child support and just instantly be able to get child support and, all that kind of stuff. So
If men admit women will never be happy, why are men bound to please them?
Because that's what society tells them to do. Because now, with the new age of feminism, it's all about entitlement, in my opinion.
If chivalry is supposed to go both ways, why are we always shaming the men to give more and not women?
It's just that double.
The minute, it's like if you put that shame on women, it's going to be considered abuse. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just anything that you say, well, you should be doing this. It's like, you're forcing them and all this kind of stuff.
Well, standard.
It could come down to biology.
Here we go. We're in the nature argument. Forget about nurture. Forget about being brought up with a specific way to live in society and expectations. It's just we're all slaves to our natural instincts.
That there are a lot of things that socially men are expected to do, carry heavy things, get the door, whatever. Women don't have that stigma yet, which is a positive that I'm not expected to do that. But, in the sense that...
Positive for her. I get it.
I don't have to, and if I do, I get extra points.
There you go.
But...
Hey, good for her. Good for her. Right. She's being honest.
I think it stems from men have always been expected to do that. So if they don't, they're rude. Women have never been expected to do it. So if they don't do it, they're just another woman.
Why do men want to protect and provide by nature, but women don't want to cook and clean by nature?
See, that's a good question, because if it's part of your nature, then it's like, why do you need to be compelled to do it? Like, shouldn't you just do it naturally? Forget about 50 years ago.
I feel like it just depends on the woman, because where I come from, like my family, that's naturally how we are. The men protect us and we cater to our men.
Women by nature want to nurture. It's in their biology, but that doesn't necessarily mean cooking and cleaning. When we were cave people, we didn't naturally want to clean our houses or our homes or our caves.
See, they just say nurturing, but it's like, I can understand if like men protection, women nurturing, but then the providing thing should be split in the middle, because they'll be like protect and provide. But protect and the provide thing needs to go. Like we need to deconstruct the provide thing here, and get that a little bit pushed towards their side. That's why I like the soft guy stuff.
So the biological need to protect that a man has, as back then a hunter, is still in the biology, and the biological expectation that women have as a nurturer is still in there. It's just defined differently by once we started buying houses, somebody had to clean them.
Robert says, don't marry that chick. Jeez. Once we started buying houses, somebody had to clean them. I don't know exactly what she means. Like, I think any dwelling space you would have been in would have needed to be cleaned and organized. You know what I mean? Regardless of if it's a house you're buying. Klaus says, I'll use the feminism argument. Providing is not the nature. And the entitlement of women for getting provided is just a social contract we should deconstruct. I agree with you there. I think that's true. And it's like women have been expected to work way back then, whether if it was on the fields or doing this or doing that. And again, most of the stuff that they are quote unquote expected to do now has been made a hell of a lot easier for them.
If chivalry did not exist, how would women define a gentleman or a real man?
I just feel like we put so many.
Robert says she's saying she wants to live in a cave. Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? Like even before even before like urbanization, like I'm sure, you know what I mean? I mean, if you're human.
Expectations on the way like our men should act.
I think a real man is
expectations on how men should act, I think is what she said. That's still a kind of cultural thing.
It's not a fair term.
Because like a traditional man, like a gentleman, they open the door, they're respectful, they're kind, they're not like very pushy on like their partners, like they're just
like pushy about what? Does pushy mean just stuff he wants, or pushy in the sense of stopping you from doing something that's not either of yours best interest? What does he mean? What does she mean pushy?
Respectful.
A man is,
and it's like, can't you like tell someone not to do something or stand up for yourself in a respectful way? Because what they'll say, the minute you stand up for yourself, do something, they're going to be like, you're being rude and disrespectful. It's like, no, I'm just standing up for myself and telling you what I think. You know?
Whatever he happens to be. And if you're not being who you are, then there's no point in being in a relationship anyway. So,
is chivalry a choice or an expectation?
I think it's a choice. If you're not who she wants in the way you act, then she should find someone else.
I mean, I think that kind of means that it's an expectation coming from her end. It's your choice to feed into that or not. That's the important thing. Why do feminists always make statements like they're questions? Well, I guess, we were talking about masculinity being direct and femininity being indirect. It's just this kind of indirect sort of, they used to call it, I think, plausible deniability. Maybe in a way of like just not having to directly say something or stand on it. You know what I mean?
It's definitely an expectation in this country. And unfortunately, if you're not up on that game, then you don't have a choice.
Does a man's behavior change after a woman finally gives him sex? And if so, how?
It does. A man becomes less interested after he does get sex. I would say a man that was only interested in sex will become less interested after he gets sex.
I wonder if that would be there if it was more, if there was less of that, like, oh, you got to do this. Like if she's transacting it, and then when the guy gets it, he's like, all right, I got that. You know what I mean? Or whatever, once you hit it a few times and then it's like, whatever, you know what I mean? But if there's a more kind of fair thing between them, I wonder if, maybe that wouldn't be the case. There wouldn't be this massive change in behavior. But if you're going to go out there and you're going to expect all these things and then like they play the game, they're basically overpaying for it. They're doing all this extra stuff. They're not able to be their authentic selves because they don't want that. So they're going to sit here and play the game. They're going to go through the rigmarole. And then when they finally get it, they're going to be like, all right, I'm done doing all this extra clown level stuff. Let me take off the clown suit. And, I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe it just wasn't as good as he thought it was going to be. You know what I mean? And whatever. But then after that, then so be it. But if they came at each other a little bit differently and all these other expectations weren't on it so much, then afterwards, they can be who they are before and after.
So isn't chivalry all about getting laid? And if so, how is that not simping?
I don't believe that chivalry is all about getting laid. In this culture, I feel like that's kind of how most people are now, just because sex is something that's just given around like for free or paid for now, versus in the old days, that was something that was very intimate and like very close with your partner. And
it's funny. She's talking about like, that's romantic love, or that's how romantic love was sold. I don't know. I wonder, like, because I think there's a difference in intimacy, or at least what it qualifies as the intimacy or what they're selling it with romantic love. And there's probably some kind of intimacy prior to that, but maybe it was just different. You know what I mean? I think she's talking more like romantic love, chivalry. Clown Guy's definitely a male feminist. LL, all this talk about sex as a transaction, giving and getting. Yeah, it's right there in the language. These are 100% loveless relationships. They will all fall apart before they even begin. You know, I was reading a paper on romantic love and the history of it. And there was a quote in there, and this was talking about like early 1900s, and it was even kind of like a thing where it was like an accepted thing that like marriage was. Let me see if I can find it. Marriage was the death of romantic love, basically. God, I got so many papers. Oh my God. Down with love, men and romantic love, pinpointing a 20th century change. Oh damn it! I gotta log in again. All of this just to find one paragraph, but you know, it's worth it. All right. Come on, load faster. Let me just see if I can find it real quick. I don't want to put this on the screen because it's a bunch of text. Transformation, Esquire, Men in Love. Familial love was also promoted. Oh, crap. I can't remember where it was. This is why you got to have things ready prior. Marriage as opposed to courtship raises problem as well. Oh, here we go. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is the exact one. It says, thus, men's Civil War letters, though private, tended to emphasize a stoic, public-like imagery, with scant place for romantic outpourings and with frequent references to the need for women to join men in greeting grief with restraint. Marriage as opposed to courtship raises problems as well, for men and women alike might note how passion cooled or even soured once the excitement of courting had ended. To be sure, earlier ideals were still reflected in laments for the replacement of real love with mere affection. It is not clear, however, that many men managed to make love a central emotional expression for more than a period in their young adulthood. There's another part in there that basically talks about marriage just being sort of the death of that. And it's kind of the case today with all the dead.
I just and for free.
All about getting laid, and if so, how is that not simping?
I don't believe that chivalry is all about getting laid. In this culture, I feel like that's kind of how most people are now, just because sex is something that's just given around like for free or paid for now, versus in the old days that was something that was very intimate and like very close with your partner. And I just feel like it should be back to the old days and not.
Robert says, I'm picturing Shah in a clown suit picking up women. That would be an interesting challenge. I'd walk up to him and be like, I heard you're looking for a funny guy. You know what I mean? Hey, baby, squirts her in face with the trick flower thing. Oh, yeah. God, those are the best. Somebody like throws a pie in my face from like off screen.
Simping anymore.
If men have to earn sex, are men forced to simp to get their needs met?
Yeah, basically.
Can you explain that? What do you mean?
Gosh, she outright said it.
I think it depends on the woman, because some women will give it to a man that doesn't do that stuff for them, but
okay.
A lot of women wouldn't give it up if the guy doesn't treat them like a woman, and you know.
It's almost like a 1%, 99% split here between like Chad Tyrone versus like Beta Billy, you know what I mean?
Be a gentleman and stuff, so.
What's the difference between being
basically like, oh, there's like some guys like that she would for sure do that for, but most of the guys she runs into, like she then goes into transaction mode. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, how am I gonna transact this, you know?
Chivalrous gentleman and being a simp?
A chivalrous gentleman does things for someone because...
I feel like he's still kind of talking in his Renaissance accent. A chivalrous gentleman, hear ye, doth give it the romantic love his all.
They care about the person and want to be nice. A simp is...
cares about the person and wants to be nice. So he actually wants to be nice versus being nice in hopes of getting something.
Actually, not a very nice term. And doesn't really have a very clear definition anyway.
What does it mean when people say that it's a man's world?
I believe they're referring to the patriarchy.
A man's world as in men created everything around us.
They're basically saying like men have all the opportunity and privilege. And so being born a man, whether you're a rich man or a poor man, Just the fact that like being a man means you're given these unfair advantages over them and that they're oppressed. So they can't even live out here and express themselves in the world because they're in a man's world and they're just living in slavery and all that kind of stuff. Robert says, I think it's funny that he goes back and forth between beautiful women and then this soy boy in a jester hat. I mean, it's very symbolic. Yenna says, we have to talk about women using sex as a weapon. I've talked to women where men use sex as a weapon and they just as frustrated and one step away from cheating. Men can play that game, but usually don't. Yeah, that's true. To me, I think a lot of the dynamics on both sides can work. It's about the power differential and who likes who, so to speak. You know, that sort of love being one person's the lover and the other one's the beloved. That can happen on both sides of it. And, it's definitely true. Like the sort of ex who goes crazy is an archetype for a reason. Like the guy pulls back from her and she's stuck on him and she only wants him. And, and then that's when she ends up losing her mind and doing all this kind of stuff. It can work both ways. I think that's 100% true.
The workers, we're the ones that lay down the pavement. We're the ones that build the buildings.
They mean that men run everything and that it's just up to the man to make all the decisions, but it's not necessarily true. If you're a strong woman and you make your own choices and you're independent, you can do anything a man can.
It's funny too, because then most women will say, we want guys that know what they want. We don't want to think about where to go eat. We want you to make the decisions. It's just really funny, like when there's like those mixed signals like that.
How is it a man's world when men are bound to serve women through chivalry while women can do what they want?
Yeah, I believe that that's a thing of now.
Women are definitely enabled to do what they want.
New age, especially with feminism and things like that, society, social media.
You can go out there, advertise for 100 guys to come in and give you the business, make a bunch of money off of it, celebrate it, and still be given a safety net of being looked at as the victim.
Platforms like OnlyFans where it's normal to just being, if you're a woman, you're entitled to men's money and men's attention and never give them anything in return.
You could say that, but you can also say that women are bound to serve men. So
how so?
You can, being put together, making sandwiches, cleaning the house, doing all those typical roles.
Opening the door, giving up your seat, pulling out a chair, pumping her gas, ladies first.
See, that's the opposite what she's saying.
How is that not a public demonstration of men's inferior status to women?
I don't think it's an inferior status because you're not necessarily like submitting yourself to them. I think it's just
kind of, I don't know. It seems that way. Robert Spencer says she definitely looks like she's all about designing and building bridges. The eyelashes probably help.
A matter of putting an effort into that woman to make sure they feel good.
If we live in a patriarchy, why would men put chivalry upon themselves, placing them at a lower status to women?
It's not by choice.
It's a choice because if a man does want a woman, he would choose to do that. And if he doesn't do it, then he probably wouldn't get the woman.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you can say the way they see most, like 80% of guys. But then, earlier she said there's the guy that doesn't have to do any of that.
It's about these origins that we're not taught and we don't understand where they came from.
That's just a manly thing to do.
Oh yeah, that's the cowboy guy.
And to be a gentleman.
Who defines that? Who says that that's what the man is supposed to do?
I don't know. My dad.
And my dad, but he's gone, so I don't know where it came from.
We don't understand the history of why we do these things, and we just do them because it's a cultural standard.
That really is true. I mean, that's why I enjoy digging into the history so much, because it's fascinating to find like kind of what the timeline is, how it happened, what factors caused it to be that way.
How did chivalry go from being about medieval battle etiquette to serving women through courtship?
That's a good one. That's tough. I mean, you just got to look at the times, how the times are changing. Back then, you're talking about like way back. Like back then, I guess, the lifespan was like a lot shorter too. So,
what's interesting about the lifespan thing is that like if lifespan was pretty short and the average marriage was way shorter, like people didn't expect to be living together with someone for as long as, ostensibly you would now if you're married for your whole lives. Another thing about, like, one thing I think about for how maybe it went from battle etiquette to romantic chivalry, This change kind of occurs as things become more sophisticated, and through industrialization, I think played a factor, because the way war was fought probably changed, especially once the gun was invented, and now a common guy could just shoot a nobleman with the rifle. You know what I mean? And battle etiquette probably changed, and a lot of that just, probably just kind of lived on through romantic chivalry and that way, and it just kind of moved in, as like maybe one possible factor. Let's see. That black woman is way too pretty to interview for this. She probably dates rich football players. I could probably be like it kind of reminds me of like Kevin Samuels, where kind of just the normal woman is expecting some sort of high value guy or whatever. Yenuk Ojiak, kudos to that Hispanic woman. There is some good in this world. Yeah, she's been pretty straightforward about it and honest. I think she understands. Oh, what's her number? 8679309.
People were only living to like 30, 40, something like that. When chivalry like started, where this stuff came from, where the word comes from. Yeah,
I mean, are you aware that the original term simp came from chivalrous white knight simp?
Man, I'll watch videos about people trying on armor all day.
Chivalrous white knight.
I think there's a Renaissance fair not too far from where I live. One of these days I'll go there.
Simp?
Really? I did not know that. I thought simping was like a cool new.
I think white knight and simping are a similar thing, because that's what they would call it. Like I think Coach calls it like the simp enforcer. That's also the white knight. People who will just kind of throw everything down for my lady and they get nothing in return because they're conditioned that way.
Wage term that kids made up.
And lastly, if we live in a patriarchy, why would men put chivalry upon themselves, placing them at a lower status to women?
I don't think that they place themselves in a lower status to women, but I don't know. If I were a man, I'd want a woman in my life, and if that's the way to get her, I'm gonna do simple things.
I mean, hell, just going down on one knee is the placing yourself below.
Things like that. So.
Simple.
You got me there. You got me there.
Robert says Folsom is pretty cool. Yeah, I heard there's one in Folsom. I've never been there, but it'd be pretty cool to go check out some stuff. Maybe buy some wares, have a horn of ale, a pitcher of mead, so to speak. My lady tilts fedora. Check out some comments. We're hitting 3 hours, a little shy of that. I might have something else we could look at here. We do have that other episode. We can do a 3 for 3 on this one if y'all are feeling like it. Lots of simps in the comments defending chivalry. This video certainly fleshed them out. Oh, dang. So there's probably some other interesting comments here. They have live jousting. I gotta see that. I watch a lot of videos. Like I watch the most random videos that probably like, if you were on top of a castle battlement, like what kind of, would a crossbow or a traditional bow work better? It's like probably something that might not ever happen. I want to go to the archery range so bad. That's why I've been watching those videos. It's been a long time since I shot my bow. Archery is really fun. If you guys never did it before, I would highly recommend everybody does it. It's good exercise too. Let's see what this says. His videos usually do, to be honest. Why complain about women's entitlement at the same time you're defending women's entitlement? That's very funny. Cannot think of a reason a secular atheist would get married. Marriage is a divine institution designed by God, not the state. And if you do not believe that, I am not sure why you would get married. However, it is morally right. Is at the heart of it, just like it is for every law we have. What should be done can only be measured by what is moral. That's a good question. Why atheists would get married? I think there's still a use for a contractual marriage. Now, I'm not talking about the laws because that's an abomination at this point. But some kind of agreed upon thing for a sustained monogamy is necessary, even if you're an atheist, if you live in a society that values private property. If you're an atheist and you're concerned about your private property and you're concerned about having children and about passing on that private property, and all these kinds of things, and the well-being of your children, which will probably be augmented by passing on the private property and the incomes that derive from such property. Then the whole spiritual institution thing, I get it. You know, yeah, there's a spiritual institution that maybe religion put into marriage and how certain religions view marriage, but there's also a very practical aspect to how marriage works in a society that values private property. If we all lived in a big communal hippie kumbaya, we live in a tribal thing, then yeah, we wouldn't really need to get married and have contracts between men and women. We could just be out here and not even care about whose kid is whose kid, because it's not like anybody owns the property. We all kind of own it together. And that's kind of how it was back then. You know what I mean? But then when someone fences something off and says, this is mine, then you have an intergenerational problem, which is a very practical issue. So an atheist who lives in a society like that would probably also care about marriage to some extent and how that's going to affect things. So it's not, you know, there's a very practical, real economic thing to this, and then there's a spiritual aspect. And these things are supposed to work together to make it, you know, make it work. Robert says, I got married twice as an atheist. It was a dumb idea both times. Well, you know, with the way they do marriage here with the law codes. And you know, it's funny too. I don't know. I mean, I think plenty of churches will encourage you to get the state marriage certificate. So it's like, why would churches encourage you sign the state marriage certificate if it's just a spiritual thing, if it's just like a covenant marriage to begin with? You know what I mean? I could have walked with so much more money last time. Oh, you mean in the sense like if you guys were together and did all the same stuff, but you didn't sign the marriage, the state marriage thing. Yeah, and I 100% agree with that. You know, I don't know the specifics or anything, but I bet that's the case. There's just a whole lot more that goes in, you know. This guy says, chivalry is simping. I have no interest in doing anything extra whatsoever to get a woman to engage in a shared activity. Equality is equality. Yep. Why overpay? I would say you can only be chivalrous to a woman you are not attracted to at all, like an old lady. That makes sense. You know what I mean? I could see that. You know, it's like, oh man, come on, let's help this person out. But yeah, if attraction and romance, you know, attraction's supposed to be grounded in that, then that doesn't make sense. It should be a separate thing. That's a terrible cope. No man in the world gets a woman by holding the door open or give up his seat in the bus for her. That always comes across as desperate. And that way of courtship didn't even work 100 years ago. That's true. We were just looking at the paper, and that paper talks about how after the romantic phase is over, it, you know, marriage is like the end of it. If it worked, everybody would do that. Simps have at least a very tiny chance of winning a woman, unlike the poor and miserable people who unironically believe in chivalry. So he's making a difference between that. This guy in the jester costume is an exact parody of himself. I came to make a comment saying similarly, he's the joke though. Dudes like him are what bring mankind down a notch each day. Robert, didn't you say our species is doomed? I thought the same about that clown. One of my favorite moments was 628. My relationships have always been 50-50 and have been happy. And it's funny, he's in a jester costume. Relationships plural and past tense. Oh, past tense. Obviously, they weren't happy if they ended, and when he said that, has always gone 50-50 on dates, makes me question if he ever went on dates. I think Robert said something questioning the man's claims as well. I simply don't care anymore. I'm a feminist now. Before I was passive in my own world. Now I will actively treat women like men. No questions asked. Jester Boy says he doesn't know any gals that expect men to pay for everything. Followed by every gal in the video saying they expect the guy. Yeah, that's a very good point. He could have just been honest and said he doesn't know any girls. Oh man, they're getting on that guy. White dude was using that Kamala Harris word salad. The parents are making a disservice to their sons by not telling them about how things really are. All right, yeah, so we got this. I think we should watch the third episode, guys. We're at 2 hours, 58 minutes. I think this will take us. If you guys are feeling it, how you guys feeling? Let me put another poll here. Third episode of It's Complicated channel. One of these days, we're going to have It's Complicated phone in. He's going to phone into the show. Maybe, if we're lucky and blessed. Third episode. Oh, I didn't even put a question mark. Damn it. Well, let's see. This other episode's called Gender War, which sounds, we got the 4B movement here and everything. So it sounds pretty like, part of it. I recommend trying to piss off HR. Women actually respect that. I think if not, you might just be fired. Well, Jester Guy had it coming. Yeah. That was a risk taken with some of that. We're at 67% for yes. I'll give it a couple minutes. I'm going to just get up and take a leak real quick. It's one thing I got to do. And then we'll be in the money-making zone here real soon. Man, that was amazing. Whew. Drink a lot of coffee. All right, we're back in the game. I think I'm good to go. Whew, man, I needed that. Klaus says, I had 3 run-ins with our HR this year alone. Damn, really? That sounds hella annoying, dude. And then they got to write everything down, and then they're interviewing you, and everything you say, they got to write it down and file it away so they can use it against you later, God forbid. Let me knock on some wood. But not yet fired, even though my boss was afraid of it happening. Dang, man. Klaus, I'm really hoping nothing like that happens to you, man. I don't want you to get, fired or anything. I want you to just be chilling. And if you do get fired, I hope you find like a really cool thing afterwards that's way tighter. You know what I mean? So, dang, that sounds kind of like you've been going through some stuff, man. Well, what do you do? If honesty is illegal, then be illegal. Yeah. I guess there's a debate to be had about that, Is there a time and place to be honest or not honest? But if one side gets to be all up in your face about something and then you can't say something back without like them, having some crocodile tears to get you in trouble, then that's BS. Yanu says, my solution to being called to HR is to identify as a trans woman. If they fire you, it will be discrimination. The cat stole his spatula. Let me see. End poll. Okay, we're at 75%. Or I'm going to try to gun this. And then I'm going to eat some spaghetti after this third episode. Man, spaghetti sounds really good right now. We're going to watch Gender War. Let's see. All right, here goes. This looks kind of good right here. Experiencing life alone, but that's 28 minutes, and it just came out 3 hours ago. Maybe if we go for the 5-hour special, we'll do that. Klaus says, The last one was not signing a DEI hire that didn't qualify. The boss HR dragon. We got a dragon that needs to be vanquished here. The boss HR dragon. God, I feel like this is a job for for AI. I want to see AI make a picture of an annoying HR lady that's a dragon. And it's like a dragon that has like those annoying glasses on and just like looks like a total HR lady. The boss HR dragon even came in person to interview me about it. What the heck? So you have to play it cool. You have to be like, no, it had nothing to do with what they were, who they were. It's just that their skills didn't qualify for the job, and it was going to be a net negative to the team. You got to make it all about the team, Klaus. You got to be like, well, you know, the way the team works and the team's needs was not going to be served by this particular candidate. Nothing to do with any inherent characteristics about their person, just more so about their meritorious qualities. Karen Dragon would be great. Yeah. Yeah, a Karen Dragon. I'll email it to you in a sec. Yeah, perfect, please. All right. Let's move in. Experiencing life alone. This looks good. But you know what's so new? We might not be able to experience the funness in the comment section. So maybe we'll save that for next week. Let me add that to my React vids folder here for a second. Save to playlist, React to vids. There we go. All right. Man, this is we got a triple whammy It's Complicated stream going on today.
I respect all women that are contributing in the 4B movement because that's something very powerful because sex is power.
There you go. Should I? Yeah, please. I would appreciate that. I could put it in my Discord after, and then I can bring it up. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Sounds good, man.
Do you believe there's a gender war, and if so, who's winning?
I don't believe there's a gender war, but if there was a team winning, I would believe it's women.
I like how she says that. Like, see, they know. They know.
Why?
Because women are powerful. Women are the sustainability of this country.
The sustainability of this country.
And Earth, honestly.
I think that we have
the whole planet, even. Not even just the country, but the entire planet needs women.
a lot more choices today. We have a lot more options.
You would not have the mountains in the distance. The snow-capped mountains would not exist. The vast oceans would not exist if it wasn't for modern women. You would not have the sprawling savanna or the mighty deserts or the, all of Siberia and the beautiful Mediterranean, without them.
Things are more in our favor.
Men.
Why?
Because men are doing better as women in women industry in general when it comes to sports, athletics, of course. And
Man, I don't even know what she's talking about. Is she talking about men that identify as women in the sports?
then you have like the fact that Caitlyn Jenner won the Best Woman award the first year she was a woman.
Men are always winning because they just think they're on top.
Because they think they win, but
So they're winning because they think they're winning, but they're not actually winning?
us women are truly
They're-
winning.
Okay.
Oh, definitely the women are winning because they have too much power in court.
I trust this guy, honestly. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they really do. I mean, child support and alimony and all that, none of it's fair.
Yeah, that, and I mean, you can get 100 guys over to you. I'm gonna put the HR Dragon guys in the Discord. Let me just put it in there. Man, I'm sorry for not responding to everything in the Discord. My bad, guys. Crap, let me bring up the Discord real quick. The Discord. Oh, man. All right, let me see. Come on, Discord. Move faster. All right, here we go. The tavern. There it is. All right, guys, here's the HR Dragon. HR department. Klaus, does this look like what you're dealing with? Does this look familiar, Klaus? Oh, man. Man, dragons are so freaking cool. I mean, except for HR dragons, but I love dragon mythology and all that kind of stuff. Oh, my God, look at that. Look, this is Klaus in the background at the computer. Here's the person that's called Klaus to be like, hey, why don't you hire this person? This is all the notes on Klaus right here. She wrote everything down. They're going to come back and be like, Klaus, but you said this in our last meeting, so what did you mean by that? Thank you, Robert. They all have nose rings now. Caitlyn Jenner winning Woman of the Year proves that men are actually better at being women than women. I love Chat GPT. Chat GPT. When the dragon says you're fired, it literally breathes exactly. Yeah. That's a good. Yeah, very true. They literally like burn you to a crisp. Hey, do you remember that movie Shrek? And there was like that dragon in there. I want to watch the original Shrek. That was a funny movie. She looks very mean. She does look very mean. Oh, you're talking about the person in the video? Where did you get that? Not even the glass. Even the glasses are spot on. Robert made that for us. Oh my God. Every HR person has these glasses and they're hella annoying. Oh my God. Oh God, they're annoying. Honestly, I've seen some HR people in my time. Robert says he had Chat GPT make that. +1 for Chat GPT. All right, let's move in here.
How is it a gender war when it's not all men and it's not all women?
Complicated question, but because we are equally seeing discrepancies on each side.
If it's a gender war, why are we only hearing one side?
Because mainstream media is helping to generate this fake wave.
I mean, seeing how the Tradcons respond to this Lily Phillips thing, you would believe that men are, if it's it's a gender war, and they definitely only care about the ladies' interests.
Do you think men and women are purposely being divided by society? And if so, what can we do to repair the damage?
Yes, I do think we're being divided from each other. Like men are made to hate women, women are made to hate, but we need to communicate for real.
Honestly, I feel like people are on social media too much, and I feel like that could really, if like social media wasn't such a prevalent thing in our lives, I think it could definitely like change the movement of like hate men, hate women type of thing.
Men have taken a really big turn in not being providers or, financially or mentally or emotionally for women as
okay. It's funny that like men are supposed to be mentally and emotional providers for women, but women have prided themselves on being so in tune with their emotions and helping men with their emotions. But yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, yeah, men are moving out of the provider role.
Supportive as they should be, and women are becoming the providers, and they're doing these things and stepping into more masculine energy. So you have like this kind of imbalance.
Are women providing? Are they really providing? I mean, perhaps by the end of the gender wars, or a significant battle in the gender war is going to be getting women to provide.
I think if maybe Trump wasn't in office, we could maybe repair the damage. Like,
he's not even in office right now, but you know what I mean. He won, but I mean Biden. You know what I'm saying. Speaking of Biden, has anybody heard from Biden? Is he still? Is he in there? You could stick a quarter between her teeth. She's like the change drawer in your Pinto.
if Obama was back,
Obama.
But I'm also Canadian.
I think
okay, she's trolling.
a lot of women I know are going off the perspective that Trump is bad, and they haven't actually looked up what is going on. He's not every state is going to ban abortion, and not every state.
He's been pretty clear on that. He's about it going back to states. He doesn't want it to be a federal thing. He wants states to decide on it.
Is going to stand, with that. You're still going to be able to have abortions. You're still going to be able to do the things that you want to do. Nothing's really going to be affected that much, but people.
It reminds me, I don't know if you guys saw the, let me see if I can put it on here. This might do a copyright issue. I don't know if you remember that Simpsons clip where it was both of the aliens running and they were pretending to be like presidents. And they were like, abortions for some, abortions for all Simpsons. Let me play this. Man, I don't know if you guys watched the Simpsons back in the day, but that was the best. 20 seconds, foolish earthlings. We'll do the 20-second special here. Okay.
Abortions for all. Very well. No abortions for anyone. Abortions for some, miniature American flags for others.
That's exactly what that is. It's just like, all right, some of you guys get abortions. Like, what the hell do you guys want to make you happy? You know, some of you guys get abortions. Obama worsened gender race relations. That was around the time, like 2014 was when, around there is when it really started going off the rails. The important question is as to whether you can throw your abortion at your ex-mother-in-law's house. Now that's real freedom, Robert.
Are dramatically like throwing themselves into this, oh, everything's going to change for us and everything's going to be done for. We got to relax and we got to just calm down and look at what everything that's really going on.
I would say just stop talking about it. Like it's like a thing like racism. I feel like the more you talk about it, the more it's going to exist. And I feel like it's the same thing with gender.
Who lies more, men or women, and why?
Women. I will be honest, because we want to hold back.
Shout out to her. Women will straight up lie on some stuff for sure. I mean, men lie too, but yeah, women for sure lie.
Certain things so we do not affect our men.
That's
the biggest cop out. It's like, oh, well, we're doing it to protect you.
Probably an equal standard. Men probably think women lie more, and women probably think men lie more because everyone's been hurt.
Yeah, I could give her that. You know, everyone's out here lying to everybody.
I think women lie better, men lie more.
I think
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with
women
that.
lie more. I think we're more sneaky.
Honestly,
Damn, she's got that truth serum in her right now.
way more sneaky. And honestly, if you go through a person's phone, you'll know. But I'm not a person to go.
Well, at least she's honest. Can we even really know now?
Go through somebody's phone.
Who cheats more, men or women, and why?
Women. And why is because we're not getting fulfilled at our homestead.
Oh, come on. Come on. So you're going to cheat then?
Oh, but everybody cheats because
Everybody
of
cheats.
a lack of what they do.
I guess, monogamy is not doing well right now. I don't know. Monogamy is literally, in the hospital right now waiting to get resuscitated.
Or don't have in a relationship, right? Like for men, it may be physical, but for women, it's more emotional. So if a woman cheats, I think it's a little bit more, kind of cuts it a little bit deeper because she thought about that shit.
Men cheat because they
Monogamy is on life support right now.
are sexually unfulfilled, and women cheat because they're emotionally unfulfilled.
I feel like it could be the opposite too. I mean, that's what they say, you know what I mean? But I'm sure there's some ladies out there not feeling sexually fulfilled, not even just emotionally. I mean, come on. And then you got the guys out here who do everything. They bend over backwards. They're trying to fix the dead bedroom. They're taking all the advice. They're doing it. It's not working. She's not aroused. She cheats on him anyways. I mean, come on, emotionally unfulfilled, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I think those sort of truisms need to be challenged at this point. I suggest celibacy and a polybuzz girlfriend. I'm not sure what a polybuzz is. Like a polyamorous relationship?
I think women cheat more because they're always looking for a bigger, better deal. They are always saying, I deserve better.
Who is held more accountable, men or women, and why?
I wonder what that older guy's been through. I feel like he's been through some stuff.
Men are held more accountable for what we do, but women are not held accountable for what they do enough.
I mean, we saw that Lily Phillips thing. We saw those tweets. You know what I mean? Definitely not.
Who is more sexist, men or women, and why?
Oh, definitely women as well. Sorry, women, I'm bashing, but I'm not.
AI.
These are true Fact.
Can you give an example? Like, why do you say that?
Because we always want them to be a certain way, follow a certain structure, or be a certain kind of way instead of being themselves.
I would say men, to be honest, because they don't want to see women in power, and that's just the truth.
Men, because they're misogynistic assholes.
Oh, come on. And you know, she feels confident in saying that. You know what I mean? That's the misandric culture.
Can you say something good about men?
Thank you.
They help create life.
Why is it more socially acceptable for women to hate men than it is for men to hate women?
Great question.
Because that's
There you go.
a good question.
Yep.
Can you say something good about men?
Oh, of course. Good dick.
She was just talking about emotional fulfillment.
Oh, wait
She's
a minute. Their strength?
She's funny.
I think if men are respectable, they're great human beings.
And if
The
they're
other one was like, how could you betray the sisterhood?
go get her, because some men are not as strong-willed. As long as they're strong-willed, their strength, and of course,
I mean, that last thing she mentioned is probably the most important thing for her.
Can you say something good about women?
I think that they are very beautiful creatures. I honestly love women. I like the intellect. It's the fact that they're kind of like not a straight line. Like men are kind of a straight line, simple, but women are kind of like
Direct.
this curved, like beautiful rhythm, I guess, you know?
Why is it more socially acceptable for women to hate men than it is for men to hate women?
I think because this country is built on misogyny, and honestly, the earth in general is built on misogyny. So women.
I mean, see, it's like, so are you mad at I don't even get it. Like, that myth needs to go. It doesn't even make sense. Nose ring, she needs to do something about her greasy skin. Her lizard tongue was about to show. She just disproved her sex theory. Yes, exactly.
Taking back their power, it makes a lot of sense,
Taking
and that's
back
why it's
their
more
power.
normalized in today's society.
Because girls are for the girls.
What that mean?
And I feel like there's a lot more girls on
Coach
the
Greg
social
Adams.
platforms than there are like men for men.
If it's acceptable for women to hate men, how are men and women ever supposed to get together?
That's a good question.
I think that it's the
If only if like men put themselves in the subservient role. You know what I mean? While she gets to have the side guy that gives her the good D that she was mentioning, you know.
How dare you?
Those are my new sound effects.
each their own. There are a lot of misandrists in the world, but at the end of the day, I feel like men and women, they do come together, and there shouldn't be a power inequality.
It's really, I think it's honestly all a toxic cycle, and I think we should really all try to get out of it. I feel like it's just.
I think it is a toxic cycle. We're definitely in a negative down spiral of toxicity. Simple. That's how I would describe most women. Did she seriously get an infinity symbol tattooed on her neck? Yeah, I think that was a tattoo.
Negative energy on the internet.
Why were feminists never considered a hate group, yet men merely fighting for their equal rights are?
Because it was women. Nobody really wants to hate on women. That's what women don't.
It's because of simping.
Understand, you know,
It's the
like
simping.
nobody's against you. We're actually here for you, but they feel like because of the things they've seen and the things that go on with social media that we're against them.
Haven't women expressed the most hate from the start?
Yeah, they're more emotional, so they would naturally express more hate.
Well, isn't it hateful for radical feminists to say things like, kill all men and drink male tears?
Glad he's bringing that up. Misandry needs to be called out a lot more, like just outright misandry, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we can do a lot of work of trying to kill that narrative and do something better with it.
Drink male tears and kill all men?
Sure, there's radical people on both sides. I think that they are also wrong. I think
And they
anybody
should be calling those people out.
that hate somebody to the point that they want to drink people's tears is wrong.
Would you assume a lonely old cat lady hates men and feels entitled to a relationship?
No, because I will be that old cat lady, and I would not hate men, and I don't feel whatever you said.
Didn't she just talk about how like she's saying she doesn't hate men, but she was just like, you know, the whole country's built on misogyny, and the entire world is built on misogyny, which, you know, it's about hate for women, but you know, come on. It's just like, how could you say that? It just doesn't, the math doesn't add up here.
So why would we assume lonely young men hate women and feel entitled to sex?
I don't think lonely young men hate women, but they do feel like they are deserving of sex when there's things that come before that.
I think women have evolved, and I think good for them, because we used to be clean the house, cook the food. We are equal to men, so what the hell?
And men are going to start changing.
What is the definition of misogyny?
Hating women.
What is the definition of misandry?
I have no idea.
Why have more people heard of misogyny than misandry?
Because this is what the country is built upon. That's what it is throughout historical, that women are always put last.
At least she accepts that she's going to be a cat lady. Yeah, you know, that's awareness. Oh, crap.
Why have more people heard of misogyny than misandry?
Because this is what the country is built upon. That's what it is throughout historical, that women are always put last and men are put first, when women really run the economy.
Doesn't chivalry place women first?
In some circumstances, yes, but I feel like it's still a power inequality, because men view themselves as top priority and they put their women, of course, in front of that, but they think that they hold all the power.
Do you think
they hold all the power? So is she saying that she actually has the power?
that misandry is as socially dangerous as misogyny, and if so, why?
Socially dangerous? No. Why? Honestly, I don't know. I've never heard of misandry until this moment.
I think they're both equally the same, but we pay attention to one
Yeah, see, that's right.
more than we do the other, and that's wrong in itself. Yeah.
Feminism claims to be about equality, but is often confused.
You know, and a lot of time men also will, if a guy points out misandry, it's a lot of times other men, kind of, you know, the simps, so to speak, the white knights will come out, and maybe it's like it's not even women's fault that misandry is not talked about. It's men's fault, because men are trapped in this "you're not masculine" if you don't want to, you know, bring it up sort of thing. Nose ring equals instant misandrist 100% of the time. Black guy spitting straight facts. Yeah, he is. He was right.
With man hating. How can feminists repair this misconception?
I feel like a true feminist doesn't hate on men, and a true feminist views men as equal to them. And I feel like that isn't something we got to repair. That's just something that's misconstructed in today's society.
Why aren't you able to talk about the needs and wants of men without automatically undermining the needs and wants of women? In other words, why does it have to be a zero-sum game?
Because I'm a woman and I'm not a man, so I do not know what men struggle with. I just know what women do, and women struggle a lot with men.
If you don't know what men struggle with, and you're not even concerned with it, like, how can you even truly say that, like, you're not equal to men, or that men oppress you? It's like you don't even actually know what men struggle with. Like, you don't even know the male experience, but you could so confidently say, you know, that you're being oppressed and all this kind of stuff.
In other words, why does one gender winning have to mean that the other gender is losing?
I wouldn't say that. I say that men and women can be equal, but in the society and the nation that we live in, men and women aren't equal. And that's further proven by wage gaps and how people view men versus women, where women are mostly put in compromising positions and undermined in a lot of scenarios, whereas men are placed at the top. But
see, it's because most of the men are just not even visible to them. Like, they don't even see them. It's invisible. Most of the men are placed at the top. Like, that doesn't even make sense, like, on a mathematical hierarchical level. Like, that doesn't even make sense as like the shape of a pyramid, or how are most of the guys at the top? You know, it's not really true. Just a few people are at the top, and that even includes women sometimes. But you know, they don't know the problems. They don't see the stuff most of the guys are dealing with.
that's not necessarily where credit is given. That's just the role that they're placed in.
Where credit is given. Geez, lady, do something about that greasy face. I want to see greasy face mud wrestle infinity neck glasses girl.
Is it possible to empower men without hurting women?
Absolutely.
Is it possible to empower women without hurting men?
Absolutely.
Why does one gender winning have to mean that the other gender is losing?
Because that's BS. Because we're supposed to win together.
How does giving men more rights seen as removing rights from women?
It's not, because if we uphold
See, that's the problem.
them, then it will gain us too as well.
How does
Yana says she's regurgitating what her liberal college professors taught her. Not once did she fact check things like the wage gap. Yeah, I mean that really is true. They've just been conditioned. The propaganda is just too strong.
Giving men more rights seen as removing rights from women?
Because men already have a lot more rights than women have.
Can you name any rights that men have that women don't?
Ooh.
Not off the top of my head. Things are more in our favor.
Oh my God.
I think men have always had a higher power, so a lot of women feel undermined by men since the beginning, always having the upper hand.
Since the beginning. See, that's such a it's just such a propaganda myth right there. It's just like it's ridiculous. People were like part of like families, you know what I mean? It wasn't even like that. It's just what was good for the survival of the family. I can see it now, them all squirming around yelling patriarchy as Nickelmouth throws pennies at them. It's almost like a gladiatorial game. The mud filling up every orifice.
Privileges does the average man have?
If there's a stadium of people watching them, Robert, there will be women who sign up for that.
Feel undermined by men since the beginning, always having the upper hand.
What privileges does the average man have?
I have no answer for you, honestly.
What is the 4B movement?
The 4B movement is basically, it originally started in Korea, I believe, and women aren't having sex with men, women aren't reproducing with men because of the economic structure of men being placed beforehand and men being top priority and women being viewed as less.
It's a way for women
Man, the propaganda is strong.
to stick it to the man, but in a more
Stick it to the man.
literal term. So we are taking the power back, refraining
Taking the power back.
from sex, not giving them what they want, and keeping our sanity in the process. It started in South Korea, and now it's moving across the globe after Trump got elected.
She knows all about it.
I respect all women that are contributing in the 4B movement because that's something very powerful because sex is power.
Why is sex typically the first thing that's withheld when women don't get what they want?
Because that's the forefront. That's what power is in the relationship.
What does that say about what women actually contribute to a relationship?
I say that doesn't say a lot about what women contribute because that is what's from a man's perspective, you know what I mean? Like that's what's top priority for a man. When a man introduces himself to a woman, that is always what's on the forefront of his mind. It's not always about who the person is inside. Of course there are men that are like that, but sex is always top priority to men, and I feel like women holding that back is respect for themselves, and that's creating more power in women's structure.
Isn't that the same thing as using sex as a weapon against men?
I wouldn't say it's using sex as a weapon, but it is. I mean, if you can't constrain yourself as a man and you feel like sex is a weapon, then I guess it would be considered a weapon in that case.
Why were feminists never considered a hate group, yet men merely fighting for their equal rights are?
Good question. Never looked at anything of that sort. And that's because once I said is they're trying to digress us to digress our men.
Yeah, it's sad too because it's like so many communities just fail because of this. The gender war has destroyed families in a sense. And I'm not sitting here like, oh, we got to have families or anything. I'm really not. It's just like looking back at the damage. Like so much damage has been wrought. It's done, man. It's just so bad. Really is bad. The 4B movement is the women who hate their own genes. It's like true misandry. There's a subreddit r/4B movement, and I've been looking at stuff there, and it's like they are. I'll pull up a thread after this if we got time, if we feel like it. I was gonna make a separate video. Maybe I'll still do it, but I found a thread on 4B movement that's just like it's just all of them getting mad about other women talking about their relationships. Because they'll be like, I'm in a great relationship. Like one woman will say that, and all the other 4B women are just pissed off that somebody brought up, their happy relationship or something. Oh gosh, power, you're just going extinct. These women were never having sex in the first place. And the fact is I saw a funny thing. It was about that healthcare CEO that, got assassinated. And they're like, this one guy who assassinated a CEO has managed to like bring the 4B movement down because all these women came out talking about how much they want that guy. She thinks these women were never having sex in the first place. That I get what you mean now. That is funny though, just in the sense of like, what else is new? She thinks all men want sex. They really broke her. That's true. Infinity Girl shoots a fireball from her fake glasses. I'm thinking about your toxic personality, not sex. The interviewer collapses, having been destroyed by her sex power.
In order for them to have control.
I feel like feminists aren't a hate group because feminism is women trying to get that equality in a man-powered world. And
he should ask her, like he asked the other lady, like, what rights do you not have right now, that would make you equal?
You said men what?
Men have a long line of history of hating women, and I think that it's really negatively affected women. And women can
Men have a long line of hating women. Damn.
hate men, but it's never super negatively affected men in the way that it has women.
I don't know. It's weird because
That's
men
the same lady that says she doesn't even understand what struggles men go through.
don't need that power. Men already have that power, so that's why it's not considered the same.
A lot of the issues that I bring up on this channel are often met with responses like, it goes both ways. If it does go both ways, why do women dominate the mainstream media when talking about women's issues, while men's issues are forced to remain online?
There you go.
I don't think men's issues are forced to be anything that women's issues aren't.
Men's issues are definitely important, but women's issues have been suppressed so long that I feel like women are really coming to the forefront.
We respect the women more. It's like everybody does, not even just men. Everybody respects the women more than the men because
the historical oppression that women believe that they need reparations for, and I believe that's why it's talked about more. And I feel like I said, men are more reserved and don't really want to talk about it.
Maybe because
They'll
women
get shamed if they talk about it because that's like opening it up emotionally, basically. And, if men say they're victims, then it's like they're going to get their man card taken away. Other men are going to come shame them. Andrew Tate's going to say you're childish and that being rich is the bare minimum.
and speak up more about their
And then simultaneously say he is the greatest men's rights activist in the world.
issues than men do. Maybe they feel like they can't because they might feel less than.
Do you think the problem is
There
that
you
men
go.
don't speak up, or do you think the problem is that men aren't heard when they do speak up?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think that they don't speak up.
like I said, men's feelings are made, are us expressing ourselves was made to
It's
be.
definitely both. I think it's not speaking up like genuinely and not being heard when it does happen.
Kind of silenced and not like brought about, or you weren't brought up to talk about your stuff as a man.
If we consider that the mainstream media, social media, TV, newspaper are all owned by powerful men, the real patriarchy of this world, who is giving women so much airtime and platform to challenge the patriarchy?
Men,
Why?
There you go.
because men like looking at women.
It's because the people on top can use that agenda to have more control over everybody by dividing us. The gender war helps serve them.
If it's not the government, it's the media. You got to think of the agenda. I mean, there's people say there's no agenda. Some people be like there's an agenda, but there is an agenda, or else your perspective wouldn't be what it is. So I just think they want to push these things because women will manipulate the men. That's why women will definitely get
There
the
you
men.
go. Yeah, see, and it's like they're using women as a tool to control men, and that's giving people at the top a lot more power.
To do whatever men want to do.
Yep. We'll check out the comments for that real quick. Let's just look at some comments here. Yannis says none of these women are desirable. I'm sorry. Sex isn't even the first thing on my mind. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad out there. It's their toxic personalities. Yeah, there is such a thing as like the women saying something that gives the men the ick. Like there's stuff that they can say that's like, you're just like, man, you know what? F this. Like, I'm out of here with that. No, thank you. I'm good. I don't even care. Like, maybe I would have, but it's like, you know what? Just no, thank you. I just don't like the grease on your face. I don't hate you or anything. Just buff some of that stuff off. You're giving me pimples. Biologically, quite frankly, men are meant to be more expendable. It's a, that I think that can be debated. It's ended up that way. It seems that, that's what people believe now. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Let's check out some of the comments for this. Oops, get this off. Male rights hardly get talked about, which is why you never hear the word misandry in mainstream media. People know who feminists are, but people hardly hear male rights activists. And, I mean, the real male rights activists like Paul Elam, a lot of those guys have been silenced. Whenever I see male struggles get talked about, it is always just saying how they are more and more alone and secluded and feminine. And it always seems to imply that men are just not trying in some way. And the solution seems like trying to motivate them to do better as opposed to the rest of the world, looking at men and seeing how they themselves mistreat men. I also dislike whenever Asmongold, he's like a big game streamer, makes reactions on it and just refers to guys as losers. That's very ironic. I think that guy lives in like a cockroach-infested room, but, he makes millions of dollars from whatever. But still, though, as if they are just social rejects and victims of their own poor choices, and I hardly see him talk about it in a sympathetic way. Men are indeed speaking up about our troubles, but we don't get any support or sympathy. I know this from my own experiences. It's a pretty good comment. See what this says. Asmongold is a heat sink. I stated this in other comments, but I got shadow banned. Making something out to be a bigger issue than it is will always make people think that it is a huge issue. Women's rights issues are exaggerated and talked about all the time, so people think they are a major issue. But people think that men's rights issues do not exist because it isn't talked about at all. This is not related to RP. The cover-up is a site-wide issue if saying something slightly controversial. Green Goblin, in spite of everything you've done for them, eventually they will hate you. Spider-Man 2002. It's a good movie. The patience of this man has to be studied. If I hear about the wage gap one more time, at some point, it's just random words coming out of their mouths. They have no idea what they're saying. That old guy hit the nail on the head every time. The counter questions, which they have no answer for, are so satisfying to watch. Sadly, seems like many girls shut their ears at that point. I have no idea how the interviewer does not go nuts doing these interviews. Man, we're at 3 hours and 40 minutes, but I kind of want to watch this Experiencing Life Alone video. It's kind of long, though, 28 minutes. And it might be kind of boring. Or we can look at the 4B Reddit thread. You know what? I'm going to do another poll. If you guys are down, it is getting late. Not that it matters, because it's Saturday. Let's see. Experiencing... Let's see, which video... Or which thing? Hell. Let's see, Reddit or video. I really should eat a bowl of spaghetti right now, but it's all good. Option, I'm going to put Reddit 4B. I don't know why polls are so like... Experiencing Life Alone video. It's a 28-minute video. We might have to skip through some of it. But, the guy's pretty... We watched one of his videos last time where he was keeping it real about the self-improvement masturbation thing. So, okay, well, we got a first vote for Experiencing Life Alone video. I kind of hope we do that one, too, even though it's long. I'll be all right. Let's see. Where did I leave at? Oh, Asmongold was dropped on his head as a child. I'm certain of it. I don't watch him enough to know, but I've seen him over the years. He's one of the bigger streamers, Man, I'm excited about playing that Kingdom Come game tomorrow. It's so freaking fun. You get to learn how to sword fight, and then it's you got to run around all these places. Yenu, Asmongold has excellent gaming takes, but everything else he bleeps on men and brings them down more often than not. That's crazy. I don't watch him enough. I never expected him to be that guy that would bring men down. I don't know. I thought he'd have a fair take just from some of the stuff I've seen about him, but I really don't watch him a lot. So who am I kidding? The longer the stream, the better. Oh man, Caesar, Kaiser, my good sir, Cesare. I really got to get that frame picture of Caesar in here somewhere. Sir Caesar Quintana. You shall be knighted. The long stream. All right, well, we're going for experiencing life alone here together. We're all going to be experiencing life alone together. God forbid. Thank you for that donation. That is very, very generous. I do want to acknowledge that. I will try to be responsible for that money, with that money. And what's a frivolous thing I could spend that on that I will not spend it on? Very expensive German butter. You know, once you have the good stuff, like you can't go back to the cheap stuff, man. Like I get this expensive butter and it's like really good. And I've been buying expensive bread lately, like legit real good rounds of sourdough that are like baked that day. And it's kind of a ripoff, but it's really good. And I can't go back to the normal stuff. But again, thank you so much, Caesar. I really appreciate that. Let's head into experiencing life alone. I'm gonna my TV went on and off. Anyways, let's do this. He just put it out 4 hours ago, so there might not be a lot of comments. I kind of like the discussions under this guy's videos, but it's all good. And thank you again, sir. Very, very generous, Caesar. I keep thinking of this show, and it was about the Medici versus the Borgia. And I would always say Caesar Borgia, but in this TV series, they called him Cesare. So I was like, is that the right way to say it? Cesare? I know Cesar is, I think, the Spanish way of saying it. Robert says, Asmongold is like a really Andrew Tate who likes video games. Damn, that's hella weird. So he's like an alpha nerd, basically. Man, all I can do is pray to God if I'm ever blessed with success that I don't end up as a... I don't know. Maybe he wasn't always like that, Maybe it was the money. Or maybe you are like that, and once you get money, then you just sort of like... the worst of it just comes out. Like it's just totally enabled. You know what I mean? But the hell with it. You know what I mean? So anyways, on to this guy. Let's give him this thumbs up. I don't even know what he's saying. I might not even agree with it. But experiencing life alone. 28 minutes. He's that guy. He's like 37 or 38. He's in shape. He's been getting the ladies all his life. And he never really, locked anybody down and had some kids. So he was talking about that at one point. So this is a new video 4 hours ago. So we're real fresh on this. Asmongold is like a really weak Andrew Tate. Okay. Who likes video games. It's like when people find their power. I don't know. It's like being enabled with like power, and then maybe people just get drunk with power. Like he's a top streamer. So guy makes a lot. He can order a lot of DoorDash, that guy. Dang it, it dropped a word. Oh, no worries, man. All right, let's get into it.
What's up, brothers?
Brother.
Hope everyone's doing well out there. There's been a lot of people out there that have told me that they don't like the What's Up, Brothers intro. They say it sounds too try-hard, or it's a little too aggressive. If you're one of those people, let me tell you something. Every single time I hit record, I tell myself, I'm going to talk normal. It's not going to be extra. It's not going to be try hard. I'm going to really put effort into sounding normal. But every single time, that's how it comes out.
You know what's heck crazy? Because like I make two kinds of videos, like I do the streams and then I do the sort of 10-minute, 15-minute videos. I never do shorts because I don't really watch shorts, but I should do shorts. That's another story. But when I do a stream and there's people here, it's very easy to talk. Like it's not that hard. Like I don't understand. It's just like a thing. But when I'm looking at the camera and I'm recording a video just for this, it's like I don't know, it's weird. You like second guess yourself a lot. It takes a few times. And having an intro was good. So like the What's Up Brothers thing probably gets them in the zone. I always say, hey, what's up, guys? This is Shah. Welcome back. Welcome back. This is Shah. Like something like that. And then you kind of click into that mode. So I don't think he should get rid of his all, what do you call that again? Intro. Klaus says, he lately said in a stream he wouldn't mind his girlfriend, he has none, okay, to do OF as he was not insecure about it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, so he's deep down into that. I don't even, like, it's just like, That's so weird. So he doesn't have one, but he's just like, well, I wouldn't mind. I don't know. Like, I might casually date somebody like that, but like to be like, oh, this is my girlfriend and this is what it is, and like everybody know about that. It's like, I don't know. I don't. What's the point of that then? You know what I mean? Uh, lo- hey, thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate that a lot, honestly. Every single dollar and any amount is a generous donation that people do not have to give. I'm basically addicted to this at this point. And you know, I'm not free enough to understand what I'm doing. And Michael Knowles needs to help me to understand that I'm being abused by everybody here and to just streaming for a lot longer. But love your stream, Shah. Thank you for not begging us for money and treating us as ungrateful when we don't super chat. Hey man, I swear I didn't even read your chat when I said what I did previously. But man, that big shout out to you, man, honestly. Because yeah, it really isn't about that. You know what I mean? And it's just about coming in here and hanging out. And all I can do is really just pray to the Almighty and just hope that, like, you know, hey, who knows? 10 years might pass by and I'm going to have whites on my beard. I got my first white hair on my beard right here. I'm becoming a silver fox, basically. And you know what? I might only after 10 years of doing this, I might have 3,000 subscribers, but at least maybe we'll have a good time on Saturdays. You know what I mean? And it's like, or anything can happen. I always tell myself I would not want to treat this like I wouldn't want this to be the only thing I do, because that's when you get greedy for the money. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like, oh, well, this is like the only thing you do and you have to do this to make your bills or whatever. And I can only, you know, pray to God that I don't try to live outside my means and become greedy and then all this kind of stuff, you know. So I don't know, man. You know, I appreciate you saying that, though. That means a lot, because I really do make it a point. I don't want that to be the case, and I want it only if it feels right. I wouldn't want to shame people into doing that. That's I don't like people who do that either. It's bad. But thank you again, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate the donation and everything. This guy sounds like Hulk Hogan. I mean, yeah, he seems like an in shape dude. You know what I mean? He seems like a chill guy, though. I like his channel. I subscribe to him. His channel's name's LFA, that must stand for something. Michael Knowles. Yeah. They just don't understand. We got to restrict them so they can be free. You know what I mean? We got to restrict them some more.
So, if you don't like it, I won't hold you. You're free to go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it'll probably evolve, but it's like when you're just talking to a camera by yourself, it's different than when you're on stream and there's people. When there's people, you're just chatting, having a good time. It's really weird. I think some people are the opposite too. Some people probably do not like streams and they prefer the other way. But yeah, I mean, and I feel like this guy's probably like the rest of us, you know, there's a little bit of anxiety to get over when you're just talking to a camera.
And for the rest of you, as I was saying, hope everyone's doing well out there. It's about 6:30 on a Saturday evening. And it's December 14th, but you wouldn't know it if I didn't tell you, because it's probably close to 60 degrees out here. A little bit of a cool breeze coming through, but I'll take it. It's enjoyable.
Sounds chill.
In tonight's video, I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction than I normally would. And I want to talk about living life alone. There's a lot of men out there that live life alone.
I kind of like this topic because, like, whether or not we want to or not, I think this is a reality a lot of us are probably going to face. Some of us are going to face, you know, I mean, it's something I think about, and it's just like, hey, you know, it's something I've had to think about and come with an acceptance towards, and that's okay. Doesn't mean you won't have people in your life, but it's a thing that might happen, you know what I mean? And people got different ways of dealing with it. So it's interesting to hear what people got to say about that as a subject.
Some by choice, some unfortunately not by choice. It's just happened to them. There's a lot of women out there that live life alone as well. And you know,
one thing I will say too is like, I get it. There's such a thing as tough love. There's such a thing as people want what's best for you. But if there's someone in your life and they're going to just try to like shame you for it, I mean, that's not like, you know, what I don't know, someone that you really respect as a mentor or your father or something like that, but people that are your own peers that are going to try to judge you on how you're living, it's just so important to get rid of those people or just limit contact with them. Because why? It's like why let them make your life more miserable for nothing, you know?
It's almost the holiday season. Well, it is the holiday season. We've already passed Thanksgiving and it's almost Christmas. And traditionally, people would spend this time with their families, but a lot of people are choosing to spend the holidays alone nowadays. You know, and if you're one of those people, then maybe this video will be for you. And by the way, shout out to the moon up there for giving us a little bit of extra light. That adds some serious character to this video. It will probably be gone by the time we're over with it, but right now it's still there, so rather enjoyable. Anyways, the reason why I was thinking about this subject is this is going to be a little bit long-winded, so bear with me. If you want to shoot the shit, then I'm here. If not,
I like this guy's style. He's chill. 28-minute video, but whatever. I don't want to skip any of it. It seems very authentic.
like I said, you're free to go. So, those of you that follow my content, you know that I moved about 6 months ago. And I had a neighbor, which was a nice little Ecuadorian woman in her 60s. You know, an energetic 60-something-year-old, you know, kind, just a good person, nice Ecuadorian woman. Likes to take walks and stay in good shape.
Sounds like it was just her. So maybe she wasn't living with any family or anything like that. He didn't mention anything about it.
Was my favorite neighbor immediately when I moved. You know, there's some people that you like, some people you don't like, some people that just instantly you say, you know what, this is just an awesome person right here. Now, she's one of those people that greets you with a hug and a smile, frequently wants to cook for you and do nice things for you, not because she wants something from you, but just because it's in her moral character to be that way. She's genetically built that way, you could say. It's just who she is, right? She
probably comes from a different time.
Likes to do nice things for other people, kind things for other people. Generous person. So she was my favorite neighbor immediately. Even though she's older, you know, whatever. Just a cool person. Nothing more, nothing less. Well, I went to visit my family 3 weeks ago in Ohio. And when I came back, there were some people out in her front yard, some people that knew her from the past. And they asked if I had seen her recently, if I had talked to her, and I said I was gone for the last few days. And they said, okay, well, we need to do a wellness check because she's not answering the door. She's not picking up her phone.
Oh, man, that's sad. Maybe, yeah, I mean, I think I can kind of guess where this is going. If you can, have a baby or two prior to living life alone. If not, cheers. I hear you, man. Hey, you know, if it happens, you know, I hear what you're saying, man. Don't discount it entirely. And it can happen. So, you know, be positive about it. Maybe it will. You know, maybe it will.
So we need to call the police and we need to get in there. And so they did just that. Police arrived and they had found her. She had a stroke and she passed away. This was actually the second stroke that she had had. Her husband died a couple of years ago and her health was declining. They were together since she was like a teenager. So
you know, it's interesting because he says her husband passed away a couple of years prior. It kind of reminds me of my neighbors. These neighbors saw me grow up from when I was like 10, and every morning when I go out to school, like walk out my front door, they'd always be out there watering the grass. There's an old Chinese couple, and you know, I know the grandkids are my buddies from school and stuff, but they're like, you know, they lived there like my whole life, and I remember the grandfather, he passed away. And like not but a year later, the grandma passed away. And I think it was just like from grief or something. It was just, I don't know. it was like just really fast after. Maybe that's kind of what happened with this lady. Just like not that much time between.
So she didn't really know how to live life without him, you know.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was too, because I was like, it was very surprising. It was just like it was barely a year after.
So anyways, her sister comes up from Houston, and her sister and I had
Rest in peace to both of those. To both of them. I went to both of their funerals, and I still have the funeral cards from there that I save. They're always very kind to me, and I don't know. It's interesting to like you have people like and they saw you like grow up, and then you see them every day, and they pass away. It's just they lived long, beautiful lives.
spent the last week or so cleaning out the house, doing some things, and, sort of preparing a funeral and whatnot.
Dang. Robert says, my mom passed away just a year or two after my stepdad. Yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it? It's hard to like attribute it to that, but it's just like, that seems pretty fast, like after one of them goes. Rest in peace to your mom, by the way.
And yesterday I spent most of the day at the funeral. And it was immediately obvious to me why I had took such a liking to that lady, why I found her so relatable. When I met her family, it was like there was 20 of them, a whole pack that's just like her, right? There are women ages 18 to, old enough to be your grandma. All are exactly the same. They greet you with a smile and a hug. Very well-spoken, very kind, very good people. And, it was strange because afterwards they were having a little lunch, and I didn't want to sit with the direct family. I wanted to sit like over with the friends because I felt like that's where I should be.
It's kind of exactly how that funeral was. Both of them was like that. It was like a funeral, and then there was like a lunch after at, their favorite restaurant, and the menu kind of featured some of their favorite dishes and stuff. And I think they called it like a celebration of life.
But the family requested that I would come and sit at their table. And I suppose part of the reason why they wanted me to sit at the table is because they wanted to hear some stories about the last few months of her life and whatnot, and maybe I could cheer them up a bit. So let me tell you something, all you guys that are afraid to cold approach a woman when you're drunk at a bar, you're afraid to walk up and say, hey baby, nice to meet you, can I get your number? I'm telling you, that is nothing compared to sitting at a table with a group of mourning Ecuadorian women, very good looking, by the way, and expecting to say things, or they're expecting you to kind of uplift them. That's pressure.
That is. I'd probably have like a very grave, somber tone the entire time and try to be as respectful as possible.
That's, I'll just tell you, that's a whole...
Definitely keep my phone on silent and not answer it, even if I feel it vibrate in my pocket.
different ballgame. But anyways, I guess the main thing that I recognized there in that situation was, well, I realized why I took such a liking to that lady, and it's because her family and her upbringing and the type of person that she is reminds me a lot of my family. And, it was just like sort of a feeling of familiarity.
It's like kind of like another mother figure, maybe, just kind of reminds you of your own mom. And, you guys just happen to live within proximity, and good neighbors kind of just help each other out.
Something that made sense to me, right? Common ground. People that I can relate to. And I think...
Man, I'd hate to like be such a rom-com romantic love story guy, but like, wouldn't it be something if like he ends up being with one of these Ecuadorian daughters here of this nice lady?
Most people out there, men and women, sorry that was so long-winded, but That's just how the last few days have been for me. But I think most people, men and women, they don't have access to good people. I'm talking good people, you know, intelligent, generous, people with strong morals, good character. You know, people that you can trust, people that will do nice things and kind things for you, not because they're being supervised to do so, but because morally and genetically, that is who they are. That's what.
Man, I think he's right, and it's like the way a lot of us live too is so isolated. Especially if you're like a young person and you live away from your family and you live kind of around a bunch of other people, like whether it's like, you know, towards like the downtown or I don't know, it seems like there really isn't that kind of thing. And not to mention, not even just living away from your family, but a lot of us don't even grow up in families that are like the one he describes, where, you know, they all get together and there's that whole extended family thing. It really is different. And it really does shape up a person differently and probably give them a way different outlook.
What they're all about. I think the majority of people, both men and women, have never experienced that. You know, I don't know what percentage of people it is. I was looking at this like a month ago. It's like 30% of people grow up in a single parent household. And
exactly. Or, you know, the parents were never together or they got divorced. And then, you know, forget about extended family. Maybe it's like friends, or maybe they don't have good relations with their cousins, their aunts and uncles, or they don't have grandparents in their lives and all that. I mean, what he's describing as a family, I can't even say I was blessed, and you know, to have that. I'm grateful for what I got, but that whole big family thing right there wasn't really the case for me.
25% grow up with step parents, I think it is. And if you have a single parent household, the likelihood of you wanting to be alone and living life by yourself, it's very high. It's very common for that to be the case because you grew up in a stressful family environment, and when you became an adult, rather than reliving that or trying to rebuild one of those of your own, you decided to run away from it. You know, a lot of people do that. They sort of have this feeling of shame in their mind about how their family sucked growing up. So they don't want to relive it, and they'd rather just be alone and just be by themselves. And if you have step parents, it's very likely you resent some of your family traditions, and you know, there's just a feeling of you not wanting to be around that.
You know what's interesting too? It's almost like it goes one of two ways. Like someone might just want to be alone and not deal with that. Or it might be another thing where it's like all those kinds of things that you didn't like about your family, you try to get with somebody and say, I'm not going to be anything like that. And you try to build something completely different with another person, but maybe like unconsciously a lot of the same problems come out or something. I don't know why. I imagine like a woman doing this and talking about how abused she was growing up or something. And then you guys get together and you're going to be like, yeah, we're not going to be like that. And then she does all the same narcissistic shit to you. Sorry for cussing, guys. So yeah, it's just, there's either wanting to be alone or there's like someone just looking for somebody else to like recreate the same crappy dynamic they came from in a way.
It's odd, but not everybody has the luxury of growing up with their mom and their dad, their biological parents, grandparents, uncles.
Man, that's the one thing I learned from working at child support. And that was the one thing I always like, I just saw that a lot, especially kids whose parents either were never together or they got divorced, or they were together and they got divorced when like the kid's like 5 or younger, you know, so they're barely going to even remember their parents together. But it just made me realize that like so many kids don't even get to get that experience even for a significant amount of time.
Uncles, cousins, and seeing what their genetic makeup looks like, what type of character their family actually has. Most people grow up in broken families, and they don't have any concept of that at all. And another thing is, you know, living in this digital era, I'm old enough to have lived in a time period when I was a kid and we had very little electronics. I mean,
You know, it also explains why things like, let's say, the manosphere, for instance, are so popular, or why it's kind of grown so much because so many people, these digital bonds have kind of replaced the bonds that were there through an extended big family like he's talking about. And as that disintegrated, people have this kind of yearning for some type of human connection or whatever. And that's, things that maybe you would have learned from the elders in your family. People then look for advice elsewhere, and it creates this sort of thing.
not
Or at
electronics.
least fills the void as best it
We had
can.
like TVs and radios and phones and stuff, but we didn't have high-speed internet. We couldn't Google every question that we had. We couldn't send DMs and text messages to everyone. We didn't have social media. We couldn't stream videos, no uploading or downloading. That's where I grew up at. And this is where millennials, we grew up as kids that way. And as adults, it's high-speed internet, social media, AI, it's all fast-paced. And I think a lot of adults out there, Gen Zs especially, but also millennials, they're living life alone, but they don't want to be alone. The problem is that they're sitting around, and this may sound silly, but there's plenty of 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 25-year-olds, 18-year-olds out there that are at home on a Friday night wishing that the person they're thinking of would send them a friend request or send them a DM. They're just wishing that would happen, but it doesn't happen. And that's the mindset of a lot of people in the social media era. Not everybody's upfront and aggressive, attention-seeking, 1 million followers on social media. Some people are like down low, right? They don't want that attention, so they're just sitting back and nothing's happening, right? I'm sure a lot of people will relate to this, but there's something that I see happen all the time. Just the other day, it was actually like 3 days in a row, I saw this same woman, young woman, probably 28 years old, and saw her at the same place. I'm not going to say where, but all 3 days that I saw her, I looked over and noticed she was looking at me. She had like a certain facial expression. I don't know, it was like a very distinctive face and facial expression that I can remember. And all 3 days I looked over and she was looking at me, same distinct face and facial expression. And later that third day, I opened up my phone and I opened up Facebook, which I hadn't been on for a long time. And the number one first suggested friend was her. And that same face, that same distinctive face that I saw looking at me 3 days in a row.
I wonder how Facebook knew to suggest the friend. I wonder if they don't have each other's phone numbers. It sounds like a complete stranger. That's kind of interesting. Shout out Caesar. Thank you so much for that donation. Let me get you on the big screen or like that. 1 second. Caesar says, I think our society has a way of breaking down the ethnic traditions. Yeah, it really does. And I think that's just what it means to come here, especially to our society, the United States. It's like you have to accept that coming here, you're not going to be able to live back from whatever your specific ethnic background is. It's just the way the society works is like a straight blender. It's just, here comes your culture and it just gets blended out. Only like a few of I hate to say cosplay, but it's just like a few things can kind of make it, maybe like food and this and that. And even then, like, how many generations does that last? Like there's the way like my dad cooks food. And then there's the food I make for myself. And it's like, it's even that has some differences in it. I went to my buddy's house yesterday and He's Fijian, you know, and he comes from they got a pretty big family that gets together, but he's one son, and I think he had like a half brother at one time, but who's way older, but he's got his own family. And I went there and I met with my other buddy, and he even made us dinner, and we hung out and smoked some hookah and stuff like that. It was a good time, you know. We were just chilling and drinking some Turkish coffee and stuff. And there was like a moment where I was just chilling in there, and it felt like when I was a little kid, like when I'd go to like, you know, I did have some cousins that I'd go to, and sometimes you'd want to like spend the night and ask your parents if you can spend the night, and there were some kind of things like that, and it just gave me that feeling again. And you know, I was talking to my buddy about this because you know he's around my age, and he was engaged like twice. I went to one of his engagement things, and then it didn't work out. And then the second one didn't work out. Now he's just kind of threw his hands up and he's just like, I'm done with it. No, he was married once actually. And then that didn't make it a year. And then he was engaged the second time. But I was just thinking about it, you know what I mean? Because, you know, his parents are older and it's like the house will probably pass to him. And he's talking to me about when he was a kid and all the cousins would come over and his mom cooks food for everybody. And then there's a place behind his house. They did an add-on to the house and the dad and all the uncles are there. And that's where they'll play cards and watch TV or do whatever they do. And then the ladies are in the inside of the house by the living room. And we were just talking about growing up and these memories, like with just being a kid with cousins and things like that. And I was talking to him and I was like, man, you know, like, just about kind of what it would be like in the future and basically kind of having to stick together. And the thing that I was saying is like, you just kind of have to accept who God put around you to be your tribe. You know what I mean? Because that whole big family dynamic that he has and people have with this, you know, thing of people having trouble coming together and getting married and staying married, it doesn't look like it's going to translate into the next generation. And what you kind of have is like these loosely connected parts of, you know, people you kind of grew up with and still know or don't know. And it's like, are you going to continue on this tradition of inviting people over and cooking and having people coming together? And am I going to do that at my house and he's going to do that at his house? Or like, how much of that can we really preserve? And it is like I don't know, it's like a real question, but it's just like this moment of staring at that and thinking, you know, how much of that is actually gone or broken down from what it was before? Because that first generation of his are people straight coming from, you know, where he came from and from Fiji. And then this place has done what it does to everybody. And now it's the second generation down and it's not like the first one at all. So kind of a big rant, but your comment made me think about that. And, yeah, I don't know, you know, it's, I don't know, you know, I don't even want to say it looks bleak. It's just more like you got to kind of find who's in your tribe around you and then kind of do your best to really cultivate what bonds are there, or at least if it's a small amount and not like the traditional big family, at least the ones that you do have, you really got to take care of them as best you can and nurture them as best you can, you know.
Is the number one suggested friend with no mutual.
And I mean, like, you know, again, you know, that Michael Knowles tweet about freedom, but the way we view freedom over here, it really is kind of opposed to traditional bonds. You know what I mean? The way, and not to say capitalism's good or bad. I'm not like moralizing or saying one's better than the other, but the way our system works here is it really emphasizes individualism and being able to say no to your extended family or your family on certain things because you don't need them. Well, I have that $70,000 job a year, whatever people are making, that buys them freedom. And, you know, the laws cannot allow you to compel me to serve the family at all if I don't want to and worry about any of that kind of stuff. So the whole culture is different. The laws are different. The economics are different, probably from where one family's coming from. And it all leads to this atomization of the family. Not to mention all the media and stuff that's here and the way the culture is. It's if you're not growing up around this environment, how much of those traditions can you keep alive? Eventually it changes. And then you have friends from other backgrounds and things, and you interact with them. You want to integrate all these kinds of things. Only a few like archaeological artifacts of that prior tradition is even going to remain alive, you know. So that is something right there.
Friends, she's just there.
Even this Ecuadorian family he's talking about, like that 60-year-old grandma, you know, maybe she grew up in Ecuador and she came from Ecuador, and that is just so ingrained in part of the culture and how they still do it maybe in Ecuador today. I mean, I don't know what it's like over there. And then there's her daughters, you know, that he was sitting around at the table with, and like, you know, who knows what their story is. Maybe some of them got married and divorced. At this point, maybe they're older and not married. Maybe some of them not been married and have kids. Maybe they're more American now than they're ever going to be Ecuadorian. And ultimately, the way the system works out here is it makes it hard to form those kinds of bonds because people have such trouble just staying together.
Which, for those of you that don't know, no mutual friends, I mean, 3 days in a row, is the #1 suggested friend with no mutual friends. She's just there. Which, for those of you that don't know, that means she looked me up, she knew my name, and she had been, you know, whatever. She was on there.
Oh, that's what that means. So she searched him but didn't add him, and then it showed her in the suggested friends. I haven't used Facebook like that in a while.
Thinking about me and looking at me or whatever, right? I'm not saying that like I'm trying to brag or some shit like that, but what I'm saying is that is like the level of effort, the level of talking, and the level of flirting that the average person nowadays is willing to put in. Like they're really under the radar and almost like kind of sneaky about it. Like they don't want anyone to know.
It's almost like social media has given us that ability to spy on it's like everybody's spying on everybody, you know. People are spying on others, the government's spying on you. I mean, God, who knows? Other countries are probably spying on us too. Those Ecuadorian chicks were just being nice to this dude because he's white. Maybe it could be the case. Oh, you mean like at the funeral? Like he might have been like the only white guy or something at the funeral, and like everybody else is Ecuadorian. Like let's just bring him in, you know. Sit at the table with us. Thanks for being here. You know what I mean?
They're just waiting for that friend request, you know. It's kind of silly, but that's the world we live in. The old world died like
it's gone
12 years ago or something. Now we're in the new version of it, the new digital era. And this is where we're at. But one thing that I'll tell you, and the main point that I want to make in this video, is that if you're alone and you're living life alone, I can almost guarantee the reason why you're doing it is because you don't have access to good people. If you had access to good people, you know, if you had a mom and dad that were good people, a brother and sister that are good people, friends that are good people, they could introduce you to your significant other that's a good person.
That's the bonds of community right there.
You wouldn't give that stuff up. When you have access to good people, you typically do whatever it takes to maintain the relationships with those good people. The problem is, and this is a big problem amongst most of the self-improvement space that you see on YouTube,
this is interesting. I'm glad he talks about this, and I'm glad he's critical about that. He was in the last video that we watched. He brought up the Fight Club quote that self-improvement's masturbation and this kind of thing.
These gurus and whatnot.
Hey, the self-improvement hyper-masculine alpha male gurus.
They're not guiding you to meet good people.
They're telling you how to be the best individual Dracula-type figure that lives by himself in his castle.
Instead, they're all basically saying the same thing, and they're guiding you to present yourself as if you're a high value, high quality alpha male person.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a corollary to the sort of feminist self-improvement narrative, because You could say feminism did that sort of self-improvement thing first. That's the strong and independent boss babe. Strong and independent, don't need no man. It's kind of the same thing on the other side here, where it's like strong and independent, high value man, strong and independent, don't need no woman. You know what I mean? And further atomization.
And using that as leverage to play games and manipulate people into wanting to be with you. The problem with this is that's a pickup artist mindset. There's several problems to a pickup artist. One being there's no meaningful difference between the new pickup artist that just came out in 2024, 2025, and the last one that came out last year, and the one the year before, and the year before that. All these gurus are just parroting the same information, and none of them have longevity because they parrot the information, they make money, and then they disappear. But there's no meaningful difference between any of them. They're repeating the same thing. You need to have authenticity and originality and do something new if you want to be better than them, if you want to surpass them.
You know, I guess if there was the change in pickup, like maybe having game, there was more reliance on game or so much, and then it kind of became, well, game's not good enough. It's self-improvement for the sake of having these things and truly becoming high value or something. Caesar says, you're the child support guru, Shah. I try to be, you know. I haven't made as many videos on it so much. I've been so obsessed with the dowry. But, you know, I try to be helpful where I can. I hate to even admit, like, you know, after I did the discussion with Pearl and talking with Stephen Baskerville, sort of got a lot of that stuff out of my system, but I still think about it and I still try to stay up on it and try to see, you know, how things are affecting stuff. There's kind of a big story with child support I found out, and I never got around to making a video. I'm still kind of reading about it, but there are some changes coming to California in terms of kind of how they handle child support and some things. And it's funny because reading the studies that some of these implemented changes are based off of, it's kind of them admitting how messed up it is to some people. And I do got to circle back and discuss some of that stuff. So it's interesting, you know.
If you do what they tell you, you can be like them at best. If you come with something new, original, and authentic, you have a shot at being better than them. So keep that in mind. And that's the only chance there.
Yeah, that's interesting. This could be another further clue into what the future of manosphere content looks like. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to be this, you know, self-improvement, whatever high value man, something that's more authentic like this. Let's listen to what he said again. This may have been prescient.
It's them. The difference between any of them, they're repeating the same thing. You need to have authenticity and originality and do something new if you want to be better than them, if you want to surpass them. If you do what they tell you, you can be like them at best. If you come with something new, original, and authentic, you have a shot at being better than them. So keep that in mind. And that's the only chance there. But anyways, here's the big reason why the concept of like the high value pickup artist type of guy, why this doesn't work. And I'm not saying the red pill.
This is interesting. This is interesting right here.
Doesn't have good information. There's a lot of great information.
Very curious about his reasons. You know, me working at child support and seeing family law order after family law order cross my desk. There was a moment where I realized, you know, the more successful, the bigger the target. You know what I mean? And how that kind of thing can work against you, and it feeds into something of getting taken advantage of. But I wonder what his specific thing is.
But in terms of practical dating advice, it's not very good because if you want to attract people of high moral character, meaning you want a wife, or if you're a woman, you want a husband that values family, you know, that values integrity, taking care of your people, you know, being there, being polite to people, treating people well, being intelligent, being hardworking, and not being narcissistic and just self-serving, but willing to serve others and help others, you're not going to attract that with a pickup artist mindset. A pickup artist is a guy that wants to seduce a woman, right? So he wants to.
Well, there's there's seduction and there's manipulation, and there's been a great question asked about that. I guess what I'm afraid that he's kind of leaning towards is like more so, it's almost like the hope strategy. I think what he's trying to say is if you're genuine, and I'm guessing we don't know what he's going to say yet, but if you're your genuine self, then you should attract someone that's also a genuine person that maybe has some similar values, as opposed to being like this, whatever the most recent iteration of like your Andrew Tate style character that's really just the opposite counterbalance to like your OnlyFans webcam model type monetized woman, gold digger woman. And that's sort of the answer to that. You're just going to attract that type of woman. But at the same time, I don't know if what he's going to say is any different than what probably Coach Greg Adams would call like the hope strategy or anything. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, there's still a financial aspect. For me, it's mostly a negotiation. And a deal can be reached, but it's about both people putting down some similar value. But let's see what he's got to say.
He wants to go out and meet a woman and seduce her so she'll do what he wants. And he makes up excuses like there's no real consequences or repercussions to these actions. You know, if I get what I want and I have fun, she gets what she wants and she has fun. Even if we don't work out, who cares? It's just a fun time.
I don't know if this is what he's getting at, but like we've talked about, one thing I've talked about before is just like all that stuff works for short-term engagements, but it doesn't solve the long-term thing that we're all trying to figure out. So even the high value man and this stuff and pushing the high value man doesn't solve the long-term relationship issue. It just increases your prospects for short-term. And then once you leverage yourself into a long-term relationship engagement, you're incredibly vulnerable. Kind of sounds like what he's saying is, well, if you track someone if you're not using these pickup artist techniques and you find someone genuine, then ideally it should lead to a long-term thing that works. But that does sound kind of like a little bit like the hope strategy,
Well, in all actuality, your seduction skills, if they were good enough to get a woman of high moral character to break her moral character for you, and then you turn around and stab her in the back afterwards because she really thought you were about something serious, then, that has a ripple effect on the rest of the world.
I can, and again, we talked about it earlier in the stream, just like this negative toxic spiral. Someone in the It's Complicated video said that, and it's like, women have been playing men are playing women back, and it's just kind of brought it down to this negative stalemate style thing where it's just crashing into the ground. And, I can agree with them. I think it's bad to lie to people or take advantage of people. You should definitely be defending yourself. And the whole house is kind of burning down, but at the same time, it's like, lying, I think, is BS, but, holding your cards to your chest, I can see why people are doing it because they're trying to navigate this sort of minefield out here that's just this big cluster F. And, the men can stop doing it, but then they'll also keep getting taken advantage of by the other side. So we have this huge long-term commitment issue that we just can't seem to figure out. And yeah, he's right. That's a bad behavior. But at the same time, like, there is an issue from the other side, and we're stuck in this sort of tit for tat game theory issue with, between the genders here.
So you have to think about that. I mean, it's real. It's true. And most women out there are scorned by the fact that most men out there are pickup artists.
And you could say men are scorned from, getting screwed over on their end. A lot of guys found the red pill kind of being on that side of the thing. So then they just kind of learn how to play the game, and everybody's just gaming each other. Short term.
And most men do just want to have sex, do just want to get in their pants. So after a while, they become narcissistic and self-serving, and they become insufferable, and we just have this constant chaos of dudes that are like so fake, so phony, You know, pre-selection and pictures next to Ferraris and
Yeah, especially the sort of top guys. We talked about this earlier. The people at the top that need to be wrangled down, you know, and the dowry wrangles people down into a monogamous relationship. Instead, remember how we talked about this at like this? I don't know how long ago, how many streams ago, but I talked about how the abuse kind of comes from the top of the pyramid down the pyramid, and people up here, you know, they're taking advantage of everything and they're abusing it and it's coming down, and people just kind of transfer that down the pyramid as they go through their relationships. And then the guy that ends up catching the falling knife ends up taking all the abuse and all the resentment that she now has for men based off these other guys that were up here that she's angry, you know, didn't get with her, and maybe even vice versa at that point. And you know, there is this obsession with winning, I guess, with people where they will be fake so that they can appear that they're winning, maybe versus being genuine and just living your life with whatever seems to make sense for it.
pictures with hot babes so I can attract more hot babes, and, you know, belittling people so I can uplift my own self.
Andrew Tate right there, you know, not being rich is childish. You know, we went over that tweet, I think, last week.
And then women that are just bitter, fucking insufferable types of women. That's what it turns into with the culture that we have, you know. It is what it is.
And it doesn't, I wouldn't say it's, oh, it was men that started it, but or it's back and forth. So if I'm going to be charitable, we can't place blame on one or the other. But people are in here just trying to figure out how to survive. And the thing is when you're not narcissistic, which is terrible, you shouldn't be, but when people aren't so realpolitik about it, they end up getting screwed, especially when they go based off of hope and faith, like Coach talks about, and then they get screwed later on. You know what I mean? So there's all these other things coming in from the culture and the media that's bombarding people with propaganda and all this other garbage out here, and the pull is just too much to where it's breaking these bonds, you know.
So when you're in that culture, which we've all been a part of, I've gone through phases of my life where I've hung out with mostly college educated, intelligent people.
My bad, Caesar. I just saw this right now. The thing I would point out is that most men don't have access or interactions with women. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's where it's like a lot of this abuse is coming from the top, you know, because the small amount of people do, they're taking advantage of it because they're getting it handed to them. Then those people become resentful and they come down and they start dating people down here. And then, you know, it's just, they take it out on them, and then those people take it out on down there. And then there's the people who never got anything, and society just hates them just because they're down there, you know, because they just hate men in general. And even though this guy hasn't done anything to anybody, they hate that guy, and he can just feel that palpable hate. It's just a big negative spiral.
People of strong character, people who are honest, people who are generous. I've hung around those type of people.
And it's like the guys at the top, you know, they have very little incentive to kind of stop taking advantage of things like that, because it's just so easily available to them.
And life has been good when I do. And I've hung around people that are criminals, dealers, thugs. And those type of people might be a fun party. You might get laid a lot. You might get a nice little buzz when you go out. But afterwards, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. It's the same old game every time. And your life starts to fall down because of it, right? And that's when you're going to want to be alone. You know, when you live that life, when you live a shitty life of bad decisions, sometimes it's not your fault. Sometimes you were just put in that place, but sometimes you make the choice to be there. Eventually, you are going to get burnt out, and you're going to say, I don't like people. I don't want to be around people. I just want to live life by myself. Women say they don't want to get used by men. Men are just fucking perverts and blah, blah, blah. Men say women just want to use a man for his money, and you know, they're just going to screw you over in court later on anyways, so what's the point? Just stay away from them.
It's also kind of crazy because it's like, I wonder if this this is what happens when you leave it up to the individuals to make these kind of pairing decisions. You know what I mean? The individual two are sitting here trying to make like, you're two individuals and you're trying to make this big extended family that he talked about, like this nice Ecuadorian lady's family. You know what I mean? And two individuals are coming together to make this big family. But can two individuals even really do that? Or is it better if two big families come together and decide who gets paired in order to keep the big family structure going? You know what I mean? Maybe it's just failed from the beginning.
And it's clear, it's obvious that when they do that, they've never been around good people of high moral character. People morally, genetically, mentally, they just are good people, high quality.
I wonder, and you know, I kind of get what he's saying. I don't want to challenge it too much, but part of me thinks there are people who got screwed over in marriage and they become like this, and they did come from good families, you know? And the way that the system is and the incentives built in the system to break good marriages kind of turns them into this way. And I'd like to think they probably grew up. Some of them grew up in a normal household and got freaking chewed up and spit out. Maybe they met somebody who wasn't from a good household and they took him anyways, maybe when they shouldn't have. But I'd like to think some of them were brought up well.
People, right? They've never been around those people.
But I think he means specifically just the people that act selfish, not people who went in it unselfish and then got screwed over and came out resentful, but people who go into it selfish and, you know, acting narcissistic, I guess.
So where do you meet those people? If you're somebody that does want to meet those people. One suggestion would be church, obviously. But again,
kind of getting a little tradcon here, but you know, okay, let's hear him out.
And there's a lot of sneaky people there.
Okay.
Just to be honest, there's,
fair.
You know, a church doesn't mean that they're good people. I could tell you, you know, a dozen different places, but that's irrelevant. What's relevant is that rather than going out and trying to seduce, game, and manipulate in order to get what you want, you should meet people, be upfront, be honest, and be authentic, and be...
Man, you know what's so crazy? I took a screen recording of this, but it has the person's name on it. But I was scrolling through Hinge today, and I saw something kind of funny. Let me see if I could find it without having to put their name on it. Okay. It still has their... Well, so this person's profile, 24, Christian, Sacramento. That's where I'm at. Attractive looking woman. And then it says on her Hinge profile, typical Sunday. It says church and shopping. So it sounds like a good girl. When you scroll down past the next photo, it says, I go crazy for men who spoil me, heart emoticon, smiley face with hearts around it, emoji, and then it says Cash App, and it has her Cash App on it. So scrolling up on the profile, it says typical Sunday is church and shopping, and you scroll down, not even one photo less on the profile. I had to screen record this profile because I was like, there seems to be something weird about this. Literally 2 boxes down on the profile, it says, I go crazy for men who spoil me, and then she puts her Cash App on there. And I'm like, how's the church part of this and the Cash App part of this, like that, the literal asking for money from guys on the dating app and then going to church on Sunday, it just seemed like such a strange dissonance to me, you know what I mean? So I don't even know. Cosplaying right there, but not even good cosplaying.
Be very direct about your questions, asking open questions to get to know people, you know, to find out more about people and find out about their character. A person of strong moral character will never tell a lie. They will not lie to you. When you ask them a question, even if it embarrasses them to answer it, they will give you the correct answer.
I want to believe him on this, and I'm going to choose to. But yes, it does sound a little bit like the Hope strategy, but I still want to I guess, believe what he's saying. I mean, I want to believe there's good people out there like that. And, ideally people would be fair in situations if you can find a fair person. But again, sounds very close to Hope's strategy.
Because the number one quality that somebody with good character has is an ability to build trust by being honest, by being upfront. So that's how you have to conduct yourself around people. If you approach a woman and you're still in like that pickup artist mindset, if you just say, you know what, screw it, I'm not even gonna try to game her. I'm just gonna be very honest. I know who I am, I know what I want, and I know what I expect from other people. And if she's a good person of high character, this is gonna work. So that's my test that I'm conducting on her. Do I have to play games with her head? If so, for the streets. If I can be upfront and honest and I can see that she has integrity, and she's gonna be one of those ladies that greets your family members with a hug and a smile and likes to cook and do nice things, and she can have good deep conversations with people, and you can just have a good life with the lady. You'll know, you'll be able to read that.
Man, I feel like he's kind of going through it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And, especially from the last video, and it's good. I mean, I hope he finds someone and everything. I really hope and pray for that for everybody. But at the same time, it also just, I don't know. I just don't know if I can buy all the way what he's saying, unfortunately. And it's just, I don't know. It almost like a little bit like a sort of looking for a unicorn type deal. You know what I mean? Unfortunately. Caesar, thank you again for the donation, man. I appreciate that, man. The generosity and support for the channel. Maybe she's gonna tithe 10% of whatever you send her. You send her own cash on Cash App into the church. Yeah. It was just like, I don't know. I think, I don't want to sit there and be like, oh, they're BSing or whatever outright, but it was just like, come on, seriously? And it didn't say that. It said men who spoil me at the top. So it's like, you're going to sit here and put your Cash App, beg for money, and use your good, she's a good looking woman, you know what I mean, to ideally get guys to send you money, and she's running that game on people. And then in 2 boxes, it's like, oh, typical Sunday is church and shopping. That's what she likes to do. So I guess she goes to church, and then she checks her Cash App after the church, and then goes shopping with the money the guys sent her. You know what I mean? Just very, it's just like, this is, that's weird. Oh boy, if he believes that, he might end up in a world of pain. My first ex was fine with my family and switched later on just the same. Yeah, that's the thing too. And it's like, when you think of like Coach Greg Adams, he talks about the bait and switch. And a lot of women will present that traditional side in order to lock this down. And once that's locked down, later on, the inner feminist comes out again. I think what he's saying is like, well, if you're genuine and you're honest, it should attract an honest person back to you. So, I mean, his analogy of like, if you're going to be a high value guy, pickup artist that use manipulation and seduction to get a woman, you're going to attract a terrible person. I don't even know if that's true. Maybe it's like you'll do that, and unfortunately you'll attract an innocent person that you end up damaging, who might actually be a good person, who got caught up in your web of lies because they're not out here on the streets and all these tricks. It might be the exact opposite of what he's saying. And it's just like, if you're honest and you're super honest and vulnerable, and you're hoping you meet this other honest and vulnerable person, but actually what you end up meeting is a predator who's so good at gaming you, and you put yourself out there and then you get gamed, just like the opposite of this manipulative high value man who's taking advantage of innocent women and turning them out and then kicking them to the curb. You know what I'm saying? And putting them back out there. There's a likelihood that he can meet somebody being this honest. Most people on their first go around, I think, are trying to be their genuine selves, and then they get screwed over pretty badly, and then they end up over here. Then they go down the the high value man, self-improvement, maximalist, purist route. And then they hurt innocent people. You know what I mean? So it just seems like he's trying to say that like people just aren't judging other people good enough to know who to do this with. But again, this just sounds suspiciously like the Hope strategy. But I don't know. I still like this guy. You know, I can appreciate it. He's learning and he's moving. You know, maybe we're going to be able to watch the evolution. This might be a thing. You know, towards the end of the streams, I'll just check in on this guy's channel and we'll see what the new video is.
Certain factor, and for those of you out there that are still watching, I always like to close out with something for you guys and hopefully at least attempt to put the best gem last, because you've stuck around this the whole time. You know, throughout the boring conversation, you're still here.
I mean, I like listening to guys. Kind of like sitting around a campfire, hanging out. Caesar Quintana says, for real, and women have a way of breaking you away from your family little by little without you even knowing it. It's kind of incredible, actually. Oh, man. Yeah, that does sound about right, honestly. So many of us know people who once they get with somebody, you start seeing them less and less. And then once it's all over, they magically reappear. And it's like, oh, welcome back, man. You know, I get it, though.
So, while I was at this funeral, the whatchamacallit, the funeral director was giving a eulogy, a eugoogly. And he was very charming, very charismatic. It was very well thought out, well put together. He did a very good job. And he, you know, it was just smooth. It was charismatic, right? The amuse master, he was there. It was all there. But the next person to give a speech was her sister. And when her sister went up there, she had a hard time getting the words out. She was crying. It wasn't a super charismatic, well put together speech. But it got a tear out of everyone, and everyone felt what she was saying because she had this special ingredient, which was authenticity, which was the pain that comes with being close to the person that had passed. It was raw, it was real. So even though she was fumbling her words and having a hard time speaking, it was something everyone felt. It was all.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the funeral director is in a completely different position. He's not related to anybody, and you know, it's kind of what he does every day, and he's just trying to probably make it a little less sad as much as he possibly can for people. So maybe there's some humor and some charm there. But you know, he's the funeral director. Then you see this lady's sister, daughter go up there, and you know, people are gonna probably feel for her just on an empathy level. So you know,
Authentic, it was real, it was genuine. Okay. If you're one of those guys that's preparing what you're going to say to a woman, preparing shit tests.
Like, think about it. The funeral director has no emotional attachment to these people who passed away. If he's going to be completely genuine in this situation, it would probably amount to something like, yes, welcome to the place. It's unfortunate this person passed. Now, I'm not sad because, you know, I didn't know her, but I feel bad for you guys, though. And, you know, we're going to make this run as smoothly as possible. That's it. That's what genuine looks like when you actually don't care about the people. So he went the other way, which was to, you know, do a kind of performance there, you know, a little bit.
Preparing your next sentence, whatever.
He's playing a role.
You know, whatever pickup lines and shit you have coming up. What you're going to say to a woman, preparing shit tests, preparing your next sentence, whatever, you know, whatever pickup lines and shit you have coming up. It is going to come across as, well, kind of smooth, like, yeah, that was kind of slick. That was kind of good, but inauthentic.
I hear what he's saying. The part that's probably kind of sucks is that they do respond to that stuff and it works, you know, and Red Pill and that kind of stuff caught popularity because people kept seeing results from it and not seeing results from the other way, you know, unfortunately. But, you know,
And on your pathway to meet good people, real recognizes real. And real is synonymous with good. So anytime you're faking shit and you're trying to present yourself with all that PUA shit, all the good women are going to see you as a cornball, a phony.
I'm really interested in the comments, and this only came out 5 hours ago. I like the guy. I'm not fully convinced, but he does seem like a genuine guy. I get it, but I don't know. I'm still not fully convinced, but I do like the guy.
They might pretend like they like you. Every now and then you might get laid, but long term, nothing's going to work, because all of the women that are worthy of long term, that are good at long term, they're going to leave you behind. But if you come up with that originality and that authenticity, and you speak your mind and you're real and you're true to yourself, that's real game. That's not the fake game, that's real game. Well, then you're going to attract the right type of people. And when you have good people in your life, you're going to want to keep them. All right, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the comments. He does coaching, so there's a booking for coaching here. Request a YouTube video. Book with a BetterHelp licensed therapist. Got merchandise. Not sure how important that is. I'm just pointing that out as a thing. I appreciate what's up, brothers. It's a statement of solidarity. Okay, another. Okay, more on the intro. Let's get past the intro. Blink 182 summarized it perfectly. I can't wait till I get home to pass the time in my room alone. This is why I'm checking out on my terms. Once my mom passes, I'll have literally nobody, so I refuse to rot alone nor be in a rest home. Checking out on my own terms. Wait a minute. That could have been a little dark. I don't know exactly what he means by that. Same here. Don't do it, brother. As long as you're, yeah, okay. As long as you're alive, you have purpose. And how are you going to go about it? Yeah, that was a little, bit, Mr. Pitts says, he's right about the POA stuff coming across as lame. Yeah, I can agree with that also. I can see the idea of wanting to be genuine and not, and I guess just throw your hat in there and see what happens. I would call it walking through the fire. You know what I mean? Even when I worked at child support, I'm like, well, I guess this is just one of these days, just going to have to just deal with it and walk through the fire. And, if it goes south, it goes south. It's tough, because it's like a red pill purist, a praxeology purist would be like, well, you internalize the red pill and you're not sitting there thinking about your next move or thinking about this or doing that. It just comes naturally once you learn frame and this and that, versus like being conscious of it or something like that. The major issue I see in all of this is that all of this stuff is just for short-term non-leverage stuff, because it doesn't matter how smooth you are, how not smooth you are. When it comes to the long-term game, you have to pretty much over leverage yourself into this, especially as a guy, when it comes to having a kid with somebody or being the higher earner. And if you're going to do this and start investing in a mortgage and stuff like that. And then once that happens, now you're vulnerable. Now, the sort of pickup artist purist is going to be like, well, if you maintain frame and you know how to do pickup, then, when you get to those rough patches in your long-term relationship, if you apply dread game and competition anxiety properly, like that should keep her there, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And that kind of sounds like some people are going to say that's BS. I think Coach Greg Adams will say that's BS. Doesn't matter who you are. You know what I mean? So I get that, but I think I more agree with you, Mr. Pitt. It is definitely, they're kind of overselling that stuff, It just seems to me like it might be better that both people who get involved in this are equally putting an investment into this, which makes it so that they're truly indicating their commitment to this situation by investing into it, And then if it does break up, at least it breaks up more fairly. Caesar Quintana says, as of now, he comes across as a hope strategist. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I like that he's criticizing the self-improvement guys. I like that there's pushback there. I'm interested in following him because I think there's going to be an evolution to his message, hopefully. So maybe we'll be able to kind of see that for a bit. But let's see what the comments are saying also about that. 4 hours, 58 minutes. We're hitting 5 hours here, so we'll look at the comments and then call it. I'm now 41, and I'm exactly at this stage, brother LFA. All I can do now is pray to God that my luck changes because he knows very well that I tried. I really, really tried. Yeah, and see, this is the reality that the guy in the video or any of us have to face. Like, you can be your genuine self, and it can keep not working and not working. I think this guy might be kind of indicating, keep trying, brother, never give up. And this to me kind of reflects a sort of it comes off again as a hope strategy type thing. It doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, like maybe at a certain point a leap of faith is needed, but there are no guarantees with the long term here. Your intro is masculine, and we got to think about all the changes in society, all the changes in how our society works and operates, all this social media stuff, all this technology stuff, jobs, the economics, the culture, the heavy propaganda of whatever is coming out of these TV boxes to make people's minds work the way they do. It's just a lot tougher of a situation out here, Your intro is masculine and concise. After a divorce and separating from a girlfriend 9 months ago, I'm now living a single life. It's been challenging, but now it's becoming so fulfilling. I volunteered at an animal shelter and playing a sport. This is where you meet good people. I've also taken a break from dating. It's been cathartic to get a life of my own at 50 years old. I will date again, but with the view of having someone complement my life rather than be my life. My thoughts are with you and with the loss of your neighbor. My condolences on your neighbor. She sounded like a sweet woman. This video has such profound insight and wisdom. How evolved and aware you are to be talking about this difficult topic. And this is from a woman, Marianne Marr. To understand the background of people who are alone and the dynamics involved, and to share with us, man, I'm kind of losing. Anyone who has a problem with your greeting is shallow. As a woman, most of us have encountered this pickup strategy 1,000 times over. It causes total male avoidance on the part of a lot of us. There's so much more I could say, but I'll finish with the fact that every point you shared is amazingly superior to many psychological treatises on this topic. It's a lot of praise getting showered there. This is probably one of the best videos I've seen on life and having good moral people in your life. Thank you so much for taking your time to make this video. It really helped me tonight. Hey, that's a positive message. Why don't you just give him the thumbs up? It's not try hard. I dig it. 54 male. Can relate because it's tongue in cheek. Definitely one of your best videos you've done on here. This is a masterpiece video and really hit home on a lot of issues I dislike about this modern society. And the fact that most people around us are not authentic. Everything you stated here is absolutely spot on. A very well done video. This message needs to be heard by so many. 42-year-old male, no kids, no GF, divorced. I spend almost all my time alone. I love it for the most part. Sometimes wish more people checked in on me. Oh well. Authenticity is a value that has become so elusive. This video was a down-to-earth reminder of what is truly missing in many people today. Thanks for posting. May she rest in peace. Hey, what's up, brothers? It's greatly appreciated. We'll do two more. We'll call it. This is one of my favorite videos you made so far, LFA. It's nice to listen to your current life experiences you are going through, along with the great advice and perspectives, as always. I like the emphasis on authenticity and being a good person. I hope society shifts more from narcissism to authenticity in the coming years. A lot of people are hurting right now. Thanks. LFA, I grew up in a single-parent household with a bunch of other single women raising me too. This video speaks a lot of truth. I'm 30 and lived alone the majority of my life. I had to learn to become a man and a hunter this late in life once I became financially independent, and it's a bummer since I missed out on great opportunities. God bless my mom and family, but man, feeling alone feels so natural. I have to fight what's natural to be in a happy relationship, which was unnatural to see growing up. Well, think I'm hitting the old exhaustion point here. Let's see. Robert Spencer says, "Oh geez, no thanks for additional women's. I dig those I have at work. I do dig those I have at work." So you mean like the folks around you over there? Man, yeah, it was an all right video. I think we'll check in on them, again sometime soon, and just see kind of where it's going. It does sound a little bit like the Hope strategy. I appreciate him trying and kind of being positive about the situation there. Ultimately, we do probably all have to make a decision on somewhere along the line, and then kind of see what we work with what we're presented. We all kind of got a set of cards, and we're playing with those cards. You know what I mean? And you can hold your cards to your chest. You can be open with your cards and see how you play the game that way. For me, it all ultimately comes down to a negotiation. And if you can get a negotiation that is a good deal for you, then it makes sense to move forward. You know what I mean? If it's a bad deal, then probably don't do it, or you're just kind of gambling. And if you're gambling and you lose, then that's kind of like the nature of gambling. You know what I mean? Robert says they're cool, but I don't need any dates. I hear you, man. I hear you. Dang it, I forgot what else I was trying to say. Something about that. I'm thinking about my buddy. One of my buddies I grew up with from high school. He's having a son, and I'm gonna do some photography at his baby shower next weekend. And I watched him date, you know what I mean, and the different women he dated and the different, I kind of know about him. And this who he's with now, who he's with now, she's got like a pretty good job, and makes decent money, and he makes okay money. She makes more, and he's decided to take the chance with her, and me looking from my end, I think he made a decent decision, because if he has to deal with anything, God forbid, it's going to be a lot smoother than what it would be otherwise. Because I've seen who he's dated before, and he's been all around, you know what I mean? Like what different income types and this and that. But this one makes sense, and I can see why he's kind of going this route. You know what I mean? But I think it's all kind of goes down to what you can negotiate for yourself, especially if you want to do this. But it's risky as always, and it's precarious. But anyways, we're gonna watch what he's gonna do. We had some fun today. We're over 5 hours, 5 minutes here. And the It's Complicated videos were pretty sweet. So we got blessed with his presence even in the chat. We had Peter Wright come in the chat. We had all the folks out here. I appreciate all the donations from anybody who donated. And I appreciate everyone who's here. Caesar Quintana, Marcus Gray, Robert Spencer, Klaus, GGG, Mr. Pitt, as always, keeping the chat safe for all of us. And Arthur Dunn was in there. We had all, Yenu was here. We had all the folks. It was a good time. I kind of want to do something on the Passport Bros maybe next week. I guess it just depends what happened. We had other things. We had No Fugazi podcast, debate some other guy. I think his name was Yada. That could be interesting. So we'll see what happens next week. Tomorrow I'm going to do the video game stream on Twitch. If you guys like Twitch, no pressure to watch that. But I'll probably do that around evening time, same time as today. And we'll play Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm actually excited to play that game again. But it seems like a hard game, so I can't promise I'll beat it. But it does seem freaking pretty cool. So, yeah, appreciate everybody who came in. I'm going to go eat some food and then crash out. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. And thank you again, Caesar. Caesar, we salute you. Well, see you guys soon.